Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Obodo jisike nubo seruna, Oyibo.
It is everyone, be free,
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ati ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Wana ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Susu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyi si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga book.
It does not bode well, does it? Already suffering connection problems even before the session starts. So hopefully, hopefully it does bode well. My connection dipped a little bit. Apologies for that. I'm not quite sure what's going on. It's been intermittently fluctuating all day. So it's probably going to be one of those sessions, a deep in and out sort of a session. But nevertheless, we will soldier on. We soldier on. Are always outnumbered, never outgunned. You know how it goes. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. So always outnumbered, never outgunned. Let's pretend as though that never happened and launch into it again in the traditional manner. So we have to kick it off, of course, from where we traditionally do kick it off, so that things follow a logical sequence. There always has to be logic in what is being done. So to the logic, and here it is.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmawo egummawo ego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimmawo egummawo ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa na ife ọja bụ anyị si akwụna enye ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akwụna mụta nwa akwụna ka ọ ga-abụ.
Now that's much better. So that's much better. That's usually how we open it up. So that should be how we open it up. So Eyendeba. So there it is. How would the session start if we did not start with the Eyendeba? So there it is. Good to see you. You survived another week. So here we go again. Well, it's a Friday. So the weekend starts here. And what better place for the weekend to start for you than your favorite friendly neighborhood one man went to know? It's been a long time since I did The Eagle Has Landed. So The Eagle Has Landed. and I hope the eagle finds you in a good place. So good to see you. So let's just hang around and have a chat for a moment, catch up. Let's just find out what's been going on in our lives. So what has been going on in our lives? Anything exciting, any exciting thing to any births and marriages to report? Report them to me in the comment section. So we must get to know each other. We can't just be distant relatives just across the magic of the internet. So all of that. So enough of the rambling, you would say. So good to see you all. Happy to be here and happy to be your company. So we launch into it and straight away we go into it. So we kick it off with this one. Our federal government says corruption, financial impunity disappearing in Nigeria. So that is quite a sizable claim being made by the Tinubu administration, which has barely lasted a moment and a bit. But then, of course, is that sufficient enough in what they have done to be so emboldened to make commentaries in that direction? So it seems somewhat outlandish, but is it that far-fetched? Is the question. Yeah, is it that far-fetched to actually say we are seeing now a reversal in corruption and essentially corruption on its heels in Nigeria? So, because if we look at some of the policy positionings, then you may say there's an argument for that. So that's up for discussion. A bold statement by the Tinubu camp. Yes, I'm just trying to line up another thing for you. So a bold statement by the Tinubu camp. Federal government says corruption, financial impunity disappearing in Nigeria. So quite what emboldens that we find out shortly. So from that outlandish statement to an other equally outrageous headline. So to this, PDP's witness alleges that Tinubu identified as a woman while seeking admission in the United States. So this is not a new story, by the way, but we all thought it was barroom talk. So ludicrous was it that, but then of course we'll all find out in the course of. It's just so outlandish. As the court cases come to a close, because of course Atiku Abubakar made his final submissions today, so the Atiku Abubakar case has come to a close. But where it lands, we don't yet know. So we'll find that out. So the Atiku Abubakar case has come to a close. But I will miss this space when everything has come and gone. So ludicrous that Tinubu identified as a woman while seeking admission in a United States university. And as ludicrous as that sounds to you, by the way, there are actually people feeding fart on the believability of this. So we'll go there and find out exactly what is going on. So we will go there and find out exactly what is going on. So we'll go there and find out exactly what is going on. Now I said that the Atiku case has come to a close at the tribunal, and here it is right there. Atiku PDP falls short, close case at PEPC after calling 27 out of 100 witnesses. So now, don't be too seduced by the headline, because of course, if you look at the portal that is presenting this news, is the bat-ksm.com. So this is coming from essentially the Tinubu camp. But nevertheless, we'll read through it to see what picks out as fact and what picks out as fiction. So what picks out as fact and what picks out as fiction? So the first headline that we contended with was how the Tinubu space was boasting that they have now started the demise of corruption within the Nigerian space. But corruption has a habit of fighting back. Nigeria amasses $3 billion debt to trader for oil swaps. So it looks as though the residues of the Buhari administration's criminality is still very much with us. So we go there as well, have a look. And then we go here as well. The Igbo Yoruba chasm is one that always a recurring decimal. It's not as though you deliberately go look for it, but it necessarily always presents itself. So let me see. Do I want to take it from this headline? Let me see if I can take it from another headline. Yeah, let me take it from this headline. Let me take it from this headline. It is in your interest. Return home and invest. In your interest, return home and invest. Soludo woos Anambra indigents in Lagos. So that is the most mild of those headlines that I could find. A lot of them, a lot more punchy, telling the Anambrarians now that Lagos is not for them. So we're going there to find out now just what the latest development is, Igbo versus Yoruba. So Igbo versus Yoruba, and then we land on this headline: Nigerians rank second in world's most hardworking workers, despite earning far less than many Africans. So yes, is that chasm now is that chasm that is the Nigerian reputation for ingenuity, enterprise, and hard work versus the poverty that is the reward for both of that. So we go there then, have wrap conversations around that as well. So plenty to go through. And by the way, there's plenty room on the platform. So I would need some company for this session to be welcome to do that. So if you're inclined to come and join me on the screen, you're certainly welcome to do that. So that's the hyperlink to the studio right there on the screen. So sorry, I'm somewhat discomfortable back into the throes of it. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and do all of that. The invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's also ever present. So do all the clickings. Let me take another little musical break to reconfigure myself. But let's go to the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So hopefully it kicks on a bit more smoothly with this. So let me bring this up. Let me bring this up. Let's start it off from Anambra State. So let's kick it off from here. In your interest, return home and invest. Soludo woos Anambra indigents. So let's now find out Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has advised Anambra indigents resident in Lagos to return home and invest in their own interest, saying that the state is ready for business. Addressing them during a town hall meeting in Lagos, the governor reminded them that God did not make a mistake by making them Anambra people. Enumerating the progress made so far by his administration after 1 year in office, Soludo urged them to reflect deeply and do everything humanly possible to be part of the growth in the state. Your host will never respect you if you don't have a livable and prosperous homeland, and we have a responsibility to leave Anambra State better than we met it, the governor said. According to him, there is need to change Anambra from a departure lounge to a destination, stressing that the homeland consciousness must be inculcated in the perpetual mind of every Anambra person. Soludo assured that Soludo assured the people that his government is determined to resurrect Onitsha from its present chaotic nature by returning it to its former glory as the biggest commercial city in the southeast. So I'll leave it there, but essentially the come back home message of Soludo to his clansmen. So we'll hopefully wrap conversations around that. Hopefully we will wrap conversations around that. So let me go on to this. I'm leaving that Soludo story because it promised more than it delivered. Let me just put it that way. It promised more than it delivered. So hopefully this will deliver a bit more. Nigeria amasses three. Oh, let me put up Alexander's. Yeah, let me put that up. So Alexander has set the direction of travel for the session. So anybody that wants to join him in all that, please do. Nigeria amasses $3 billion debt to traders for oil swaps. So it is that oil swap deal that Tinubu recently cancelled. So now the fallout of that. This is from Reuters, by the way, so this is serious news. Nigeria has accumulated up to $3 billion in debt to trading houses such as Vitol and oil majors such as BP for fuel supplies, and is trailing 4 to 6 months behind schedule in repaying them with cargoes of crude. So that's that. So those are really essentially the fallout still of the Buhari administration. So those are the fallouts of the Buhari administration. So let's go to what hopefully a more sexy headline. So let's go to a sexy headline. Let's come to this one. PDP's witness alleges that Tinubu identified as a woman while seeking admission in the United States. So let's have a look at this. Mike Onahoro Eba, a witness subpoenaed by the People's Democratic Party PDP and its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar in the ongoing presidential election tribunal, has alleged that President Bola Tinubu identified as a female while seeking admission in the Chicago State University, USA. So, anyway, it's not a new story, by the way, but how they will present this in court essentially is beyond me. Eba claimed that whilst forwarding a transit of the Southwest College in USA in 1977, the president used the name Bola Adekunle Tinubu and identified himself as a female. So, what is in contention here is what I don't understand. Are they saying that because of course Bola Tinubu went to Southwest College, we know that. He went to Chicago State University, we know that. So now, in the course of filling a form, you are asked to take a box. So are they saying that he essentially ticked the wrong box, or did he have a gender transfusion from female to male? So what's the substance of this is really where the confusion is. Eba claimed that whilst forwarding a transit of the Southwest College in United States in 1977, the president used the name Bola Adekunle Tinubu and identified himself. And by the way, Adekule is not a female name, by the way. Any Yoruba person will tell you that. It's just, you do this. When you go to the obedience space, you scratch your head. You're just constantly scratching your head. Eba claims that whilst forwarding transit of the Southwest College in the United States in 1977, the president identified as Bola Adekule Tinubu and identified himself as a female. Certified copies of a notarized judgment of a United States court on the forfeiture of the sum of $460,000 and a copy of Tinubu's alleged Guinean passport, which were presented by the PDP, were also admitted as evidence by a 4-member panel of justices led by Justice Haruna, despite objection by counsel to INEC Abubakar Mahmood, Tinubu Emmanuel Okala, and the APC Lateef Fagbemi. When cross-examined by INEC's counsel, the PDP's witness denied spending a lot of money to pursue the case against Tinubu. He revealed that his partner, who is a lawyer in the United States, obtained the documents free of charge. He also admitted that he was pained when his candidate lost the February 25th presidential election. So we're going to go very quickly now to the substance, because of course, as I said, article, and by the way, there are spaces left on the studio for whoever does want to join. I would need somebody to hop on. So if you're able to hop on, then hop on, So, as I said, the Atiku Abubakar case came to a close today. So they've done their final submission, and it's all bagged and tagged and locked in. But essentially, people are claiming that the whole thing has no substance. So now let's now have a look now at the summary of Atiku's case. But this, of course, is coming from Tinubu's camp. So whatever veracity you want to give. So that's the proviso. That's the backdrop to it. Atiku PDP falls short. Closed case at PEPC after calling 27 out of 100 witnesses. So they couldn't quite fulfill the quota of the witnesses that they promised. The People's Democratic Party PDP and Atiku Abubakar, its presidential candidate in the February 25th election on Friday in Abuja, closed their case at the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC. This was after calling just 27 out of 100 witnesses they had said they would call to give evidence in support of their joint petition challenging the outcome of the presidential election. The witnesses include expert witnesses such as a forensic analyst, star witnesses, and subpoenaed witnesses, mostly presiding officers of our Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The petitioners tendered their last batch of documents through their 27th witness, Mr. Mike Onahoro Eba, a legal practitioner. The documents which were admitted in evidence include certified true copies of academic and work records of President Tinubu, such as National Youth Service NYSC. So if Tinubu is young enough to have, because who started the NYSC? That was started by the Gowon administration, was it not? So if Tinubu is young enough to have served in the NYSC, then that somewhat brackets his age. That tells you that it's not 80. If he was young enough to have served in the NYSC. But let's carry on. The documents which were admitted in evidence included certified true copies of academic and work records of President Bola Tinubu, such as a National Youth Service Corps certificate, a certificate from Chicago State University, a Mobile Nigeria Oil Company PLC certificate of service. So essentially, what Atiku Abubakar is doing essentially is to add veracity, is to add documentation to what Tinubu has always asserted, that he went to Chicago State University. Atiku has gone to Chicago University to go and produce his certificate, which he has presented in court, that he worked for Mobile. Atiku has gone and gotten confirmation, and he told you that he is 71. So Atiku has gone to get Tinubu's NYSC. So we all know, let me actually find out when the NYSC started. Let me just go on Google. When did the National Youth Service... all right, let's see. Oh, all right. So the NYSC was established on the 22nd of May, 1973. So the 22nd of May, 1973. So now, if Tinubu graduated to serve in that space, and we're saying the average graduation age will be round about 23 to 25. If you add on to that, so 1973 would have been what, roughly 50 years ago. So that tells you that is exactly, and here it is, by the way. So that tells you, so that's when NYSC was established. So that tells you then he's exactly the age that he claims he is. So there it is. I wonder why we're even having to do this, but necessarily we have to do this sometimes. So yes, look at that. Tinubu's website is asking me to come and make a donation. You must be joking, as if he has not looted enough from the Nigerian state. But let's carry on. Right, where were we? The documents which were admitted in evidence included certified true copies and of academic and work records of President Bola Tinubu, such as a National Youth Service Corps certificate, a certificate from Chicago State University, and a Mobile Nigeria PLC certificate of service. Other documents admitted in evidence were a computer-generated copy of a Guinean passport bearing the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu and notarized documents of the judgment showing criminal forfeiture of $460,000 along with certified cover notes notarizing it. So I'm not quite sure how the Guinean passport was admitted as evidence, because I'm not quite sure that that was documented in the notices presented by Atiku at the original submission. Enahoro Eba was led in evidence by the petitioner's lead counsel, Chris Uche, SAN. The petitioners also tendered a certificate of compliance and a witness statement on oath to prove the allegations contained in their petition challenging the outcome of the February presidential election. The witness told the court that the NYSC certificate attached to the president's document, which he submitted to INEC, together with his Form EC9, which is his notification form, was issued in the name Bola Tinubu Bola Adekunle. So I'm still not sure. You know, I'm looking for where the punch is. I'm looking for where the punch will be landed here. He also told the court that the transcript. He also told the court that the transcript in aid of admission into Chicago State University made by Southwest College in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu had female as the gender of the applicant. So, I mean, so what? So if you misspell a wrong box ticked, so what? Counsel to all the respondents, the Independent National Electoral Commission, President Tinubu, and the APC all objected to the admissibility of the documents. Under cross-examination by the lead counsel to INEC, Mr. Abubakar Mahmood, SAN, the witness told the court he was in Abuja during the election and that he voted. He further said that the election was smooth from when he was accredited up to when he voted and left the polling unit. The witness also told the court that he instituted a public interest suit against Tinubu at the magistrate court, challenging Tinubu's qualification to contest the presidential election. For his part, counsel to President Tinubu, Mr. Wole Olanikwekun SAN, confronted the witness with a letter of the Chicago State University of June the 22nd, 2022, stating that President Tinubu not only graduated from the university, but graduated with honors. The witness, however, told the court that he knew nothing about the letter. Olanipekun also asked the witness. I'm reading it so that we actually see if there's anything, if there's anything potent that comes through. Olanipekun also asked the witness if he had gone through the petitioner's pleadings before coming to give evidence, and he said he didn't bother to read it because it was not part of the legal tape of the petitioner. The senior lawyer therefore told the witness that if he had bothered to read the petition, he would have noticed that the judgment he tendered was not part of the petitioner's case. For his part, counsel to the All Progressive Congress APC, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, asked the witness if there was any certificate given by a police officer with regards to the judgment he tendered. The witness said there was none. The witness also confirmed to the court that there was no fingerprint or signature on the judgment and that the documents were not certified. The witness, in answering Fagbemi's question as to whether he was an APC member, said he was a member of the Obedient Movement of the Labour Party. Having discharged the witness, Uche told the court that that was the end of the case of the petitioner. My lord, pursuant to paragraph 46, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act, we most humbly appeal to close the case of the petitioner. The respondent appealed to the court to allow them to open their case after Eid el-Fitr holiday. So this doesn't actually end the case there. So this is the presentation from the article camp. So the counter presentation then from the Tinubu camp to come after the Eid festival. The 5-member panel led by Justice Haruna accepted the request and adjourned the case to July the 3rd. So where are we now? So that's in a few weeks' time. The petitioner in their joint petition marked XYZ praying the court to, amongst other things, withdraw the certificate of return issued to President Bola Tinubu by INEC. The petitioner maintained that the declaration of Tinubu as winner of the presidential election was invalid by reasons of non-compliance of the provision of the Electoral Act 2022. They also contended that Tinubu's election was invalid by reasons of corrupt practices, insisting he was not only duly elected, insisting that he was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes cast during the election. Article asked the PEPC to declare him winner of the presidential election on the grounds that he secured the second highest number of lawful votes during the election. So there it is. So that is the sum total. That is the sum total of Article's case. If they don't fire this guy if they don't fine him, I should say, for wasting the court's time, then I want to know why. I didn't say anything potent or pungent in that. Nothing potent or pungent in that. But this now, the next one, this is the headline that's led us to this space. So Tinubu now claiming victory over corruption. But why so? Our federal government says corruption, financial impunity disappearing in Nigeria. So now let's find out now what justifies this headline. Victor Murako, the Fiscal Responsibility Commission FRC chairman, says the culture of financial impunity is gradually becoming a thing of the past in Nigeria. Mr. Murako said this during a courtesy visit by the Nigerian Economic Student Association, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to the commission on Friday in Abuja. He said FRC, set up by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2000, started operations in 2009 and had made several strides since its inception. We have indeed made some landmark achievements from when we first began as a commission to where we are today. First and foremost, the culture of impunity is definitely disappearing people are becoming more responsible. So I'm not quite sure what planet this guy lives on. The culture of impunity is at its peak within the Nigerian space, especially total disregard for law and order, total disregard for due process, total disregard for accountability, just total disregard for everything, open grade stealing and asking you to do your work. So I'm not quite sure what they are predicating this upon. We have indeed made some landmark achievements from when we first began as a commission to where we are today. First and foremost, the culture of impunity is definitely disappearing and people becoming more responsible. He said. The FRC chair added, although corruption cannot just be eradicated like that, but you can see today, unlike before, people are now being held accountable for whatever they do. So I'm not quite sure what this guy is talking about. According to him, in terms of budget implementation, the situation was far better than what obtained before now. So the situation at all, categorically not anything like better. Under this dispensation or the now just recently departed dispensation, we had a new ism to our lexicon, our budget padding. So that's now the language that we were conjuring with. That's a new entry into the Nigerian space, by the way, budget padding. So I'm not quite sure what this guy is talking about. We have indeed made some landmark achievements from when we first began as a commission to where we are today. First and foremost, the culture of impunity is definitely disappearing and people becoming more responsible, Mr. Maroko said. The FRC chair added, although corruption cannot just be eradicated like that, but you can see today, unlike before, people are now being held accountable for whatever they do. So I think that's sufficient enough from there. I think that is sufficient enough from there. Let me see. What should I bring you next? I want to bring you. I want to actually bring you something that I was watching on Arise TV earlier. Let's see. Let's see if. Hold on. If I can get it, that is. I'm going to bring you something. No, I don't want to be there. All right. Let me see if I can find it. There's something I was watching earlier that I'd like to share with you. Hold on. All right. I can't seem to find out for the moment. So let me bring you this instead. Uh, um, this instead, and then we come into the room, see who is there. Nigerians ranked second in world's most hardworking workers, despite earning less than many Africans. So let's have a look at this. Nigerians have been ranked as the second most hardworking workers in the world and number one in Africa. This is according to a new report published by the World of Statistics and Working. According to the report, Nigerian workers are found to spend an average of 2,124 hours working every year out of the total of 8,760 hours in a year. Only Mexico, with an average of 2,124 hours per worker annually, ranks higher than Nigerians. Breakdown of the report shows that in 2022, Nigerian workers spent an average of 44.1 hours per week, surpassing the global average of 40 hours. The finding also noted that Nigerian workers are more inclined to work overtime compared to their counterparts in other countries. In Nigeria, the official hours of work for most public and private workers are 8 hours, which could be 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. Meanwhile, some organizations like media houses, hospitals, security agencies, and manufacturing industries require more days and hours of their workers, as Saturdays and Sundays could be a shift arrangement with extra pay in most cases. For Africa, South African workers are the second with an annual 1,513 hours, placing them distant 36 in the listing. So there it is. So that's the chart right there. So yes, Nigerians are the second most hardworking people on the planet. Below 10 African countries paying the highest minimum wage. So the highest minimum wage. So is actually an interesting statistic. So Nigerians are the second most hardworking people on the planet. But in terms of remunerations, this is the African remuneration chart. Seychelles, Libya, Morocco, Gabon, South Africa, Mauritius, Equatorial Guinea, Congo, Algeria, Kenya. So they are the hardest working by far in Africa, but they don't even make the top 10 best paid. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So let's come in then. We have Des and we have Ajanle Koko. So we see how this goes. So good to have you on. Sorry, can you hear me by the way? Des, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, you're breaking up a
Des,
little bit.
Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, you are breaking up, one man. Your system is breaking up. You are dipping in and out.
Am I faint? Am I faint? I'm breaking off.
You are breaking up. You are breaking up. You need
All
to do
right.
something so make your system work right.
All right. Let me bring Prince Daddy on. You have conversations amongst yourself, and then let me see if I can sort it out.
All right, that's good. Des, what's up, man?
I'm fine, my brother.
So, well, do you want to make some comment on that?
Yeah,
Nigerian being the second hardest working people in the world.
I think is that chat is doesn't know what he's saying. Because although Nigeria work hard, when we travel we tend to make a lot of make a lot of money, send to the family. But if you're looking at it in Nigerian context, most of us here have worked in Nigeria, and we know how working in Nigeria is. It's really far from working hard. If you want to compare it to other countries, it's where you can't even say it's working hard. It's more like flexing. Um, that 8 hours, you're probably doing something productive in that 8 hours to 2 3 hours. Other times you're more likely doing something like pressing your phone, playing music, just basically having fun. Unlike in the Western country, if you are working 8 hours, you are working 8 hours. I mean, there's no two ways about it. you know so I see that chat to be, they're probably right when it comes to hours, but when it comes to actual hard work, um I don't think Nigeria it's very hardworking, because of there's no job anyway, to even do to make them work that hard. So I don't know, Ajali Kuku. You can
Ajale Coco, yeah. So
I think I want to disagree with you. Even back home, if you want to look at even the Okada rider, look at the Okada rider. Do you know that guy ride Okada all day long? So if you look at those traders too, run their own business.
Yeah, and sorry, I think Des was talking about maybe office job or corporate job, but most Nigerian economy, just like a lot of people work for themselves. Probably, perhaps 80 or 90%. They work for themselves. They do their own businesses, just like you said, the cutter writer, the lady at the market, people run the hustling. They spend probably like anywhere from 10 to probably 14, 16 hours a day doing their own thing.
No, but when you talk about it, are they making this analysis based on traders and all the people that work for themselves? Because those people can actually decide to like okay, I'm not working today, or I'm just gonna open my shop for 2 hours and I'm done. I think they're making this analysis based on the office workers that they have to work from so time to so time is a must.
No, well, I don't.
No,
They didn't give that details, but I don't think so because if that be the case, we
if
all know 8 hours is like standard hours for most countries or most places. So the margin will be close. Will be fairly close. Maybe some people work, 7.5 or 9 hours, but the Nigerians they're like over 500 hours more than in many other countries in Africa. So it has to be beyond the office job. I think.
No, obviously, I mean, as long as you have the population, then I don't think anybody should compare, the hours we work to any other country because the population is massive. I'm not even looking at this contest based on Africa. I'm looking at it based on the world, or in number second in the world. I highly doubt that they need to, you know, um, try to do some sort of proper research. I mean, I'm not saying we don't work hard to. Let me make it clear. I'm not saying Nigerians are lazy like Buhari or please.
But
Nigeria,
even there's in abroad when Nigerians have office job, they still have like side hustle, working like extra
that's what I told.
2 or 3 job.
Like I said, if
just to do side hustle.
yes, if Nigerians that come here, they do work. They do tend to work hard. That is what.
There you go.
Yes, they do tend to work. I'm saying in the prospect or aspect of being inside Nigeria, working in Nigeria. Me, I
You have to forget about the civil servants and just look at ordinary Nigerians that don't work for the
Yeah,
government and see if they work hard or not.
yes.
let me look at myself.
And
I used
those
to be a
one
trader.
and those one are in
Okay.
in larger number than the civil servant across the people that work for themselves, the people that hustle for themselves, and they hustle all day long. That's to make ends
I
meet.
don't think
No?
so. I mean, if you say it's just civil servants, I think it's more still let's say sales girls are still there. People that maybe work for people that has business. That
Quickly, let me say, see, I know of bankers that, they talk about people that work in the bank, that corporate job. They work like freaking like 6 o'clock in the morning until like 8 p.m. They,
Yeah,
and
you
they're required to do that.
you're right. It's not like that in United States here.
No, no,
It's
not at
not
all.
like that here.
They,
It's more easier
they
to
work,
work in a bank
they
here.
work them hard.
Yeah, than in Nigeria. You
true.
will because they set you a target and you have to meet it. If you
That's
hit that target as a banker, you'll be gone. So yeah, so
oh
yes,
right. Right.
Nigerians are very very hardworking people. You want to tell me that even the teachers are not very hardworking?
Yeah, I mean, I used
You
to.
know they're under the condition hardship condition.
When you
Hardship condition
differentiate
they
this
work.
hard work in
Mm.
some jobs, it get like you said, bankers, teachers. Because I used to be a teacher, I
Mm.
worked really hard. I didn't have time to, well, still had time to be on my phones and all that stuff, but it wasn't as much as when I was a trader. Do you understand? Being a trader doesn't necessarily mean you're working from 7 o'clock to 6 o'clock. I mean, all those times, if there's no customers, you can probably stay like 2 hours, no customers, and you're just playing on your phone. Most traders is just like this. I mean, if Ekene is there, he will tell you that sometimes it'll just be 2 hours, no customers, you just be there,
But
playing.
the downtime, your downtime also counts. If you say you go to the shop after 2 hours, no customer. If you close down the shop, then that's different. But if
Mm.
your shop is opened and you are there on the phone, I mean, you're still there. It counts.
But
Hour
you
count.
necessarily working. You're not really working. That's why I say I compared it with the Western type of work. If you go to even if you're a trader, even if whatever you're doing, a business person, you're most likely working. If you're working 8 hours, you're doing something 7 out of that 8 hours. That's just what I'm saying. Yeah.
I think I get your point. I mean, so it varies from one industry to another, or one job to another. Of course, a trader is waiting for a customer to show up. If the customer doesn't show up, the trader has a downtime. But if you work in an office job, your downtime time is less. I understand that. But if you're a banker, that you have deliverables, you have to produce, then you have to put in a whole lot more hours to produce the results. So it varies from
There's even the agberos, they are on the street hustling all day long. Huh?
real hustlers. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
agberos, the people that the kaya men, the people that help people to carry load from one place to the other. Everybody, look, that malam that sells onion, pepper, or bringing yam. The way they hustle all day long. They'll be there
True.
inside that sun and under the rain all day long,
True.
selling for their customer, waiting for their customer. So
And all those
Nigerians are very,
kids,
very hardworking
all
people.
those kids hawking on the streets, man,
And this, yes,
from
Yeah.
morning to night. Oh my God.
yes, Nigerians are very hardworking. You see, that is back home. Okay, now let us focus on Nigerians in diaspora. We work double than the way we work back home because you want to make money, you want to send money to your family, and you want to, maybe you are planning to build house or do some other things back home. So you work extra time to make that ends meet, in diaspora. So Nigerians are very hardworking people. Even in this United States, you look, don't even talk about it. Nigerians,
But
even the doctors, the
But
nurses, particularly the nurses.
can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, we can hear you. It sounds good now. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for holding the fort, Ajanle Koko. But for all of the hardworking that you're saying Nigerians are hardworking, they are nowhere in the top 10 pay hierarchy in Africa. Not in the
yeah.
world, but in Africa.
Well, I was gonna make a comment about that also. Well, that's why you say, numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole truth. I mean, the whole narrative. See, to that point, I think all the countries that you listed, they actually are much smaller countries. So what that tells me is that the demand and supply is not in good equilibrium. Just put it that way. They're small countries, and it tells me that they don't have perhaps enough workers to supply their workforce. But in Nigeria, it's like China. We have labor galore. We got plenty of labor. So that drives down naturally the wages in the country, just like in the West. The importation, so to speak, of foreign workers from India and China, it drives down corporate salary, and it's what they call wage depression. And we do experience that also in Nigeria. But all these other small countries, they don't have much. And I think that labor force is not as buoyant as and plentiful as that of Nigeria.
No, all right, brilliant. So article closes his case against Tinubu, as does Peter Obi as well. So all of the cases are they're all locked in now. But we had a read through what article was presenting, completely lacking in substance. So I think we're now at the final phase now of the petitions. So what are you making? What have you made of the process? And do you think Tinubu should have reasons to be worried? So so Des, I'll come to you with Des.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been following the whole thing religiously like me, I think Tinubu should be very, very worried. I'm not sure, I didn't follow a lot about Atiku's proceeding, but I did follow the one of the Labour Party. And there's been a lot of I would say witnesses they've called. Most of their witnesses stood their ground and they made a lot of sense. And you know, if I don't, I hope. I mean, the whole thing that is, I mean, if you've been listening, I didn't see any defense from the Tinubu INEC camp. They're always like objecting and they don't even have anything to object about. They're just like make, I feel like they're just trying to find some technical grounds.
No, they'll begin they'll begin their presentation on the second. So this is for the prosecution to present their case, and then the defense will start their presentation on the second.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I'm talking about whenever they object and they're just like we're gonna make our reason for objecting in our final statement or whatever. I'm like, what does that mean? I mean, if you hear something like that, I mean, the whole proceedings, you'll be like, why are you saying this? Why are you saying? I mean, it kind of bothers me a little bit because it feels like they have some sort of how will I explain it? I mean, some sort of ace in a hole. You know, they want to use and counter everything that Labour Party or maybe Atiku has been bringing out, and I think for me it's technical. Um, they're just looking for technical ways to, you know, basically rid off the whole.
There is no substance behind the there's no substance identified. Certainly I did a readout of the article one. They seem to be, everything seems to hinge around the Guinean passport. They even went as far, just the level of ludicrousness of it. They even went as far as to say that when Tinubu was filling in forms for his Chicago State University, which the university told them he graduated from with distinction, when it came to the gender box, he ticked female instead of male, and therefore he should not be president. So we're talking about scraping the barrels, but this is even lower than that. So I don't think there was no silver bullet, there was no bang, there's just absolutely nothing. You know, they presented a witness who in court said he didn't even know what he was talking about. So I mean, certainly for Atiku, I don't think Tinubu has any reasons to be worried.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't really following them up, but with the statement you made, I still think they're still trying to find a way to say that Tinubu committed perjury or something. I think that's basically what they're trying to do, which I don't know how that is gonna play out. Um, Atiku is trying to say he won it based on lawful vote. I don't know if he has been bringing you know, the whole, you know, as P2B has been doing it, bringing out states and everything. I don't, like I said, I haven't been following him up.
Do you not have the sense that Peter Obi is just playing out of theater? It's just amateur theatrics, is it not? Is that not the sense you get? You know, I've not been spending that much time with the Peter Obi petition anymore because after the elections are over, obviously we have a president for 4 years. But anytime I do, anytime I do try and look at the Peter Obi petition thing, it's like amateur. You know, there are even platforms out there that are reading out what goes out in court, what goes on in court for the day in some sort of theater sort of readout sort of. Is it not just clownish, the whole thing now?
I mean, it's not really, because it's kind of a business sense. I mean, a lot of people wanted it to be televised, and if it wasn't televised, the next best option is people to basically open a platform and read the transcript and the that proceedings of the court, and people tend to key into it, subscribe and all that, to basically listen to it. So I don't think it's is a whatever you call it, a theater act or whatever, but um it helps everybody that wanted it to be televised still have this sense of they're watching it live, or they know what is going on. And it's not a bad thing to say. It's not a bad thing. It still gives us hope, you know gives us the that our mandate is going to be recovered, sooner or later. But yeah, um one man, like I said, Tinubu should be worried if about Obi. Definitely should be worried about Obi. I don't know about Atiku. If everything,
Would you be glad, however it pans out, for this thing just to be over? Because it's just dragging on for too long. So if they are going to tell us that Peter Obi is our president, then let them tell us quickly, because it's dragging on for too long, isn't it?
yeah, it is dragging on for too long. It's not really anybody's fault. It's just that the INEC messed up a whole lot, and they need to the anybody that is going to win it need to clear everything, you know, and hopefully, just make it in such a way that next time there wouldn't be this much case in court about anything election. So if it's going to help us to reduce the whole court proceedings or court whatever next presidential election, better. I mean, let it drag on as much as it could, as long as next time any electoral commission whatever would not play this prank on Nigerians. I don't mind it going dragging for so long. As long as Peter B wins, that's fine. If Tinubu was going to win, let them just announce it and let's get it over with and move on.
All right, brilliant. And Prince Daddy, are you following that space as well? The petitions. Are you following it? Is there anything else? Is there anything within it that gives you concern? And do you think, like Des was just explaining, that the process is too long-winded?
Yeah, the only time I hear about this petition or what is going on in the court is when it comes to your show. I don't follow it. I don't think there's anything to it from Peter B or Atiku. So quite interesting when Des said Tinubu should be worried. I don't even remember if he said the reason why he should be worried, but whatever the reason could be. I don't follow it. I mean, it's most of that presentation, I guess, is hearing from what you read out. It's just waste of time. And I don't blame these lawyers. Again, they're smart. This is the time for them to make a whole bunch of money, and there is so much money left in the election campaign that they need to get paid. So they can bring about frivolous or useless claims about checking female instead of male in on this form, to just waste time. I don't know what judge would disqualify a presidential candidate or a president for that reason, because they check female instead of male.
Can you imagine that? And they admitted that in court. So there are two strands to that. They are either suggesting that Tinubu used the certification of some female person to get into university, which would be ludicrous, or that he had a gender change. He was a female who then had a gender up to become a male, or that he took the wrong. So what exactly is this? I mean, where are we with all of these things?
Well,
It's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
It is mad. It's an attempt to captivate the minds of people like Des, so to speak, to get them engaged.
Yeah, to give hope against the. Oh
Exactly, to
God,
give hope. So
we try not to laugh at them. We do try, but
we're not laughing. We're not.
okay, okay, Prince. They go to court. They said he took his certificate from West College somewhere, and when he was filling the form, he wrote female. So what are they asking the court to conclude? Or what's in that? I don't get it. What's in it?
One man, just before Prince Daddy, add it to your, like an addendum to your conversation. One man, if you have access to Reno or Mokre, check what he just tweeted now, maybe some few minutes ago, about that Chicago stuff. Even being an article man, he actually put a proviso before he continues that tweet, that even being an article man, wherever, that you just go and read it. You will laugh at this Chicago stuff. Even Reno himself, being an article man, is already condemning that strategy from PDP. Go and look at it.
All right, I'll bring it up. Good to see you. Hold on. Rational mind. Make sure your mic is switched on, so I'm able to connect you. Yeah, come in, Ajan Lekoko.
Reno, some few months ago, he specifically went to that Chicago University to investigate that thing, that Tinubu certificate. And what he got, which he reported in a video he posted, that look, this guy actually attended that school, and he was one of the best students there during this time. And he confirmed me that he attended the school, and that all those lie that he didn't attend the school, or somebody he was using the certificate of someone else, that it was absolute untrue. So he went there, he carried out the investigation, and he got all these facts that yes, he attended there. He saw his picture as one of the
You saw his picture, Jali Coco.
yeah.
No, that wasn't what Reno said. He said it was a certificate from Chicago School.
No, first of all, what did he say about his investigation that he posted?
Yeah, that Tinubu went to the school.
Oh, okay.
But
so what else?
The person named Bola Tinubu went to the school. But the problem now is the certificate issued from Chicago school, whatever, college, is a female, that when you go to sex, it's female person there. So according to the whole thing now, Bola Tinubu
did Reno, is that what Reno reported?
No, it's not what he reported. Reno
okay.
Reno didn't start talking about whether the person was a female. He just said there was a person named Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Bola A. Tinubu, not Ahmed. Bola A. Tinubu.
Oh man.
That went to that school. But now, when this investigative guy came and went to get the result, the place they are supposed to fill male in that certificate was female. When you get that,
I'm here. Yeah.
So that is the problem, and I feel
okay.
like
Now you can read that stuff for this now, because sometimes one man, regardless of our opposition, right, to certain political individuals, we should apply at least. I want to believe everybody on this platform, at least they have one degree or the other, so to say, just a conclusion. But when you I read this first, and then we can continue, because there are some. Baba Aja, you live in America now. Is it possible that America will grant you a degree without knowing who you are? It's not possible.
Know. Yes, live in America too. I don't know where he
does. He live in America?
He live in America. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand what you mean by grant you a degree.
I thought he lives in somewhere in Mogadishu. Okay, go ahead. One man, read that thing.
Wait, I like
it. Yes, I play. No, take it serious.
I'm not Mogadishu. Des, are you in Mogadishu?
I feel there, no. But waiting with the talk now, it's not even about whether Chicago will give you certificate if you don't go to the school. Now, allow me to finish first. The problem is that there was an identity theft. That was the problem. Do you understand? The person that actually went to Chicago school was a female. But when Bola Tinubu came to United States, find out that that girl, that lady that went to Chicago school was already dead. He has to actually to take over the. That is the. I'm not saying this is this is what happened. No, that's just what is going out there. Do you understand me? So that Bola Tinubu now, our president had to take over this person's identity. Do you understand?
There's.
So
That is what.
yes, so you
Is that
believe
is
you
that
believe
percent talk? Is that percent or what?
so yes,
Unfortunately, that's theirs.
so
No,
yes.
I'm just saying what is out there. I'm not saying
So
this is what is happening. This is what is out there. This is the news out there.
But
Whether it's
so
anything can be out there. It
okay,
is you now.
how
You.
do you accept that?
I don't. How would I know? I don't care. I mean, it's
Oh
not.
yeah,
It's
okay.
article that is bringing it out.
Because I don't know how possible someone will how I don't know how it be possible for someone to use another person's certificate and multi how do they call this
Multinational.
multinational corporation like Mobile we accept him
I
to
mean,
work
Not
with him.
Babaja,
So
not even mobile. All these big four, one man. That's why sometimes that's of course I question if you live in America, Canada, or the UK, I expect some certain standard because
yes,
if you have actually operated within the corporate professional echelon of these three countries, so to say, you should understand. You should understand the operational protocol of these countries, especially when you are working for, one of the biggest, consulting firms in the country. Do you know what it means when you come to, for instance, one of the big fours, and you make it to the final round of your interview, and then it becomes the situation of where they have to go to for background checking. They go as far, they go deep. So there's no way you give them.
for
Let,
background,
let, let me
you know,
suspend it. Just go ahead. Just because I can't explain this off, especially for somebody
no.
who
If
lives
you're
in the
talking
US.
about background checking, if as long as you're from another country, see, United States, I don't want to go deep into some stuff. United States don't go if
Yeah,
unless you have
No,
you
they
have
do.
stayed,
I don't know what. I don't know. I don't.
unless
Honestly, I
I
don't.
know where you're
you
coming
stayed,
from, Des. I know where you're coming from, but let me tell you, just like finding out about somebody's education is the easiest in
Easiest. God
America.
bless you. In the
It's the
US,
easiest. Go to the school; they have the record. What is so difficult about that? That's the easiest thing to find out about the individual here. So this stuff about him being female and him taking over somebody else's credentials and identity, what is this all about?
so ludicrous. But go ahead.
can we ask you a question? When we don't know what certificate he presented when he worked in mobile. So that's not really the question here. The question or the problem is what he presented in Nigeria. That is the problem. We don't know. We didn't go to mobile and ask them what certificate did this person present to work in mobile. We don't know that. Do you understand? Let's not even go there. The problem is this is what he presented because he became a Lagos president. This is what he presented. Oh, sorry, this was presented when he's becoming the president, and this is what the issue is there. So I'm not. That's not. I don't know what all this is all about. To be honest, this is what is out there, and whether you like it or not, it's out there. Simple.
Yeah, a lot of things are out there, but we
Yeah.
have to use, we can't just not defenestrate our common sense and just go with what's out there. We have to use our common sense sometimes to just see through certain things.
in a
I'm sorry, we
country,
don't live in
in a
America.
country where
You,
we have
can
a
you
supposed journalist.
can we honestly say that if we all live here, people that come here now, maybe they don't have the papers. Do we know that we can give them your ID to get a job? Do we know that, right? We know that to be true.
Yeah, that's not, so that's
So what are you saying that someone can just? I don't understand. We all know this is possible. We
see.
all know this.
Well, see,
The,
yeah,
and
a lot of things can
hold
go.
on,
You can do
Des,
such things,
hold on,
but
Des.
There's not to this level where the
Ho-
school itself. But I think,
yes,
you know, I don't know how to explain this to you because it's like, when you have, I mean, we are trying to be elegant with our conversations this day, and then trying to be conservative. But I expect certain standard of conversation when we escape from some, few media echo chamber. When we come over here, we should reduce, the conversation to high tempo of intellectual, discourse. For instance, you live in the and you live in the US. You can do just as Reno did because Reno was one of the biggest critics of this man. He wanted to be sure for himself. He took it upon himself to visit Chicago State University, and then what he brought from the school, he just tweeted it just a few minutes ago when he found out that his own candidate Atiku, right, is trying to leverage the same situation, the same narrative. Read what he said, and he attached a certain document that was actually even given to him by the school. So it is so easy. If I give you my details now, all you need to do is go to the schools where I had all my degrees, even to the US Army, everything. For you to even get to the US Army in this country, they go as far as your village, as your secondary, as your elementary school in Nigeria. You'll be surprised at the depth of their investigation.
They don't. They don't.
I'm
Say
telling
what, say
I'm
what,
telling you, if this is not
I'm,
hearsay.
just say what you know before. Just say what you know.
No, I'm telling you what I know
say
because I'm telling you what they
All right.
did to almost everybody that I know, including myself.
All right, gentlemen, apologies. It's not my equipment; it's the bandwidth that is just is very scatty. So sorry for dipping in and out. But do you want me to read out what Reno tweeted? Was that what you were
Go
asking me
ahead,
to
my
do
man.
before? Yes. It says I work for Waziri Atiku Abubakar to win. I pray he unseats Tinubu at the presidential election petition court, and I am not pursuing any political appointment or any job offer from Tinubu. However, it is false to assert that Bola Tinubu did not attend Chicago State University. I went there physically. I did a video broadcast from their campus. I met the officials. Tinubu attended and graduated from Chicago State Universities with honors, and they even have a photo of him in their alumni office as one of their most accomplished alumni. Not only did I go there physically to expose Tinubu, only to find out that he attended, I also asked their registry to put what they told me in writing. Attached is the letter they gave me. You can also go there physically, as I did, or email or phone them if you doubt this letter given to me. Uh, the man is no saint. His past cartel link indelibly taints him. But let us be fair, honest, and transparent as we expose him. If we attack Tinubu based on lies, God will just disappoint us further and appoint him greater. So that's what Reno, Tinubu, and Atiku Acolyte has to say.
Yeah, one man. This is basically the same thing he did the first time he came to Arise TV. There's no different. We've heard this before. He went there and he got a certificate that Reno went to this. I'm sorry, Bola Tinubu went to the school. The certificate which he uploaded, um, that like I said, this is not a lie that Bola Tinubu went to Chicago State University. There's no doubt about it. You can, if you go there and ask for yourself, they'll give you that certificate. But the problem, I've told you where the problem is, which is in the gender. That is just where the problem is. So I don't know why we are still trying to, you know, If you doubt it,
In whose gender? In Tinubu's gender? Are we
no,
questioning? Are we questioning if Tinubu is male or female? And maybe we should ask Remi. Should we phone Remi and ask her if Tinubu is male or female? What's going on?
What,
Huh?
I'm questioning that. I'm saying where Atiku is coming from. This is just what we are talking about.
One man, let me ask you a quick question. There's just a second. Is it possible that you in the UK now? Let's play the scenario now. Maybe hypothetically, as Des has it in his head, and then a few of the obedient. Is it possible? We are not talking of Nigeria now or any African nation or some countries out there, but US, Canada, and UK. Let's focus on those three countries. Is it possible that you have you were admitted into any of the institutions in the UK as a woman, and you find your way to game the system until your graduation day and everything, and then you graduate as a man and you come prepare a certificate and everything?
So Des, when Tinubu filled in his form as a woman and then he turned up at the university as a man, what sort of explanation do you think you would have given them to convince him that he's now?
Typographic error.
I mean,
Yeah,
all those
you can
things
give
can
them
be
It's a typo error.
is an error that you can easily go to the school and change. Do you understand? It's very easy. If you actually the person, you can say this is wrong and they can rectify you. They can just change it very easily. I don't see that as good.
Actually, Des, I mean, since you know better, where did they get this information about him being a female on the form? Where did they get it from? The lawyers.
Where did they get it? On the certificate or Chicago what the certificate that Tinubu presented. That is where they got it. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I don't think they put your sex on your certificate, on your degree when you get it. I don't think they do, unless I'm mistaken. They just put your name on there and the degree that you received and the year. Okay, but not.
Gentlemen, let's bring Olumide into the conversation, who's joining us for the first time. So Olumide, the Labour Party and the PDP, they've now had their final submissions in court today. And the outtake of what Atiku is presenting was they're still on the $460,000 thing. And then they presented certified true copies of a printout of a Guinean passport. And then they said Tinubu, when he was filling the forms at Chicago State University, he described himself as a female. So essentially, they've gone to the PEPC to call Tinubu Bobrisky. What are you making of all that, Olumide?
Okay, good. I don't know, depending on where you're from. Good afternoon.
Your voice is very faint. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, can everybody hear me right now?
Very, very, very faintly.
Wow.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a lot better. Carry on.
Yeah, but okay, I think I connected to the speaker. Okay, my suggestion would be that back in the days when they used to do admission, they don't have enough information they have right now. Even when I was doing my own admission, I don't think there was a place where I think there's a loophole where after you finish all your admission and you get into the country, probably you can still find a way to just say it's a typographical error and all that. And don't forget that back in the days, they probably won't even have the kind of information we have now, especially during when you're crossing the border. They used to have what we call Ori Olori back in the days where they do all this. They don't have.
Sorry, Olumide, that doesn't apply here. He went to college in Chicago and then from there to university. So
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not Ori Olori. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying back in the days. But when you're going into the school, the excuse you could have just given was a different gender. But in my defense of Tinubu, even if he had come inside as a female and he had rectified it before starting school, he has already rectified it. He has gone through the school process already and gotten his certificate. So any story they are bringing now regarding him, because what they have now is the entry copies of his document, not the graduation. The graduation does not show is a male. They are not contesting if it's a male or a female that finished the course itself. They are contesting who got admission. So even if he had gotten admission as a female and he has already rectified that part, and maybe probably an excuse or it was a typographical error or something else, as far as he has gone through the school and he has gotten admission, I think that's rectified already. And even the result is, the certificate is used already to get into the Chevron and all the other big companies he worked at. It doesn't really make any excuse to use that one in court. That's the way I see it. Then the other part about
all right, that Olori thing that you were saying. So essentially, what you're suggesting is that when he was actually trying to get into America,
yes,
he may have used a female disguise to get into America,
yes,
and then that was how he traversed the system through college. But then when he got into university, of course, he couldn't continue to. So yeah, I suppose yes.
Yeah, because back in the days they didn't have what we call fingerprints. I still remember when in 2003, 2000, there was no fingerprints. You know, back in 2000 when I went for an interview. You know, before I left the country, there was no interview. You know, there was no fingerprint. So I can just imagine during Tinubu's period, all those people used to do all that, but all that doesn't even matter anymore because he has finished school, he has used that certificate. I'm sure he's inside the yearbook, which I even saw on TV. They showed their graduation yearbook, which every class you will have, and you have the lecturer there and all that. So I think that one is an excuse, and it's a very lame one, bringing it to court. Then the other one regarding the money that they forfeited. I always tell some of my friends that here in the States or anywhere, most times when you're filling a form or you're applying for something, most questions they always ask you is, have you ever been arrested? No. Have you ever been charged? No. And if you say all those questions and it's no, then you are eligible for any post. So for them to now use that forfeiture to now just say the forfeiture is related to drugs and all that, when they don't even have any documents that prove it was forfeiture for drug forfeiture and all that. And even if it was drug, as far as he was not caught in the act, it wasn't in the country when that thing happened. It was just in his account. So I think that's just the way I see it. I think they don't have any good information, or they don't have any good backing bringing it to court, and I think you'll feel that's it. Thank you.
So you don't think Tinubu has any reasons to be worried? People feel they should be.
I always say anytime you're filling a form in the Western world, and you can ask and you can answer those questions, no, then you're good to go. Have you ever been arrested before? No. Have you ever been convicted before? No. So even if they are seizing something from me, maybe I'm crossing the border and I'm taking more than $10,000, which I'm not supposed to take across the border, and they will just seize it from you. It doesn't mean it's going to lead to an arrest or all that. So if you answer those questions no, then you are eligible to be able to run for government or do major political assignments. So I don't see anything against him.
Hold on, one man. About you person here. Listen. You feel like well, let me go back that direction. But what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, you said he used Olori.
No, he suggested that he may have. But
okay, you suggested that he used Olori. And now the issue of the female thing that comes to play. And then you're telling me that it's a typographical error for how many years, and he graduated, and he could not rectify. He could not ask them because these are records, student records, and then you cannot tell them that look, you need to change this thing. Then I made an error. I'm a male. I'm not a female, and they could not do that, and they kept that record.
What record was in his graduation? That's the most important.
What record are we talking about here, please?
Doshinama, do you go about carrying your CV around with your certificate everywhere you go?
Dude, don't make this about me, please. I beg.
No, I'm just saying. You see, he has attained the status that he doesn't need to be carrying his certificate or CV everywhere. He is the employer now.
Talking about carrying certificate of what?
His school certificate doesn't need to be carrying around. He's no longer looking for job, even as far back as 90s when he came back and he contested for the public office. So it's not like you and I.
Let him learn. Let us understand what he's saying.
You know, you said that he had not been able to correct it all this while, and I'm trying to let you know that he's not like you and I that were still like in labor
No, you see,
market.
you see, sometimes when we try to defend the indefensible, sometimes some of us sound like actually, wait, there's no way. Not you, Ade. Sometimes when people try to defend Tinubu,
Can I ask a question?
I just wonder what are people talking. Look at how you're spinning it, because he stopped
No,
school.
I'm just trying to put it in a perspective. I'm not spinning it. I'm just trying
Wait,
to look at it
for
from that perspective.
Dewali, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, bro.
Which record are we talking about has Tinubu appearing as female? Which particular record?
That's
The entry,
that's probably
the application form that
exactly that's the only.
Okay,
yeah.
so do you go about showing your matriculation demography to anybody? Does anybody request or require that?
No, my diploma here does not state my sex or whatever it has to identification. It only say my name and what I studied in school, and that's it.
Okay, one more question. Has the university denied knowing him or knowing
No,
of him?
no.
So is there, excuse me, rational mind. I'm not talking to you, rational mind. Mind your business.
We're all talking here.
I'm talking to Dewali. I don't want to talk to you.
All right. Okay.
So I'm just jabbing you. So Dewali, so Tinubu is an alumni acknowledged by his college. They know his sex.
Apologies, Kulata, but you are glossing over a very significant when he presented his credentials to join Chicago State University, he filled the form in the gender space. He put in, we don't even know if it was written
Yeah,
or
but
written.
woman, not just that, woman.
Hold on, let me make the point. He put in female instead of male. So
Okay.
now, so now,
what year was this first? Let's talk.
I'm not sure.
In the 70s. It was in the 70s.
In the 70s. And you can't be carrying your admission letter all around.
Wait, let's ask questions. Now. What kind of computer did we have in the 70s? Was it not punch card?
Yes.
Exactly.
Punch card. Have you seen a punch card before? I grew up with them when I was growing up in Nigeria. Have you seen a punch card before?
No,
it's a card. It's a cardboard paper, like white, rectangle with holes.
The one you used to do your time sheet.
No, this is way before that. This is punch card, old school computer. We had it where I grew up.
I've seen it before.
It's all this card with perforated holes.
Yeah.
It's not like you're punching it. So that is how they record that those data. So it's very likely that someone could make a mistake because it's not. You don't use today's eye to look at it. Look at 70s technology. And if he resumed school, he graduated school and is an acknowledged alumni, there's nothing beyond.
I just even don't understand where the disqualification comes from. When the man has graduated from the school and was awarded a diploma from the school, and there's never a time the school denied not knowing who this particular individual is or was. So, what is the bone of contention? How would that person be disqualified based on the form that he filled to gain admission into the school?
Yeah. I mean, it's a different thing. It's a different thing if you say his entry record to the United States shows him as female, and is that same entry record that was presented to the school as female. That will be that's what the conspiracy.
And what you guys are trying to defend. This is a guy that.
This is not defense. We're talking common sense.
Colata, this is a guy.
There's nothing common in what you just said.
Let me say something.
It's common sense, not common. Common sense.
There's no common.
Compound both words. Compound both words.
Even at this age, nobody carries admission letter into around.
Hold on. Let Des come in.
This is a guy that went to school in Nigeria, right, and claimed that he went to school in Nigeria, and whatever school that he claimed he went to, people came and said no, this guy didn't go here. Also, he's claiming that he went to Chicago State University. Not even one person is coming out to say, "Oh yeah, I know this person. He went to school with me."
No, the school said they did. The school said
No,
they
like
did.
I'm just talking about one person. We know the school. The school said
No,
he.
it would
There's
have,
a documentary
okay.
on TV that has his
No,
colleagues that went to the same school.
No, Olumide, settle down. Just settle down. Don't do that. The school said he went there. So if he attended and he graduated with distinction, so if he went there and graduated with distinction, I suspect that he wasn't just a lone person in the class. So he would have had classmates, whether they come out to say.
So where are they?
Yeah. Who cares?
One of his classmates was actually in U.S. Congress. I hope you know that. Those are the ones that invited him to.
Not even
the
one.
Bill Clinton.
Not even one. The
Not
ex,
one.
like
It was U.S. Congress. Rational mind, your lack of information. Don't use it to infect us in all this platform. Some of us are curious people.
With those kind of words.
I'm not patronizing you. I'm telling you facts.
Let me put this out there so you guys can run with it.
You just said.
Let me put this out there.
They had classmates that was in Congress, Democrats.
They attended
it's not possible that you will graduate as the valedictorian of your class. Do you know what that valedictorian means? Do you know what it means? You know what that means, right?
Explain it for those that don't know.
Okay, they should go and find out. Valedictorian means you graduated the best when in your graduating set. So, and then during your graduate, you had almost over 7 or 10 offers already, and you showed one of the best of the offers. So it's just like as we are speaking now, LASU had their graduation yesterday, and there was a lady that has been pasted all over the internet.
Yeah, 10 million naira. Yes.
Woman, can I say something? I'm going to say something.
Go on.
It's going to be a lengthy one. You see, my take about this is this: Tinubu used.
Why should it be lengthy?
Hold on.
Yes.
Tinubu used Oriolori for America, and this is what happened. This is what I
No, that is your speculation, Nabi.
Yeah, this is what I think happened.
Okay, yeah. All right, carry on.
He used Olori Wale because number one thing is that if you go to that Richard, whatever that college, you would need
Richard Dawi.
Well, I don't know the name, whatever name. So you would need a GED to get in there, or an high school diploma to be able to start your education at the college. That's the requirement here in America. So what is that? What is that GED, which is now our own equivalent in Nigeria?
He went to community college now.
Hold on.
Don't you know that?
Hold on. A community.
You don't even know his record, and you are now talking. Why should you be talking when you don't even know what you are talking about?
One man, but I think it's so injurious to your platform. To even
one man, you shouldn't be letting this kind of propaganda on your platform. This man is talking out of nothing.
Hold on.
Have they even had any American education? First of all, ask them if they understand what American education is. They won't be talking ignorantly like this.
Hold on. You will land a rational mind. But let me just say this. You know what rational mind is saying? Whether, however ludicrous or sensical it is, a lot of people think it. So why don't we hear it so that we can debunk it? So go on. Rational mind.
Because of all of it, already they're saying.
Not community college. I'm a bit alone.
Can I land? You were talking now. You were trying to shush me here now, and I kept quiet. And now you trying to interject me. You people can't stand people criticizing or even talking to you people. I don't get it.
You have the floor.
Now, so here in America, if you must get into any college, either community college or whatever college, you need a GED. That's the standard to get entry.
So sorry, you have to be explaining some of these acronyms to us non-Americans. So what's a GED?
I think it's general something education diploma, whatever. I don't know, whatever it means.
Okay, carry on.
You need a GED or an high school diploma. Now, our equivalent in Nigeria would be our WAEC or WASC or your GCE.
Rational mind.
Hold on. Let me learn. When I finish, you can talk. Now, that is what you would need to get entry. But sometimes you can go through some other kind of program within the college. That's how he did it.
What is it called?
I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't go about to put that in my head. You can go through some kind of program within. If you don't have that, to be able to get the qualification to start that program. I mean, like in nursing, I think they call it I don't know, whatever word they call it. So you can do that too. So which one did you use? Enter. This guy, we only get to know his identity started from Chicago. When he started with Richard, whatever, Darlington College or wherever he started from. That was what we knew him from. Nothing connecting him with Nigeria, as in his primary school, his secondary school, whatever. We don't have any record of that. The only time we saw this guy coming, when people started knowing, I mean, his history could be traced. As in, we could trace his educational history was from America. And then we are now seeing these question marks around his personality. Some of the things he filled out. The same thing he had back in 1999 is still happening again. And the same thing happened again during this election when he submitted some kind of one that submitted the INET. So there's some kind of things around this guy that is shady about this guy. But let me go back to what I'm trying to say. Now, I'm talking about how did he get into the Darling College, whatever he gets in. Is it true?
Richard Daly College, formerly Southwest College.
Okay, so
do you have proof that I did not do GED?
Well, I don't know if he did. If he did, maybe that's what he did.
You don't know. Then say you don't know. Stop saying it like a fact.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
So why did you now say before that this guy is this guy is that? You don't have facts.
Will you stop this? Will you stop this? Let me learn.
No, you stop it. You stop making accusations when you don't have any proof of it.
You know.
What have I said now? Like this?
Do you have proof though?
Hold on.
What have I said? I said.
You know what Kulata is saying to you is that you are skirting on the borders of being defamatory because you don't know it. You don't know either side of the flip of the coin.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to give you how you can get into education here. So how did you? I'm asking questions. How did you get into?
Hold on for rational mind.
Did you do some kind of what we call in Nigeria remedial courses, or what did you do? Did you get GED in America? Is that where you get his GED, or is it the same person that owns that Oriolori? Is it the profile of that person is using all true and true? Is that what happened? We don't even know.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Rational mind. Could that female that they are identifying in the form that he filled, could it be something just as simple as ticking the wrong box? Could it be something as simple as that, which would make the most sense? Could it be that?
It could be. It could be.
Would that be the most sensible conclusion rather than this long
it's one of those logical way of looking at it. But
which one is more plausible? This journey you are embarked upon, or just taking the wrong box?
Come on, man. You see, you're joining this bang.
No, it's logic, isn't it? That's why Kulata is pushing at you.
Things, rather than trying to like put a name, kind of like some condescending name to it. That's what you people, the Agbado people does a lot. I will not come to you.
Rational mind. You're calling names. You are making accusations. Zero proof. Everything you said. Zero proof.
What is zero proof?
Okay. Prove that he did not do GED. Prove that he went to America with Oriolori. Prove that he used Oriolori to enter college.
Proof. That's what you're talking about.
You prove it. You made the accusations now. You burden of proof on you.
How would I make the accusation? Am I article?
What did you spend the last 55 minutes doing?
I'm trying to tell you that this is how you get into American colleges here.
You're trying to mar the man, your president. You're trying to mar the commander-in-chief of your country.
Hey, my brother, boy.
What joy? What joy?
Rational mind. You know, rational mind knows the hold on. Rational mind knows power of suggestion. You suggesting all this innuendos about Tinubu's qualification or how he got into the college. You're trying to spread propaganda in doing so. If you don't have facts,
stop using this word.
Allow me. But
I'm not giving you propaganda. I'm asking
if you make claims without substantial facts to back it up, if you're making claims without substantial facts to back it up,
you are the people defending him, and I'm asking a question.
Well, no, you see, there's one thing to ask a question. There's one thing to ask a question, and another thing to be questioning something. When you question something, the onus is now upon you to provide the proof to your reasoning.
Don't tell me to provide proof. Don't give me that. Don't send me that crap. I'm asking.
No, I'm just telling you
because you are defending him here, and I'm asking questions.
No, you're not asking question. You're questioning him. You question his qualifications. But that's okay. What you're saying?
Let me land. You have the question. Let me ask.
All right, land, and then we move on.
I asked you people come here. You were defending Tinubu that he went to school. He did this. He did that. Now we saw things that raised question on this person. We saw one of the forms he filled, and he ticked the box female. Whoever did that. Now this raises questions.
Even that form, has it been certified that that's the form?
That was what they certified. Yeah.
Who certified it? Who did?
The school certified it. The one because they submit. Hold on. You don't follow. You don't follow.
I said who did. Why are you holding me now? I just asked you a question. Simple question.
I'm not a court of law. I'm not a Wale. I'm not your person to be shouting on here. Please. We're having a conversation here.
Well, we're doing our own version of Olanipekun.
The point is,
you and Latter today. You need to calm down a little bit. You know, some of these submissions
the way they come across to me like
you are the one taking it too overly personal. If their submission is against yours, look, take it in stride and move on. You know, sometimes we don't win this argument.
The thing with the Agbado people is that they want to discredit critics.
The Agbados.
Yeah, they like to discredit when they don't have any facts. That's the way Olanipekun does in court.
You are the one. You see, the problem is you're illogical. You are the one making accusations. You are the one that should be presenting facts. We are just asking you the question. You did. You said he used Olori. You said he's Kiniko. You said he's Kiniko. The burden of proof is on you.
I said, could it be or use Olori?
You didn't say could it be. You said it as a matter of fact.
No, Kolata, that is wrong. He actually.
It's not wrong. He did not say could it be. Rational mind said it.
To be fair, it was Olumide that brought that up. That baby was Olori.
Hey, but Rational was very emphatic about it. Like at a molly, at a make.
You like to.
I only got that information from just blogger or whatever.
Actually, PDP.
The apologist on what's the name of that Yoruba guy?
Gist lover is an extension of the obedience, the ones that are paid to do their job.
PDP subpoena.
You know, I've clashed with that guy before on the platform.
That Scotland guy. Is it the same thing as one Scotland guy that all of them go to?
One man. PDP in their submission today. One of the things they submitted, they subpoenaed the school. They asked for all its transcripts and the records. Whoever had that record called Bola, is it Ahmed or Adekunle Tinubu? Whoever has that record was a very brilliant person. That is a female lady that some people say, some quarters say.
A female is Adekunle.
Yes,
the one man to put it on record, right, for clarification. Do you know this is just this even record that we are talking about now, right? It's just even under the law a mere within the realm of speculation.
Is a footnote.
Yeah, until the defendant actually come forward with the right thing. Because these are private. Hold on, they will admit everything. It's just they will open a defense. Okay, they will even what the court is doing now. When you look at this tribunal, I can beat my chest that Atiku don't sort himself with the powers that be. It's just Obi that is still dancing around. Because even Atiku promised to come with 100 witnesses, he managed to bring 27, and Obi said he was going to come with 50. I think he came with lesser number, maybe 7 or less than 10.
He came like 7 or something.
Like 7, and then when you look at the content,
including a mathematics professor, we have
when you look at the content, he brought one girl. He brought one girl that says she's a cloud engineer. They claim that she worked for Amazon. You get around for Labour Party House of Rep election. So the girl she's not an employee of Amazon.
The ludicrous nature of this thing.
I want 419.
Are we talking to the issue of ground, or are we discrediting people here? Is that what we're doing here?
No. The PDP Labour Party closed their submission, so we're discussing that.
Sorry, woman. Let me say this.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say.
Carry on.
Sorry, I'm not trying to take this space. What I'm trying to say is this: that PDP, they subpoenaed the school. they got all this transcript, the records and everything. That one where that part of that form where it's filled female, all were all certified by the school. That it is certified through copy from them. And that was what they presented to the court. Like Enigmatic said, if they have something to the contrary, when they make their own submission, maybe coming in about 2 weeks time, how many weeks? Next week or in the coming 2 weeks time, we shall find out what other contrary evidence do they have from what the school has. Now the point is this: let us forget all this thing about the thick female, if it's the person, it's not the person. But the thing is this: that if you are the owner of that record, that person that bears Ahmed, Tinubu, Adekunle, or whatever that name is. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that why could you not get the real certificate and submit to INEC? Why did you have to go to Pinterest? Like some people say, speculated that you went to Pinterest.
If David, you're just coaching David Undenyi. If you want to hear it, we'll go to his Twitter page. We don't need regurgitation of bullshit on this platform.
Are you aware that this
did he submit? What did he submit? What did he submit to INEC?
Hold on. Carry this one with your conversation.
Hold on 1 second. Enigmatic. Let me give you this. This is the submission of Atiku Abubakar. Let me see. Okay, I can speed through this. It says the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and Atiku Abubakar, its presidential candidate in the February 25th election on Friday in Abuja, closed their case at the PEPC. This was after calling just 27 out of 100 witnesses they had said they would call to give evidence in support of their joint petition challenging the outcome of the presidential election. The witnesses included expert witnesses such as a forensic analyst, star witnesses, and subpoenaed witnesses, mostly presiding officer of the Independent National Electoral Commission. The petitioners tendered their last batch of documents through their 27th witness, Mr. Mike Enahoro Eba, a legal practitioner. The documents, which were admitted in evidence, included certified true copies of academic and work records of President Bola Tinubu, such as a National Youth Service Corps certificate. So that National Youth Corps certificate, it gives us an inkling of his age because we know when the NYSC started. A certificate from the Chicago State University and a Mobile Nigeria Oil Company PLC certificate of service. Other documents admitted in evidence were a computer-generated copy of a Guinean passport bearing the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu and notarized documents of the judgment showing criminal forfeiture of $460,000 along with certified cover note notarizing it. Enahoro Eba was led in evidence by the petitioner's lead counsel, Mr. Chris Uche SAN. The petitioners also tendered a certificate of compliance and a witness statement on oath to prove the allegations contained in their petition challenging the outcome of the February 25th presidential election. The witness told the court that the NYSC certificate attached to the president's document, which is submitted to INEC together with his form EC9, which is his nomination form, was issued in the name Tinubu Bola Adekunle. So now they're highlighting the conflation between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Tinubu Bola Adekunle. He also told the court that the transcript in aid of admission into Chicago State University made by Southwest College in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu had female as the gender of the applicant. Counsel to all respondents, the Independent National Electoral Commission, Bola Tinubu, and the APC all objected to the admissibility of the documents. Under cross-examination by the lead counsel to INEC, Mr. Abubakar Mahmood, SAN, the witness told the court that he was in Abuja during the election and that he had voted. He further said that the election was smooth from when he was accredited up to when he voted and left the polling unit. The witness also told the court that he instituted a public interest suit against Tinubu at a magistrate court, challenging Tinubu's qualification to contest the presidential election. For his part, counsel to President Tinubu, Mr. Wale Olanipekun SAN, confronted the witness with a letter of the Chicago State University of June the 27, 2022, stating that President Tinubu not only graduated from the university, but graduated with honors. The witness, however, told the court he knew nothing about the letter. Olanipekun also asked the witness if he had gone through the petitioner's pleadings before coming to give evidence, and he said he didn't bother to read it because he was not part of the legal team of the petitioner. The senior lawyer, therefore, told the witness that if he had bothered to read the petition, he would have noticed that the judgment he tendered was not part of the petitioner's case. For his part, counsel to the APC, Mr. Latif Fagbemi SAN, asked the witness if there was any certificate given by a police officer with regards to the judgment he tendered. The witness said there was none. The witness also confirmed to the court that there was no fingerprint or signature on the judgment and that the documents were not certified. The witness, in answering Fagbemi's question as to whether he was an APC member, said he was a member of the Obedient Movement of the Labour Party. Having discharged the witness, Uche told the court that that was the end of the case of the petitioners. My lord, pursuant to paragraph 46 sub 5 of the Electoral Act 2022, we most humbly apply to close the case of the petitioners. The respondents appealed to the court to allow them to open their cases after the Eid holiday. The 5-member panel, led by Justice Haruna, accepted the request and adjourned the case until July the 3rd. The petitioner in their joint petition, marked XYZ, prayed the court to, amongst other things, withdraw the certificate of return issued to Bola Tinubu. So that's essentially what that is all about.
One man, quick question. Have you ever, I'm not saying this is not impossible, but in your life, the decade you spent on this earth, have you ever heard a female named Ahmed?
I've never heard a female named Adekunle, that's for sure.
And also, because I think when they said, what you just read, the female's name was Ahmed, and then there's also Adekunle. So Are we talking about a typographical error? Because, like I said, we had punch card computers back then. We also had manual typewriters. Errors were prone back in the day.
Oh, come on.
And the university has fully embraced the alumni as a star alumni. Actually, that Tinubu, Tinubu is the best student. The biggest alumni that school has ever.
They have now,
the biggest alumni they have
by far.
By a mile.
One man, can you address that point?
And then one man put this thing to you. Rational man, hold on.
That typographical error ever.
That's not a typographical error. It may have multiple middle names. Come on, man. So Yoruba people.
Are you aware of the fact that he was the president of the accounting or whatever it is? It was maybe twice at Data College and at this Chicago State University.
Enigmatic.
So I'm just giving you if you are missing those, if there are those gaps in your conversation.
The point of contention here is this: the origin of that name. Whoever owns that.
He owns his name. What do you mean, whoever?
Nobody get that name. Rational mind. Now those are fabrications from.
Rational mind. Let's you and I let's have a logical walkthrough.
Not a leading one. Don't leave me with the question.
No. I'll ask the question and then you can just bat it away if you feel it's leading. So from where Kulata started, the name Ahmed and Adekunle, you're a Yoruba man. Are they traditional female names?
Ahmed is an Islamic name. And mostly,
is it a female name though?
So far, I've only heard a female bearing Ahmed.
And Adekunle, who traditionally
male.
Okay.
Male, I'm sorry, slip of tongue. That's the typographical.
That's not a verbal typographical.
So slip of tongue. I mean, male rather bears that name. I've never heard female. I don't know in the Muslim world or in the Arab world, maybe they give it to a female.
And Adekunle, who traditionally bears Adekunle in the Yoruba
female
culture?
bears Ade. I have Ade in my. I have
Adekunle.
Adekunle. That is what I don't know because it's Adekunle.
Have you ever come across a female called Kunle?
No. I mean, I used to have it's late now. A cousin that bears Kunle. We call him Adekunle. It's late. So, but then him, right? What am I saying female? You know,
so you've never come across a female called Adekunle, and you have never come across a female called Ahmed.
No.
So what are the likelihood then that that would be a female name so because those were the names that his certificate comes under, which he then registered as female. So
well, it's logical to conclude from what you just said now that
where does logic lead you to? Where does logic lead you to? Does logic lead you to Oriolori or typographical error?
Well, possibly it could be a typographical error.
No, let's use probability. Not possibility. Let's use probability. What is the probability? Not the possibility or the probability. What's probably most likely?
The most likely here, going by what you just said, that
by logic, not what I said.
Well, I mean, from what you just said, I'll go by what you just said. By what you just said, if we were to look at it logically, we should conclude that if Ahmed or Hamed is not a name born by a female, Adekunle, that is still speculating right now. I don't know, but as far as I know, I've only heard male bearing Adekunle. So if we were to go by that, then it will conclude that that person that has that profile, that name should be a male.
So then, if they wrote female or ticked the box female, what most likely could have happened?
Possibly that could have been a real grave typographical error. Yeah.
So then you got there eventually. You got there eventually.
I mean, I'm reasonable, but my point is this. The point I'm trying to say is this: that this person called Tinubu, but why is it that there's always been a question mark around this person? His origin is this and that, and the other time, even before later, Fawe died, he filled out something. He said he wasn't the one who filled it out, and now again we're seeing that the certificate is submitted to INEC, which was on the portal before they asked for evidence of it, and they released it out. The journalists went to ask them, and they give it to him, and he cross-checked it with the ones they have way back from the 70s, the one they gave to him. And he found out that there was not, there's no even resemblance there. So how did he come about that certificate? So why this guy why does he have to often have to have some things around
on the basis of what we just read out, which is the body of our article's petition? Do you think Tinubu has any reason to be worried?
Well, you see, article case, I don't see article case as really of that substance like Obi.
It's all wrapped around the same narrative. Obi doesn't have anything.
Obi is more.
Article has a better case than Obi.
Article case has no
Article
substance.
case has more substance.
How is it better?
Not mine.
You said?
How can a person that came third have a better case than the person
you don't know what is going on.
Okay, how do you know? What do you know?
Okay, let me tell you. It's challenging those areas where he won. The figures they gave to him is challenging it. And those areas that Tinubu and possibly PDP also won is challenging those figures there. He has submitted a lot of evidence to show that, yes, those people did not, those figures that they gave to them, I gave to them.
So what is article challenging there?
For example, like the 18,000.
Isn't that the same thing article challenging?
Can I I don't want to speak about article for that. Let me now narrow it down to Obi. Like the 18,000 blank form AC, whatever that was submitted, that were blank. That is a lot of votes. So who won those votes? Who was it given to? Was it to Tinubu that costed Tinubu? So if there is
those are voided votes now. Those are voided. If it's not legible, then it's voided.
They were not voided because it was uploaded on the IREF. They were not said to be voided. INEC said they have another copy of that the true copy of that, those blank or blood or whatever we cannot see. They said they have it. So
rational mind, if you void that, does that make Obi the winner?
Not void it. No, they did not void it.
No, I know. I said if you. I did not say they voided it. I said so. If the court says okay, we want to void them, does that make Obi the winner?
Yeah, we have to subtract. We have to subtract that number from whoever won from that area.
And then who wins when they void?
The point is, even those voided documents that the rational mind is speaking about now, they are, of course, they admitted everything in evidence, but the fact remains that they questioned the fact that was when these people were crying that INEC was not cooperating with them and stuff like that, and INEC told them point blank that we are not obligated to cooperate with you, or based on the we are a party to the to the suit. All you need to do is do what you need to do, and even the court told them, did you do this up to the local level, up to issue subpoena and stuff like that. Those blank stuff that they presented, the court says you are coming with a mindset of presenting facts to the court. How are you coming with a blank document? So it's not just about coming with truckload of blank documents trying to grandstand that you are working. Why are you coming to the court with blank documents?
No.
And then when they questioned you, when they questioned you on that, you're trying to shift the blame to INEC. And then the court reminded you that there are certain processes and procedures you could have done to file against INEC, up to having to subpoena, to issue subpoenas up to local levels. Did you do that? They didn't do that.
No, not exactly as you said.
It's just stunned. It's just.
They came to the tribunal with TV. With a plasma screen, and do you know what they brought? Do you know what they were doing with the plasma screen? They played Tinubu's interview the day he went
in London. No, is it the London one that they said they grab it? Whatever that. I think they played that one.
Why is that sounding ridiculous to you guys?
Hold on, and the day he went to break the news to Buhari that he has chosen Shetima as his running mate.
Okay.
I was
you can laugh. You can laugh, but then we shall see how that pans out in court.
But let's even look at this. So let's even say this 18,000 from IRM. It represents roughly 10%.
Oh God.
10%.
Did you hear what that mathematician said?
Mathematician, they talked about two things.
We can fall in hand. Waiting they talk.
Mathematician from Abia State University. I'm a bit on law. Anyway.
So
Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Nnamdi Azikiwe, Abia State, all that thing.
Nigeria is a Nigerian. Let's forget that. If Tinubu
he's a Nigerian now. That's what I'm saying. I'm a bit on law because he's a Nigerian from Abia State.
I know where you're going. You're trying to say.
Why am I going?
Yeah, because you're saying it's from Southeast. He's an Igbo person. He will support his own person. So if Tinubu now start presenting his own counter, whatever evidence, and start bringing his own witnesses to come and.
But rational mind, he said he was ready to present 50 witnesses. Now, what happened to the 50 witnesses? What happened?
Well, I don't know if that. I don't know if that. I can't support that. But what I'm saying that if Tinubu start presenting a Yoruba witnesses,
he's a Yoruba guy now. I'm a no, same thing.
So why would you say that? So you see, come on.
I'm saying that Yoruba too. That if you present Yoruba, we know where it's going to. I mean, we're saying the same thing.
All right, Rational Mind, let me use this question to bring Ajale Koko into the conversation.
If you don't mind, can we Rational Mind submit his apology so we can move on?
Who should submit his apology?
What apology for what now? For what?
Apology
for what now? For what? Bring that go on for what now? Because I agree with one now because of the way he's
for a president in Bola Ahmed Tinubu right now, the president of the most powerful black nation in the world. And
let me ask you a question before if you want me to submit an apology, which I don't think I'm going to do, but let me ask a question. How do you explain the Ahmed and the Adekunle the same time between Bola and Tinubu? How do you explain that?
But one man already walked you through.
He walked me through does not mean anything because this guy is good at what he does.
Also came to the conclusion that it may have been a clerical error. So let's just move on.
Let me ask you a question, Rational Mind. How many middle names do you have? I have about 10.
No. The legal name. I mean, you can have 10, but in your birth certificate or your certificate, document of travel or whatever, is that all those names on that document? That's the question.
Yes.
No, you. I mean, I'm asking you if you have.
Yeah, me. I have all those names in my birth certificate. Yes.
So if you have like 10 names, all your 10 names fit in that birth
From grandma Ono to grandpa Ono to parents Ono.
An auntie and neighbor, everybody will give you a name.
Don't be ridiculous. Your name.
Rational mind. Let me ask you one basic question. 5 seconds. Okay. Is his first name and last name consistent? Whether it's Bola Ahmed or Bola Adekunle, the first and the last name, are they consistent? It's question Nimobiri now.
Yeah, it's consistent. Those two are consistent. Yeah.
Okay, and then as a Yoruba person, he can have multiple middle names that starts with A.
That's to tell you there's something fishy there.
No, what is fishy? I am Oluwa something 3 times. Oluwa something.
Yeah. One man. Let me ask you. You guys are asking me a question. That the NYC exemption certificate that was given, that was issued out. What was the middle name that was there? It's not Adekunle.
I couldn't tell you. I'm not aware. I'm not aware.
I'm not saying I'm sure, but what I heard, I think I saw it, but I'm not too sure, is Bola Adekunle Tinubu. So what happened to that happening? So why is this guy not consistent? Why is there no consistency in these guys? In this guy's.
Ahmed is an Islamic name, and Adekunle is a Yoruba name. My God.
Tinubu is a phenomenal.
If you have like
in Yoruba, they say, "Oh no, Majeka, big boss of
No, Adekulu. You know, usually you ask us to say what is catchy to us today. I have something real quick.
Go on.
Okay. So I heard something. I want to keep it in the realm of speculation for now until I find out if it's a fact or not. But if it comes out to be real and fact, then I will consider it so humiliating and so mortifying of the personality of such a person to have reduced herself to such an ignominious character. I'm talking about Okonjo-Iweala. I heard that she ignored Tinubu in France, even when some world leaders actually.
What?
Yes, that when some world leaders and some people within the entourage tried to call her attention to that, she still did, and then she gleefully had to post some certain things on Twitter to glorify that. So I just want to put it on record that if she...
can you go on our Twitter handle? Let's go on our Twitter handle. We'll find out.
Yeah, so I just want, like I said, I'm putting it on in the realm of speculation. But if it is actually fact, if it's a fact and she actually did that, then that is a professional fourth part that she it's so disconcerting, and
I don't think she would have done that. I don't think that's her personality, and certainly where she occupies now would not lend to that sort of a behavior.
Obedience are very happy about that now. They are saying all stuff like that, negative stuff like that, write them up, and they get so happy about that. But that just
because Tinubu would need him
would need her on him.
Oh, her rather. That's a typographical error.
They both need each other. When she's going for a second term, the country, the home country, will have to be a part of our campaign and stuff like that. But I don't want to even talk about the politics or who needs who now, right? But at that level, if actually is a fact, then that is so disappointing and so embarrassing.
I'm on our Twitter page now, and she's putting out photographs of I hope you can see of her at that meeting. It says more images from the summit, but there are no images with her and her president. So you can see her with Macron.
Tinubu did not attend now. That's what they said. They just show face and then walk out, come out there. They said he could not stand intellectual. That's what some people said. maybe the obedience were saying that. They
said he went for. They said he was unwell or something.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe that's another.
That's a lie. Tinubu was there. Tinubu had pictures with Akiwumi, Elumelu, all of them, with a lot of the world leaders there. I followed all this stuff. Tinubu was there. So
Odiego.
So
This is serious.
So if Kojo Wella is not taking picture, could it be that, like you said, one man that is unwell? That is why he could not, because they said he only showed face and then he disappeared. He asked the Nigerian ambassador to France to.
That's it. That you are having a second hand. That's why I say sometimes when you come to this platform, let's be quick with information.
So what do you have to the contrary? What evidence do you have?
If you follow NTA very well, when the live thing, it was very close. He was sitting right behind who? I think this.
I saw that picture. I saw that picture you're talking about.
So he's been present all through. Okay. So now, from what I heard, was even some people like I said, it's still under the realm of speculation, and I want to give her a benefit of the doubt. But that some people called her attention to that. She still, vehemently did what she wanted to do by ignoring a president, probably because she had this belief that, the obedience that Tinubu is not their president. But at that stage, it's just like you see Joe Biden, right, in this kind of environment, and because of the fact that you are called MAGA Republican in the US, and then you probably are supposed to be the eye of the US in that within that capacity, and you ignore your president. It's not about politics anymore. It's about the project, your personal projection as a professional.
But enigmatic. I just put the position now. But yeah, you are doing the same thing that you're accusing me of doing. You said, hold on, Farabara.
Okay, I'm spinning, Abby.
Hold on. You said I don't have any fact. You're telling me that NT has something contrary to what I just said. But you are saying here that you heard that he ignored Tinubu. We don't know. And then you said we should go check his...
You said when I started, I leave it in the realm of speculation.
I know you said that. So we all speculate. So let us not attack anybody that is speculating. Because maybe all speculation does not go
all right. Let's leave that in the realms of speculations. But let's stay in France, where Tinubu is. He's getting a lot of praises from his performance in France. Challenging the world that you ignore Nigeria at your peril and informing them that Africa is going to be the centerpiece of its foreign policy positioning. So what do you make of how it's positioned in France? But before we take on that question, I was going to bring Ajan Lekoko into the conversation, and I was going to bring Ajan Lekoko into the conversation from that petition space. Do you think, Ajan Lekoko, that Peter Obi missed an opportunity to negotiate a position for himself rather than go to court? Because now that the court has played out, now he has no leverage anymore. Should he have, when things were at the height of it, should he have negotiated a position for himself? Not necessarily just negotiate himself out of it, rather than this embarrassment that we're seeing. Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think Obi is doing the right thing. He believed that INEC did not follow the guideline and the rules of the game as they promise the country, as they promise them as a party, as they promise the international community. So, and he believed that because of that, he lost the election. He believed if they have followed their guideline thoroughly and accordingly, he will have won. So he's challenging the process, and because it was a process that ushered in Tinubu as the winner of the election. So But if the process, according to him, was faulty, then the whole exercise is garbage. So it is permitted by the law to do what he's doing, to challenge the election result. And I don't think he's doing anything wrong. So negotiation can come later after the whole
Well, he will not have leverage anymore, though. After the court case, after if he loses in court, or when he loses in court, he doesn't have leverage anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Everything will depend on Tinubu. If Tinubu feel that, yes, let us solve the problem of Nigeria together. If Tinubu want to practice government of inclusiveness, yes, he can bring him on board. He can let him come and have a conversation. They sit down on a round table, and then they will talk it out on a way forward for the country, for the interest of the country. So everything is in the hand of Tinubu now. And Obi has not done anything wrong. Let us wait. Let us be patient. Let us see what will come out of it. It's good for our democracy, as far as I'm concerned. It will correct the abnormalities and whatever wrong whatever is wrong with the process. It will enable the legislator to come out with another law to correct it in the future. So he's doing the right thing. It can help the process. It can help us to perfect the process better for the future. So I believe they are going to discover a lot of wrongdoing, a lot of shenanigans perpetrated by ANEC. We cannot say that ANEC did not do anything one way or the other. The ANEC did something wrong. The party themselves did a lot of things wrong. All the party, including the Obi's party. So everything will be ironed out at the law court. And the INEC and our political stakeholder, we take note of every abnormality that went wrong during the that happened during the election, and all stakeholders can come together in the future and make the process work better for our democracy in the future. So Obi is not doing anything wrong, woman. He's doing the nation a very good favor for us to perfect the process in the future. He might not win. He might not be declared as a winner, but at least a lot of loopholes and the wrong thing that were carried out as per the way yes.
But the question is, who was the beneficiary of that shenanigans by INEC, and why did INEC have to collude to do that if there is no some kind of compensation or some kind of payment by APC and Tinubu? Because if INEC wants to be a fair referee in that contest, they should not take side. But if they are like they take sides as it is right now by declaring Tinubu, that makes you that they are complicit and they haven't paid, or they have some kind of gains that they get from APC to have declared Tinubu as the winner of the election.
That statement is false.
As it false?
Because Obi sued INEC and Tinubu. So okay. INEC is already on the other side because Obi sued INEC and Tinubu. Atiku sued INEC and Tinubu. So that's how it's done.
I mean, what is Obi sue INEC? That's the question.
Because INEC is the umpire.
So
for issuing the certificate of return,
yeah. So they issued certificate of return, which they felt that they should not have done that because of the provision.
And so you can't say INEC is taking side. They shoot them. They
took side. That's what I'm saying. By my estimation,
it's not taking side. They sued INEC. What is INEC? They're supposed to defend themselves.
Well, I understand that part that they sue INEC, that they have to take side because they have to stand by their
all right. How did INEC take sides, Rational Mind?
Now, they took side by declaring Tinubu as the winner without following the guidelines that they said they were going to follow.
Which is what?
I mean, they say they're going to transmit it. We heard it repeatedly, and like Enigmatic was saying when they brought the plasma screen TV, just to tell them that, look, INEC said consistently that they were going to transmit this result in real time, and everybody will be able to view it, and from there they'll be able to declare the winner. So, but then they reneged on that, and then they went ahead and declared Tinubu even when he has not satisfied.
Because they did not transmit, is that the taking side?
Yeah. And then from all the evidence I don't want to take
Rational Mind, is that in the Electoral Act as amended?
That
Mahmoud, whatever came out from Mahmoud's mouth or anybody's mouth or whatever they could be saying, does that sync, or is that is that at variance with Electoral Act, or do you even know how tribunal works? The election.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer to understand how it works.
Okay. So that's why when anything you hear from Mahmoud or from any functionary at all, right, of INEC or anything that is at variance with the provision of the Electoral Act, right, is dead as dodo, just to put it easy for you.
Well,
so they can go ahead and play even Mahmoud Jega's Kamasotra statement or whatever, bring it to the court. As long as it's not in the Electoral Act, boy, don't go be that.
Hold on. There's a part of the
all right. Let me say this, and then you have the final word on that space, and then we move on now. But INEC did not take sides. Rational Mind. What INEC did was that they did a piece of work, and they followed it through its natural conclusion. And what they are defending is not necessarily Tinubu, but their body of work. So they were tasked to carry out an election, which they did to crescendo into a winner. So that's being challenged, and they are defending their piece of work.
I get
so
that.
If it was Atiku or Peter Obi, whoever was it, they'll still defend that piece of work.
I get that.
So they're just defending a piece of work. It's nothing to do with taking sides.
What the decision they arrive at by declaring Tinubu. But my point is that the process that led to Tinubu being declared, it shows that they were compromised, they were complicit, or kind of like they worked for the emergence of Tinubu. That's
that's what's being challenged. Yeah, that's what's being challenged, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what is being challenged in court now. That's what I'm saying. So my question to Adeliko, I know Adeliko has to go back to what we're talking about, is that I think I forgot that question, but there's another question I want to ask you, Adeliko. When you said Tinubu, we have to, if they declare him as okay, there's no substance to this case, they throw it out of court, or maybe they declare Tinubu as the president. Now, my question to you, Adeliko, is this: are you sure Tinubu will want to work with this guy? Going by what he said on that Democracy Day, June 12 speech he gave, that those people who lost should not bask in the euphoria of maybe success or whatever. Are you sure Tinubu is going to do that? Because this is a person who, I'm going to go by what he said, I don't think he wants to work with anybody who has challenged him. Are you sure?
Well, look, Rational Mind, we don't know what Tinubu is going to do. Nobody can say what he will do with Obi after the final judgment by Supreme Court. Maybe we consult with him and offer him something or ask him to help in whatever capacity that he feels he can help the country to move forward. Nobody can say anything. The fact that he made that statement, a ridiculous statement, we call it, doesn't mean that he won't want to do anything with Obi. As a matter of fact, his advisor should advise him that, look, Oga, if not for Obi, you won't be president of Nigeria. So you have to show some appreciation by bringing Obi closer. It's Obi that took you to where you are today. If Obi have not did not move away from PDP, there's no way you will have won. And for strategic reason, I think he should get closer to Obi. Should bring Obi closer. Can bring Obi.
Adale Koko, can I disagree with you? I think when Obi loses in court, then Obi, as far as Tinubu is concerned, Obi should be finished. But then what I suspect he will do is he will try and promote another name in the Southeast as a replacement for Obi, because once the court case has come and gone, why should they even care about Obi anymore?
Okay, you know why you should care about Obi is to you should care about Obi in order to kill his political future. Because if we can bring Obi into his government, automatically Obi will not have a political strength to challenge him in the future. Because people will ask him a question, hey, you are part of the team, you join him, you do everything. What are you talking about? Why do you want to challenge him this time? So he have to bring, for strategic reason, for strategic political reason, I think he should bring Obi closer and not abandon him. Because look, Tinubu, if Tinubu doesn't turn around that economy to work for everybody and for everybody to start having hope that, yes, we are on the right direction, we are on the right, we are moving towards economic prosperity, Tinubu will be disgraced in the next election. He'll be beaten hands down, because Nigeria cannot take more pain than what we had during the what we had, what we went through in the last 8 years. We can't continue. So what Buhari will have suffered if the constitution had allowed third term is what Tinubu will come to suffer in the next 4 years. Nigeria will troop out in their millions to say enough, because they are going to wrap them together. APC. This is APC failure. It's going to be beyond Tinubu. They've said Buhari came, destroyed the country, and you now promise everything that you are going to, just like as Buhari did, that promised so much and failed, and you are failed again. So we don't want you people anymore. And that might give some oxygen to Obi to come up stronger against him in the future. You can't.
Can I chime in, if you don't mind?
Let me make this point. You
Okay.
You can't write off Obi politically in that country now. Look, in the last 1 year, nobody thought that Obi can be where he is today politically in that country. None of us saw it. None of us saw it. You can attribute it to all kind of things, tribal, religion, but this guy make a landmark politically, as we never seen before in the history of that country, coming from nowhere.
How enduring is landmark, Babajale Koko?
That's what I was trying to even.
Hold on. Landmark. How many states did Tinubu win?
How enduring.
Hold on. How many states did Tinubu won? How many states did Atiku won?
Stay with that question.
Bearing all circumstances, Babajale Koko, I think.
Sorry, Dewale. Adale Koko, stay with the question that Dewale and Enigmatic asked you. How enduring is this moment that Peter Obi, this purple patch that is enjoying? How enduring is it?
That will be determined by Tinubu's performance. That will be determined by Tinubu's performance. If Tinubu should fail, you guys will be surprised that Obi will come up stronger in the next 4 years.
I disagree, Baba. Completely disagree.
Oh, okay. So are you telling me that if Tinubu fail, Nigeria will want to vote for him in the next 4 years?
But it's not going to be Obi. Let's focus on Obi. Let's focus on Obi. Forget about. Let's assume Tinubu.
Look. Let me tell you this. Obi has already registered his name.
But we just asked you a simple question: how enduring is whatever he did now in 2023? What is the sustenance of that momentum? How enduring is that, quote and unquote?
That is
right. That is very.
Can I answer that question to you? For you, can I answer that question?
Tinubu's performance will determine that.
Yeah.
If Tinubu fail, then you will see him coming up stronger again the next 4 years. But if Tinubu perform very well, that means
they are not sorry, they are not mutually exclusive. They are not mutually exclusive.
You are not answering the question at all.
They are not mutually exclusive.
Can I answer the question?
I mean, how do you want me to? Do you know tomorrow? How do you want me to answer that question?
No, you made a statement like it's mutually exclusive. If he fails, then Obi wins. That's not true.
Obi will not command anything again from all this. Look, what will happen is already out there. Before I even proceed with that, let me quickly say one thing.
Okay, then I will ask you a question too.
Yes, I know.
Let Enigmatic land that point, and
okay.
then I'll
right.
Yeah.
Okay. What I want before I proceed, right? Instructively and to correct a lot of people, INEC in tribunal right now, they've taken off that hat of a referee, of a what other thing again, of a referee and the middleman. Now
umpire.
Good, God bless you, one man. Umpire. They have the heart of a defendant because they've been part of they are part of a process as by virtue of Labour Party and PDP, right? Putting them on the spot. So they need to defend their reputation. They need to defend their professional conduct. They need to defend their pronouncement. They need to defend what they are supposed to do as guaranteed by the Constitution. So now that umpire that you people are expecting them to be they are not supporting any candidate. They are supporting their actions and whatever you want to call it, actions or inaction. That is what they are doing now in court because they do have a legal department that does that. Mahmoud is one of their legal luminary who does that for them. That is by the side. Then number two, the question that we asked you: what is the enduring factor that will propel obedience forward or Labour Party? The Labour Party movement, the Labour Party itself, which is the vehicle that Obi actually leverage to actualize whatever you are attributing to him now. Labour Party is almost shattered now, right? If they are on one side, Obi is on one side, and we've had it severally that obedience they are not part of Labour Party. I don't want to believe there is any obedient on this platform who is a card-carrying member of Labour Party. And we can say that of almost millions, more than a lot of obedience. That is one. The yelling, crying, agitation that you are still hearing about Obi's candidate, our mandate now, it has basically subsided to a particular region of the country. And we know that. And then the people who are still agitating about what their mandate is or not, right? They are still under the same umbrella. So that is just within 2 or 3 months after a national election. I'm putting it down to you now, answering the question for you. So another one is the North Central that you see most of those numbers, right? And the Southwest where you see the numbers, and even some parts of the South where you see most of the numbers. That was part of the purple patch, right? Now, 2 months after the election, has it been able to even maintain that focus to keep the party together, right? Look at the National Assembly election that we just had. Very glaring that Labour Party, they went their way. So now the maintenance of that is already lacking. The enduring part of that, is it possible that the next 4 years, let's assume Tinubu come back with the F9 parallel in the next 4 years? Are you telling me that North Central will still go with this man? Have you understood it? Because it took them less than a week or 2 weeks, right, for the core politicians to go back to the drawing board and nullify all his momentum. Almost all the state of the federation, he came back with only one state. Now the National Party of Labour Party, they are not seeing him as core party member because he's obedient. They are even not part of them. I've said it earlier, just to buttress that point again. Then are you seeing the Oyo the Lagos state, the momentum he had in Lagos state, or which other state, Nasarawa state, or some other state, repeating itself in 4 years? And how are you sure in the next 4 years, Peter Obi, right, is still going to be, of course, it can still be a factor in the Southeast, but with the momentum and what the kind of politics that South is bringing on board now, do you want to tell me South will not come up with a very powerful mechanism to checkmate whoever is coming from Southeast? So Obi now, right, the political capital Obi has basically depreciated beyond what we had in 6 months ago, because now the IPOP part of obedient, they're already going back to their shell, right? The fulcrum of NSAS, they are going back to wherever they belong. So all you are seeing now is everything is going back to default setting, Southeast agitation. So PDP as a whole, do you think PDP will not find a way to renavigate or probably to reposition their party in the Southeast? They have apparatchiks in all those. So how many states as we speak is Labour Party commanding in Nigeria as executive? Only one, Abia State. And there's every possibility, and I've said it on this platform, and I want to say it again, there's every possibility that Alex Oti will either move to PDP or APC. There's every possibility for that. So when they lose the only governor they have, and then they lose, at least if they do not lose the entire contingent of Labour Party folks in National Assembly, I can assure you that a couple of them will move either to PDP or APC. That is just 4 years from now. So, and then core politicians, they are not waiting for the next election. They're already planning for the next election. So when you are talking of
in National Assembly now, what party has the Labour Party candidates been caucusing with? Who have they voted with in terms of leadership position and all? Isn't it APC?
Ochi visited someone yesterday, day before yesterday.
Isn't it APC that they've been voting for and caucusing?
So essentially, people are not poaching the.
On the rational mind, got to push. Permission.
So what poach? Is that what you're doing now? You think what I'm forced to agree? I mean, what I'm kind of like agree with anybody or some of the things. This even though I agree with you in some of the things said, but you see, it's still like we're just speculating. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. But once you fail to put into all you just said is what were the factors that led to the emergence of this so-called obedience or this movement that just wanted a total shift from the old order. Let me say, I'm not saying that Obi is not part of the order, but like I used to say here on this platform, it's one of the lesser evil among these old orders. So what led to what were the factors? You mentioned NSAS, and maybe you mentioned the IPOP stains, but that's not all that there is in this whole obedient movement that propelled Obi to limelight. But then, if these factors were still there, if Tinubu does not address them, I don't see how Obi would be taken out of the equation. That is, as long as he's relevant and he has not tainted his person, like getting involved with some things, and maybe Tinubu also. So, but I don't see Obi going on the decline. Well, there are factors that could lead to his not being relevant, but I doubt that, because if Tinubu failed to address these issues of the police brutality that led to NSAS, the issue of the secessionists, both among the Yorubas and the Igbos, and also the economic crisis, which the social economic crisis and political crisis within Nigeria, which I belong to that group. Why I hated not Tinubu, I'm going to say hated. Why I hated APC, and by extension, Tinubu's government and is coming in emergence. It's just because of the way they've handled Nigeria, how they tricked Nigeria into voting them in 2015 through Buhari and all that played after. And so for me, if those things are not addressed, I don't see that momentum. I don't see that. I don't see it dying. And if Tinubu, like Adelikoko said, if Tinubu do not just pray that Tinubu is successful. If he's not successful, I don't see that. Except maybe going by the
why are you guys making the same mistake? The choice is not binary. It's not Tinubu or Obi. It's not a binary choice. As long as Obi is not in PDP, it's not a binary choice. It's not 1 or 0 or yes or no. Because Obi is going to be there, someone else in PDP is going to be there, and then Tinubu is going to be there. So it's not if Tinubu goes down or Obi goes up. That's why I'm saying it's not mutually exclusive.
I mean, the issues on ground that led to the emergence of the obedience. The obedience is all about IPOP. It's all about.
That's why I say Tinubu's loss doesn't have the automatic mean Obi's gain. That's the point I'm trying to make.
It will mean because
no, it doesn't.
Hold on. You see, the Nigerian political history. If you look at it, we don't have a history of people who just come out from nowhere and they suddenly become relevant. Obi did that. He break that because on this platform, I think some days ago we argued.
He came third.
Hold on. He came third. That's still. You see, yeah, it came third, but yeah, on this same platform here, you were here that where somebody was saying, you said somebody lied on you for saying that.
He lied on me to say that he said he won't win any state. I don't tolerate lies. I can tolerate any other thing but lies.
But what I'm saying is that on this platform, we've seen people that made the bets that said that Obi will not even get up to 1 million. Some people say, even if he win with 1 or 2 states, we should thank God. But to the many people's surprise, he had over 6 million. Who could even have imagined that? So the point
I did.
So you I mean, so my point is this, guys, is that I doubt if Obi is going to go on a decline. I doubt it because right now, if you look at the political space right now, the 3 names that are popping up is Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku. But I'm sure Atiku will go on the decline because I'm sure with Wike going back to PDP, if it doesn't go to APC. For what I'm saying, that they said they are wooing him to come to APC. But if he remains in PDP, which I doubt if he's going to remain in PDP because I don't even see how that politics is going to work. If he has to work with Tinubu, I don't know how he's going to be in PDP and be working with Tinubu. So that would be anti-party. So he better just leave PDP. So what I'm trying to say is that among the 3 juggernauts, I see Obi still relevant. The only thing that can really kill Obi, if he's getting himself involved in some shady things, or maybe Tinubu were able to dig out some things about him that really tarnish his image, and maybe join Tinubu in his government, and that will also kill him because that will make some obedient like people like me to start saying like, okay, see the same people. I mean, part of the whole order that would think that we're trying to change. So he will lose me. So my point is this: I doubt he's going to lose. He's going to go on the decline. I doubt it. So all what you just said, well, even some of the things you said, even though they make sense, but you need to factor in the issues on ground, those social, economic, and political issues that if Tinubu if he fails to address them, I doubt it. He will get a rival that will truly rival him in the next election, except maybe he use federal might, being that he controls everything. He could rig himself in like Bubu did in 2019, rig himself in and use police and army and everybody just, so I think that's the only way I think he can rig himself back in again. If he fails to do very well, but if he does very well, maybe people might look at it like, oh, he's doing well. Let us allow him to continue and do his second term. Maybe Obi might not be relevant, but Obi will totally go on. I doubt it. That's all I have to say.
All right, brother. Yeah.
To the question you asked about, I think Babaja responded to that question, and I said I disagreed. Tinubu does not need Obi for any. He doesn't even need him for a dog catcher job. He does not need him in his. He doesn't. They are not on the same level. He does not need him. Atiku is an OG. They know how to take care of themselves behind the scene. They're already taking care of themselves. They're already cutting deals. They know how to do that, and that's why you see PDP and articulate like all this random mockery. You see their body language. You see this guy, the former NTA Director General, this Bayelsa man, this white guy. What's his name?
It told me.
No. Even
Bruce.
Bruce. When you see all those guys, you will see. Look, one man. If you are an OG in the political sphere, right? You know how to coordinate yourself and coordinate your band, right? Obi and his obedient, as you see them, excruciatingly and viciously still, lamenting all over the place. He will tell you he's still a very little boy when it comes to that. high level political, conversation. It's not there. They don't need him. Even from South, if Tinubu will need anyone at all, not on his board now in the Southeast, I think he'll be looking forward to working with people like Soludo, like this new Enugu governor, if he's able to survive his situation.
No. The rational mind. Sorry, can you hear me? Rational mind. That was exactly what I was saying earlier. That Peter Obi he should have played the politics rather than played the populism. So I think it's done after this thing. Like you said, they will just promote Soludo as the Igbo alternative, and it's done after this election.
One my quick comment, if you don't mind. Hello?
Yeah, no, carry on, and then we move on. I think we've overlabored there will be something, but yeah.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, Obi's going to claim victim and leave Labour Party and perhaps go to APGA, and that'll probably be the end of him.
Yes, Apuga, back to Apuga. He did promise Ojoku that he wasn't going to leave, so maybe he'll make his way back. So, I tell you, Coco, round off your thoughts, and then I want to move to Tinubu's performance in France, which has been getting a lot of mixed reviews. So, but back to Ajane Coco.
Okay. Who is that?
No, that's Olaoluwa Suraju or something. Okay, Ola, mute yourself. Olaoluwa, mute yourself.
Okay,
yeah, carry on, Najale Koko.
Let me ask an enigmatic question. How would you rate Obi's performance in the last election? Is anyone listening?
Is there?
Yes, sir.
How would you rate his performance?
Okay, without being pedantic, right, and then not giving to any excuses of how he achieved that. Exceedingly, he performed exceedingly well, unprecedentedly, even beyond my expectation. So if I have to rate him over 10, I think I will give him maybe a 7 over 10.
So,
can I rate him too?
Oh yeah, rate him.
Yeah, I'll probably give him like maybe 6 or 5.5 over 10. And what Obi did, not only if he had paid attention to a lot of things going on, it was quite clear. Anyways, we know the religious factor, the Christian factor is going to be a big deal, and I was not surprised. I'm surprised to anyone on this platform or elsewhere that would think that Obi was not going to win the entire 5 states in the East. That's almost a given. So how many votes those came about? That's another thing. But I had Obi.
Sorry, Prince. It's a given only in hindsight, Because
no. Well,
it didn't have structures, and the Southeast is a PDP domain. It's only in hindsight that is a given.
No. Only I was on this platform, I guess, back then. You and I was chatting when it first started. But anyway, so no, to me and people around me, I give Obi absolutely. Actually, I had a percentage for him. Initially, I said, hey, Obi was going to win 60% of all of the Southeastern votes. Then over time, I saw the poor performance with Atiku, not able to reconcile with the G5 and the way he was playing his game. So I opted up. I said, okay, Obi is going to win like 85%. I did. And so Southeast was not a surprise at all. I mean, it was a given. And Southeast did not need structure. It was more ethnic. There's no structure needed at all. They were going to vote for Peter Obi no matter what. It's a given. Now, Obi, at the end of the day, because, politics is like, a lot of things change in 24 hours. Of course, I had Tinubu winning Lagos, but almost getting to the last minute of Lagos, I like, hey, if Tinubu wins Lagos by 1 point, it's going to be a great victory because I saw what's happening. Why? It was like I was also doing my own research, so to speak. Three boys in the family. 2 of my brothers chose to want to vote for Peter Obi, and I myself, I couldn't even vote. So, I was my classmates, my family members, and like, it sounds to me like Yoruba people, anywhere from 15 to 20, 25% are going to vote for Peter Obi, and that's what happened. So they voted for Peter Obi. So overwhelmingly, not overwhelming, but a large percentage of Yorubas voted for Peter Obi, believe it or not, from different category, from different class. From the educated class, most especially, and the Christian people. So that was also a given. Now Obi doing very well in this central, north central with Christian population were also a given. So I was not surprised at all. Obi, I was not surprised.
I wish you had discovered this platform earlier. Kulata presented a spreadsheet on that election, which to 80-85% accuracy is probably the highlight of the platform so far. But yeah.
Okay.
And then Kulata is still suffering from the black backlash as we speak.
That's why they flog him everywhere he goes. That's why they flog him everywhere he goes.
So rational is it Ajokoko, right? So I give him let's give him 5. No, let's 6. It is 6 over 10. That's it.
All right, I will give him that 7 that Enigmatic gave him.
One man.
Yeah.
Do you know that this is the only platform where, the first one that I know, that the election spreadsheet was, discussed and analyzed first before every other platform. This is the only show that did that. Didn't know that.
We gave everybody an equal opportunity. By the way, the Obedience brought their spreadsheet as well, and as they were talking us through their spreadsheets, Kulata is here, Ajan Lekoko is here. They'll tell you if I'm lying or not. They brought their spreadsheet, and as they were talking us through their spreadsheet, they also concluded that Tinubu would win. So it wasn't. I don't know quite why they are pretending now.
Please, can I say something?
Oh yes, Olaoluwa, good to meet you. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding Obi, yes, I want to be at least I can give Obi 7 over 10 because he did very well.
We're struggling to hear you.
Please, can you hear me now? Is it clearer now?
No, there's a rattling, there's a static at the background of but carry on. We'll carry on.
Okay. Yes, one thing is that Obi has opened the chance for himself and closed the chance. No any politician can come to the political space in Nigeria again and go the way Obi went, because Obi opened that chapter and closed that chapter. Obi opened our politicians' eyes. Obi has taught APC many things they didn't know before. The same thing goes to the PDP. Obi has taught Nigerian politicians how to play religious politics and ethnicity, and also how to counter such political strategy in the future. If not the way Tinubu played his politics, he wouldn't have won the election. So if PDP had known that Obi is going to go far like that, PDP will have probably would some other key politicians in South, and Southeast. So now that's why I said such thing cannot repeat itself in political space in Nigeria.
To your point, I was going to say Atiku was banking on the 12 million vote from of Buhari, and he chose at his own peril to ignore the East, and that's what happened to Atiku. So and Peter Obi ran away with it. So again, it goes down. This Obi doing extremely well by any standard was as a result of Atiku's poor performance and ability to strategize politically to get things done. That shows how terrible. It's a telling on article actually, more so than the brilliance of Obi that people are trying to give him credit for. I think it shows how poor article did perform. That's my conclusion to that.
No, all the elements aligned for Tinubu is really how to conclude it because Kwakwanso took away from Atiku all of those because a lot of votes could have gone to Atiku's direction in Kano, Buhari even took away from Atiku but the biggest takeaway from Atiku was Peter Obi. But Peter Obi didn't take sufficient enough to win. He just took sufficient enough to damage Atiku. So
No, one minute. No, it was more. It was more. Tinubu taken away from Atiku. Let's keep it real, because how many votes actually came out of the Southeast? If it was not for Tinubu's strong performance in the North, okay, that's what Atiku was banking on. They came out, is it Daniel Buhala multiple times? He said, oh, it's in the bank. The 12 million votes from Buhari's go to Atiku. So they two were kind of playing this religious thing in the background, not so much in the foreground like Obi did. So it was Tinubu. It was Tinubu's brilliance and hard work in the North.
Let me ask you a question. If Peter Obi was not on the ballot, who would be our president today?
Yeah, I would probably say Atiku. Why? Because the Southeasterners were going to vote PDP anyway, marginally, not as huge as they did in this past election or the previous election, but that would have given Atiku maybe an edge. But yeah, I'll give it to Atiku maybe by half a million votes or thereabouts for him to win. But again, but keep one thing in mind: the politics or anything is not static or stagnant. See, if Obi was not around, Tinubu would have recalibrated and recalculated on how to approach the matter. So that's the brilliance of Tinubu. So we can say right now, in hindsight, that it would have won. Atiku would have won easily, but I don't think so. Not so quick.
Prince, can you mention 2 factors that killed Atiku?
Well, of course, the G5. The G5 was a big factor. Okay, and the G5, and of course the Obi's factor was big also.
His reliance on the cabal, in the Aso Rock cabal, that's one of the biggest factors that killed him.
So they gave me assurances they couldn't deliver. Of course, they give me assurances.
They actually delivered by the monetary policy and
that is true. That is true. It backfired. Yeah.
So he had everything planned out, but I believe it was just. Providence worked in Tinubu's path. That's what I would just say, because everything was.
I have to agree. It was God's providence. I totally agree on that. Yeah.
The stars were aligned. So the stars were aligned. Shall we move on to, because I'm really keen to discuss Tinubu's performance in France. So unless anybody else has
what I heard from everybody is that Obi performance beat everyone's imagination. So if you can, as he was able to achieve beyond our imagination in the last election, I don't want to rule him out that he can do it again. I don't want to rule him out. Look,
I just, only if Obi is a builder, and we all can agree that Obi is not a builder.
Forget about that.
Can I respond?
Forget about being.
Let Ajahn Koko land, and then one more response, and then we move on. Yeah, Ajahn Koko, back to you.
He wasn't a builder, but he was able to shake the political landscape of Nigeria.
There's something they call it in their political science.
We just want to find all sort of excuses to buttress your political.
No, there's no excuse here.
This guy did what nobody expected and which has never been done in the politics of that country before. From nowhere to from nowhere to a position of relevance politically. A man that couldn't even deliver his state to his party several times. He could not deliver his state to his party. Now became a national champion. He rattled all the politicians to the ground. A lot of politicians, well-known politicians across the country, lost their election just because of Obi's phenomenon. So look, we can look at it now that yes, he didn't win the election, and because he didn't win the election, there's no way he can perform as he did another time. No, politics is not like that. Politics is dynamic. It can come back again. It can come back to shake.
How? With a narrative different the second time, how is he going to do it?
How is he going to do it? Labour Party was a party that had even no councillor around the country. Ilobladli is a party that scored only 5,000 votes in 2019 election, presidential election.
But Ajale Koko, no matter how much you say, you still need to show that Tinubu's loss is Obi's gain in 2027. At the end of the day, that is what matters. All this is just nice story. But you have to show that if one guy loses, it benefits the other guy. Because there are other guys involved.
Repeat that again.
I said you have to be able to show that Tinubu's loss will be Obi's gain. There's going to be PDP too. You don't know if it's going to be PDP's gain. You're making it feel like if I pull this lever, then the other side goes up for one guy. But that's not the case.
Yes, I agree with you. See,
but Obi is above PDP in the political hierarchy.
Not necessarily, because first of all, in 2027, I don't believe that. I don't believe that because 2 weeks after the election, that was not the case.
Kulata,
they figured him out.
Kulata mentioned a name in PDP that you think can challenge Tinubu in 2019.
Oh, you feel a very good northerner in PDP, and he will challenge, and he will challenge, Tinubu.
A name that
let me give you a governor's name. Bauchi State Governor.
Oh, come on.
Katsina State Governor.
Come on, man.
I mean,
my funny.
Northern politicians are not rock stars. They are lying. That's what they do. They are lying.
Okay, let us even forget that. Look, if Tinubu fail, the entire politician of Nigeria fail. The people will rise up against them. They will flush them out.
Yeah, but the people in the north are different from the people in the south. And by then, let me just make one important point. Muslim ticket was novelty this time. Next time around, it's not going to be novelty again. People will have seen whether it's a thing or it's not a thing, and they'll be able to. So that benefit of, oh no, this is the only Christian candidate, it will be a moot point. Same way, a lot of people that voted on Southwest basis and co, they will not want to do that. Northern people, same thing. The dynamics in 2023 is totally going to be different in 2027. That's why I cannot. That's why I interrupted you to say you can't say if this guy goes down, it automatically goes to the other guy because there's a third factor that you and I don't know.
All right, hold on, Ajale Koko. Stay with that interruption, Kulata. Sorry, Ajale Koko, by the way, but you said something just there. If PDP are hopeful of wrestling power from Tinubu in 2027, is their best portal fielding a northern candidate? Because if they feel a southern candidate, I feel it will just destroy whoever it is.
Yeah, the best bet is to pick a northern candidate. And I think even if they want to play well, if they pick a popular North Central candidate that's not a Christian or maybe a Muslim or any Northern candidate, doesn't even matter. Any Northern candidate, that person will spank Peter Obi. Okay, assuming you groom someone like Saraki and the entire PDP aligns around Saraki, it's going to be a tough one for Tinubu and Obi. It's going to be a very, very tough one. Because people are not going to fear religion on Saraki. Saraki is
forget about Saraki. Saraki have no place in Nigeria.
If the entire PDP coalesce around him or someone like him, they will win.
Somebody that can win is so.
I don't know about Saraki. I don't think so. It won't do well in the north.
Pick any northerner in 2027 if Tinubu doesn't perform. I think they will win. I don't believe if Tinubu doesn't perform, then the vote goes to Obi. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it. I think they figured that part out.
I think the best name is the name you just mentioned, Kulata Saraki. Because if you look at Saraki, it straddles both divide. Is Yoruba enough for you to feel an association, and it's northern enough for them to relate to him. If they feel, and it is a consummate politician, we think Tinubu is smart. I'm not sure if he's smarter than Saraki, He's one of my favorite Nigerian politicians. If they feel him against,
So you believe the Southwestern Lagosian will vote for Saraki, Ekiti will vote for Saraki, Ondo will vote for Saraki, Oyo will vote for Saraki. Do you think
they will?
It
will cut into.
They know the antecedent. No. They know the antecedent of this guy. They would not vote for it. As a matter of fact, it will become a liability for them.
We're talking about Tinubu. No, remember that we're talking about Tinubu.
There are lots of Southwestern candidates that are more qualified.
We're talking about Tinubu not performing. We're not talking about the situation where Tinubu is performing.
I understand. Despite Tinubu's non-performance, Phil Saraki will still be a minus to PDP because they already know his antecedent, know what he has done when he was in power.
Is his antecedents worse than Atiku's antecedent? Is it worse than Atiku's antecedent?
Of course, both of them are in the same level as far as I'm concerned. I think that theory of yours that if the Northern fielded a Northern candidate, I don't think that will work. I believe that to wrestle the power from Tinubu, they will rather field another Southwesterner so that they will be able to take the power after the second term of that particular individual they are fielding and take it back to the North.
Hold on. If they field a Southwesterner, the North will vote for Tinubu, the North will vote for him.
What if the PDP be able to find a credible candidate?
I think you guys should look at this. To Lata's point critically. Look, politics, as he said, right, is not stagnant. It's always very dynamic. So the formula that works in 2023, do not expect that to play itself out in 2027. That given. Number two, let's zero in on that Saraki now and his probably quote unquote baggage, right? If they zero in on Saraki to be the man, one man, we've seen Peter Obi as an example. The people that were vehemently right against him, that wrote things that could be documented against him on this Twitter, right? That you can see what they wrote. They all rally around him and they turn it around. Do not forget the same scenario can play out against any northern candidate if you want to play the politics against Tinubu. So that's my understanding of what Kulata is saying, and we should always think, out of the box sometimes. So if they zero in on Saraki that this is the man to challenge him, then you will see a coalition of northerners coming together to say, okay, this is how we're going to do it.
Well, enigmatic. I would like to say that even regardless of how we think Peter B is brilliant or not, he has that it factor, and it's not easy to come by. I don't think by any imagination or stretch of imagination that Saraki has that same factor. It does not. Peter B occupies a special place in Nigerian polity.
The heat factor is transient. You guys think about it. The heat factor still in the North Central now?
I don't disagree with you, but I agree with you on that actually. But don't think we can just replace, just like you can't just replace any company CEO with another and expect the same performance. It doesn't work like that. So bringing about Saraki to come about and do the same or even better as Peter Obi did is not that easy. I don't even see Saraki as being that.
Prince Daddy, sorry, but Saraki is not going to play the same game Peter Obi played. He's going to play more traditional politics. That euphoria, that euphoria, that youth is this, is that. That is 2023. That is gone.
Right. So if he wants to play traditional politics, then you play into the hands of Tinubu. Then in that regards, I don't see. I mean, so where is the votes going to come from?
Prince Daddy, check out this scenario. Tinubu picks ministers. He picks airgates, right? He doesn't want to pick politicians. And then we're talking about the situation where the economy is still not improved. First of all, he's already like stepped on toes by not giving a lot of politicians appointments. And do you think the Northerners won't abandon him? They'll abandon his ass immediately.
Yeah, I see your point, but maybe a different candidate. See, Saraki, maybe I'm mistaken. It doesn't seem to me like that kind of a person or a politician that can garner such such place of momentum and come about and beat Tinubu. No, see, and that's why, by the way, Tinubu is working strategically in a lot of ways. The reason why he's palling with Kwankwaso is part of the deal. See, as long as it makes the North or even the South void of any real candidate that can come about and challenge him, okay, that means even though if he does poorly, he puts himself in a really good space to come back for another 4 years. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant.
One man.
Yeah.
I think there are other topics out there. I don't know. This Enugu state governor that failed to appear. I don't know what guys want to talk. What you guys have on?
Failed to appear where? Rational mind.
Rational mind disappear.
All right. Yeah, I saw that story, but I wasn't sure if it was strong enough.
I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, carry on. Yeah, so give us the backdrop. Give us the backdrop.
They subpoenaed him to over this scandal of the of his NYC certificate, like Tinubu owned. Tinubu is different in the sense that actually there was an exemption given to him, but in his own case, he had no exemption. He forged it. And the Brigadier General, Brigadier General of the NYC said that they did not issue that certificate that he presented to INEC. So now they subpoenaed him to appear in court to come and defend it. He did not show up. I think he's banking on his immunity. He has immunity. You can't arrest him. You can't because he has the fraudulent Nigerian, the Constitution gives a governor immunity. So yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that he didn't show up, and I don't know. How does that help his petition? Because obviously he's going to, that in itself, he has killed himself. Because if you are subpoenaed by the electoral tribunal or the court to appear and you flout it because of your so-called immunity to come and answer because already he has restrained this, that body that issued NYC. He has restrained them from publishing anything to the contrary. He said the NYC violated or there was a contempt of court by ignoring that judgment that he got from the court, saying that NYC should not publish anything about his information outside. But NYC had to go ahead and publish it that, yes, we don't have any record of this guy ever giving an exemption letter or even going for NYC. So he was questioning that why would NYC treat that court judgment that restrained them from doing that, and now they want to ask him to come and appear for the come and answer before the tribunal. So if he doesn't answer, I think that's for me. I just think he's going to lose that election. He's going to lose that petition. That challenging in court that they're challenging him.
Is that Mba something Mba?
Yeah, Mba. Yeah, something Mba. So I think he has a big problem in his hand because forgery, perjury is a very big crime, especially when you know how it plays out
in Nigeria.
Well, yeah, I'm listening.
He probably didn't pay enough money. Maybe the negotiation fell flat. That's why.
You can't say that. Adeosu, you can't say that. Adeosu, who was very, very, very connected and even has.
It's called banana peel. Once you step on it, you will fall. So if you have the right connection,
Adeosu's matter was Asoro Kabal stuff.
It was political. That's why it's called banana peel. So
what we're saying is that Adeosu was given a fake NYC, right? Is that not the same thing like what this Zimbabwe also did?
Yes,
but his own too. It was given fake. So the point is this: you presented the fake.
But you know that court, you know that court later cleared the accusation of those forgery this thing.
But if that's what happened to Adeosu and happened during the Tinubu's the executive would have defended her and tried to protect her so that she won't be subjected to that ridiculous.
No, but the establishment wanted her out. Adeosu, the establishment.
I know it's more political.
No, let's not say this. Let's not say Adeosu forged. I mean, they forged either she forged it or the people that he paid to go and get it for her. They forged it. They didn't give her the correct one, the original one, just like this Mba also did. Maybe he served and never got his original or no release. I don't know. But the thing is, whoever did it for him or whoever got that or if it's himself, it was a forged NYC discharge or exemption letter certificate. So that's in itself it's an infraction. You've tendered a fake document to INEC. We've seen it in the case of Buhari, former Senate president back then during the not a president. I mean, this what was that guy's name? Toronto University back then. Remember that? We remember that incident. That
Alisu
Buhari, that lost his is it the senatorial? I mean, Senate Senate president. You know, he brought a fake.
No, he lost his speakership.
Oh, is it speakership? Okay, I don't know. Maybe Senate.
Yeah, it was speakership.
But then on the grounds of providing a fake University of Toronto that he never attended. So if that could happen in his, why not Mba? Why not one of the governors did the same thing that like the one in Bayelsa State? So what I'm not trying to say is that Mba is in a deep mess. That guy's in a deep mess because you have immunity, you don't want to honor a court subpoena and to show up.
No, he has to honor the nation's call. Oh, you know, he had what you call it, diarrhea. That's why.
He had diarrhea, right? Yeah. So we shall find out.
I think if he had a counter lawsuit. So if he is able to, I think there's a counter lawsuit from him that actually precedes whatever they are calling for, and that will have to be attended to first before they default to the one they want him to. And it's out there already. He's sued, I think, NYC for over 10 billion naira or whatever. So he filed a counter lawsuit with almost with immediate effect that time. So look, these people, they are, first of all, you have to understand they are politicians, and as a politician, part of your retinue of let me say of portfolio is for you to equip yourself with sound legal minds that at every turn of the point they know what to do. So immediately when this thing happened, they know the next thing that they need to do to get the system off him. So they did it already. So a counter lawsuit is what is actually preventing him from doing that, which nobody can contest.
All right, brilliant. I want to move the conversation to Tinubu's appearance in France and the takeouts from there. So let me use that opportunity to bring Bishop into the conversation if he's ready, or if he's not, then I'm sure Enigmatic has been monitoring that space. Bishop, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Are you ready, or do you want me to give you a moment?
No, I'm ready. What I'm thinking in my head is, okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. So I was saying Tinubu's appearance in France. Commentaries that ignore Nigeria at your peril. And we all know why he's signaling to that space and telling them that Nigeria is open and ready for business, and that Africa will be the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy thrust. So a lot of people, they are actually applauding how he conducted himself, the easy manner, the warmth of his welcome by the French guy, and then the wordings that he presented to show a direction of travel that is unequivocal. So what did you make of Tinubu's little cameo in France?
Well, good evening, fellow Nigerians and compatriots. Please click on the like button and share and subscribe if you have not done so already. Honestly,
have we caught you at home today? You don't sound like you're in the car.
I was driving. I just parked now.
All right. Okay, carry on.
As I was saying, I don't have much to say about Tinubu's performance because I've not really been able to be on the news. The only thing I think I read, two things, was initially the Okonjo-Iweala something which I've not seen anything about, which somebody spoke about a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, and Tinubu's tweet about how when they were crafting the presidential speech, the speech at the inaugural speech, they did not want to talk about the fuel subsidy, but he found a way to bring it in because that's something that he was very sure, definite about, that has to go. I think he made something like that in one of their presentation in the France, but I've not been able to look at the totality of the package of what transpired in France. I heard some people said he was not there, that he was missing something, but I won't be able to say because I have not, looked through the news. I've been on the road all day, so I might not be able to say much on what happened in France.
All right, let me fill you in because, of course, you know that Tinubu went for a financial forum in France, which was quite a big deal, actually. If you look at all of the names, Femi Akinwumi Adesina was there, the World Bank was there, Madam Ngozi, Afri-Exim Bank, the United Nations, the European Union, countless CEOs of multilaterals. Also, it was a real big deal, and he put up a performance. But after that performance, he had a little meet and greet with the Nigerian community in France. Let me just give you just a texture of what he had to say to them. It says Nigeria's financial system was rotten. So this is him speaking to why he had to get rid of MFLA. Nigeria's financial system was rotten. Tinubu speaks on MFLA's arrest. So let's have a quick speed through. President Bola Tinubu says the country's financial system in the hands of Godwin Emefiele, the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, was rotten. Earlier in the month, Tinubu suspended a CBN governor and ordered a probe into his probe of his office. Since then, Emefiele has been in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS, speaking at an interactive session with Nigerians in Paris, France. The president said measures being taken to address the alleged irregularities are done by Emefiele. Then the financial system was rotten, Tinubu said. Few people makes bags of our money, and then you yourself, you stop sending money home to our poor parents. Several windows, but that is gone now, is gone. The man is in the hands of the authorities. Something is being done about that. They will sort themselves out. Tinubu said the subsidy on petrol needed to go because it was making a few people rich. They thought it was the joke of the century until I called the NNPC. We are tired of feeding smugglers, making a few people rich, and subsidizing the next door neighbor. I met with the president of Benin Republic today. Everybody is equal now. We are friends. We are conjoined twins, joined at the hips. how we will separate each other is with this fuel subsidy. Let us see whether we will survive or not, but we are going to survive. But we are going to survive you. The president also said the federal government was working to make provisions that will cushion the effect of the removal of the subsidy. You want money to increase palliatives, transportation. What are you protesting about? Are you sharing part of the subsidy? If you protest, I will join you and protest against it. And they stopped. No protest. So a lot of it sounds like Bula Balu, but that is his interaction then with the Nigerian community in France. But the outtake of it then, because he has not really come out personally to speak since all of these things have been happening. So he was saying that the system was completely rotten to the core in the CBN, and he had no option but to sack this guy. And then, of course, it's in the hands of the DSS, and the assurance then inferred that it's not getting out of there anytime soon. And what he's saying about his interaction with the president of Benin Republic is that they are not best pleased. So that's Tinubu then in France, making waves.
Yeah, I think this is his first outing as president of the Federal Republic. And from some of the utterances you just read that now, I think this is someone that has an idea of what is plaguing Nigeria and how to go about it. The problem is, the question is, this medication, his own prescription, how enduring is it going to be? Will he be able to stand against the onslaught of the vested interest when they come? Or his eye is on the ball, and he's focused on where he is going, irrespective of who else is God. For me, I want to think he knows the direction he's going, and he knows that it's not going to be like a stroll in the park. It's going to be like some battle, and he's ready to take them on. When he speaks, sometimes there was a time here we were discussing between being arrogant and being confident. He exudes confidence to some extent that you begin to misconstrue him, that maybe he's being arrogant or being cocky, kind of a thing. I think it's a very thin line in between. For anybody that wants to hate him, we say, oh, he's speaking with some arrogance. I see you can just decree a thing that we are not in a military era. For somebody that wants to be on his side, we say, oh, I like the confidence with which my president is talking, even though he knows there are going to be challenges. So if that is all about his first outing, I've not had the privilege of hearing anywhere where he spoke in this trip. But if from your readout is an example of how he presented himself, then I'll say that it gives us something to cheer about. Of course, I know we'll be looking for many people will be probably looking for how he's going to make flaws. Maybe they're looking for another Bula Balu or another Fox Power. So for me, if this is what he says and how he says he said them at that conference, and is able to present the interest of Nigeria, saying it to the world that he is going to make Africa the center of his foreign policy, is sending very strong messages. So anybody that wants the attention of Nigeria, they have to scramble for it.
Do you think the French will feel threatened by that? If Africa is the centerpiece of his foreign policy, and our most immediate neighbors, I think all of our neighbors not francophone.
Yeah, they are. All of them are.
Will France not feel threatened by that?
Well, I won't want to use the word threatened, but they should have something to be worried about. Because the truth of the matter is this: the French, the French, or whatever I want to call them, had held a lot of African countries on a very short leash for too long a time. It's like slavery never really ended when it comes to France, and nobody has been able to look them in the face and tell them, hey, come. But before anybody will fight for the Francophone countries in Africa, we should be able to have a voice. Let us break the barrier between Anglo and Saxo, Franco.
in Africa. So if we're able to get our mojo, put our act together in Africa, and like, you know, the courage with which the Kenya president was talking, even though he was trying to be a little bit diplomatic, but we need active participants of the Francophone countries themselves. If they don't want to break themselves loose from this, from the what do you call it now, from the grip hold of the French government of France, nobody's going to help them. I mean, there's something the Bible talk called willingly.
Oh, I think. Are you there, Bishop?
You muted me. I don't know what happened.
No, I did not mute you. You dropped and then you came back. Well, carry on.
It's playing music for me. You are playing Egbe music for me. Can you hear me?
No, I'm not playing any music. Oh.
So what's happening?
Can anyone else hear music?
No.
I can see, but one of what he's saying, I think that's happened to me before. I think there's something wrong. I don't know. There was a time too you were playing Egbelem when you people were talking at the same time. So
it happened one time ago too.
Yeah.
I'm saying Egbelem play now.
Yeah. So
and go out and come back in.
Come back in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It has happened before. I was wondering what's going on. I was like, somebody happened.
You know what probably happened was that when you dropped and then you came back, you picked from the beginning of the session. Okay, then let Enigmatic pick it up from there. Then, so Enigmatic, I'm sure you have been monitoring Tinubu's performance. All right. So Bishop, are you back?
Yes. I don't know that magic that happened though. It just started, playing that your Egbelem music something.
All right. Hopefully that's all sorted now.
Okay. So as I was saying, he spoke with some confidence. I think he has an idea of what the problem Nigeria has been going through, and I think he's ready to meet them headlong. Now, saying it to the world, especially in France, that he's going to foreign policy is going to be African centered. I think he's sending a message. But if he's ready to take the lead, the Francophone countries should be willing to be our ally. And I mean, it's either a shape up or shape out situation we are in now. But let's see him roll out. Let's see what who is going to lead that foreign policy, and let's see how much African center, because they have a history in the past before. I'm talking of Macron now and Tinubu. They've had a relationship when the former was in Nigeria many years ago, or a few years ago, as an intern. So they are not strangers. They are not strangers to themselves. So if there are a few things they can sort out behind the scene, so that it will not get escalated to the open. But the message that is going to be African-centered, his foreign policy, is a very strong message. And I hope he can walk the talk when the chips are down.
All right. What are you making of the conversation that we've had at the body end of the session? So the article Peter Obi petition, they've closed their case now. That's not to say they've ended it all. They've concluded their presentation. So the next half of it now will be the counter from the APC and INEC. But then, having gone through it, we couldn't still find that silver bullet. So an exercise in futility is looking like, Bishop.
Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of their argument is not really based on the conduct of the election itself. It's based on some little technicalities here and there, the same drug issue. The only thing I was wondering was that nobody even brought up the Abuja 25% issue, which seems like be the biggest thing they were holding on. The Shettiman's double nomination, that Supreme Court judgment watered it down. I think the last things
Bishop, you're not following. It's apparently you're not following the whole proceeding.
Following what?
The proceeding. They've tendered those old things in the earlier.
I said it got watered down. It got watered down heavily. I saw where they presented it now.
How do you mean watered down? How do you mean? Like It wasn't
because the man, the defense said, look, this matter had been adjudicated by the Supreme Court, and they presented the judgment.
What did the court did to it when Olanipekun brought it up?
What did they do to it?
They threw it out. They threw it out.
What do you mean throw it out? How can you say you throw the Supreme Court judgment out?
That's what I'm saying. You're not following it.
I followed. What do you mean they threw it out?
You can disprove it. The last time I followed it, the judge, is it Samani or is it Okechukwu, one of the judges said you cannot bring it up. And they keep going back and forth and trying
to bring what up?
Hold on. That there was a ruling. I think the APM brought it up. And they said, yeah, we have this ruling from the Supreme Court. And I think Samani or one of the other judges said, no, you cannot bring it up here because that's a different situation, a different case. You cannot use that here in this court. That's what they told him. And
they told who?
They told Wale Olanipekun or
maybe you are reading from the obedience page.
No,
okay, let me just okay, I've had you. Let me.
Okay, all right, go on.
Let me just continue. For me, they were just clawing on straws in most of the things. They were not really. I was expecting them to bring witness and evidences of how the elections were rigged. The one that said that it did not comply with their own rules. Number one, there was no rule that says that they must. There was no rule that said that they must transmit the election real time. If the chairman was hopeful and they promised that they were going to, and they could not, did he violate any law in his not? Yeah, you can promise somebody something and not deliver on your own promise. But in not doing that, if I promise I'm going to give you a car tomorrow because I was hoping that I will win Baba Jebu, and I did not win, and I cannot give you the car. Have I broken any law? Did I sign any deal with you? Was there a law that say if I told you? So for me, that was the area I'm looking at it from. Maybe they had some other things better, but I would say from the analysis we had when the election head at the tribunal was going to start with the help of Ogbeni, our legal son, and the analysis we had, it's nothing really different from what played out. I am not seeing any, anything very. I mean, the case of the conviction that he was convicted. The rule of the matter, the rule even says, if you were convicted, it should not be later than 10 years. Assuming without conceding. That's what the law says. Like, he must not have been convicted in the last 10 years. So if he was convicted, which I'm not saying he was, but that's 30 years ago. So if there was anything that anybody was looking up to or holding on to, I think most of the things fell like a pack of cards. That's my thinking. So there was no exceptionally over excited, climax, on the trial, like there was a boom, a chair clenching situation that, like, oh, they are going to release a bombshell. Oh, this is the experts in fact, the 2019 court trial was even more, held more suspense than this. This was just like, look, let's just push. Maybe let's just keep throwing the stone or throwing the mud. Maybe one's going to stick. That's my view. I mean, we're going to wait for the defense of the. I mean, you have brought out your own tricks, so let's wait for the tricks of the defense too. You will not tell me that they don't have anything of their sleep or they've been sleeping. Obviously, they couldn't have been sleeping all through. So, but I don't see anything very fantastic in there. All of the things they were making noise about before the beginning of the trial, Peter Obi was like they built all their case around that 25. That so many people were going to court about the 25%, 25%, and about the Chicago, about Guinea. Apart from that, there was nothing really about substantial about the election itself. That in polling unit so. So for me,
again, bishops, I hate to do this. I mean, but then because we're talking to our audience, we're educating ourselves and educating ourselves.
Yes.
No personal thing for you.
Go ahead.
Right. So now, what I was interjecting you earlier, I posted in the comment section. Anybody can go and read it.
Okay.
Again, it's obvious from what you're saying that you're not following This maybe you are, maybe you're not following the
Say
way.
what you want to say, rational mind.
I will say it now. I just want to give a preamble to what I want to say. So yeah, if you followed the election petition tribunal, a lot has happened.
Go ahead.
I'm on this space here, on one man space here. Often don't talk about it because everybody wants to move on. If some people are sick and tired of this OB and articles, election tribunal, want to talk about important issues like moving Nigeria forward. I understand, but if you follow what has been transpiring, you will see that Tinubu has reason to be scared of what might happen. Some people might doubt it, but one of them is what you're saying. They've time without numbers. They've brought in so many evidence from INEC, printed results, ECG or whatever they call it, from ECG, whatever, different ones, to prove that those places that Tinubu said he won, not win those. I mean, those numbers that are ascribed to him were not just fictitious number. Now, like you said, we have to see what the APC and INEC will provide in their own reporter, where maybe come June or whatever time they said they've scheduled that. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that it is not accurate that they've not been emphasizing on it. It's because most of us have not been following. They've been emphasizing on it. They've been talking about it. They've been proving. They've been bringing document upon document, sizing witnesses.
Let me answer you very shortly. Number one, I do follow. Anytime I have opportunity in the night, I look through. At least I do that every blessed day. But they've been to court. One of the best places they brought something that they were bringing loads of how many thousand of printout of what do you call it, of that they said they were not readable of the what's the name, this IREV, sorry, of the IREV. Now the simple answer to that is this: why are you going to print out from the IREV when your agents have? INEC did not collate their result from the IREV. If you have your own report, and every party agent that was at the polling booth had their result, all you need to do is to compare. It's your own different from that of other persons. So the idea of going to bring area that they are not clear, INEC never collated their results from the IREV. So I did not pay any attention to that because it's going to be a waste of my precious time. And that was where there was the loudest noise.
That's a solid point, actually. But the point you just made now, but you called him out and he has appeared. So I think Ogbeni is now going to flesh out the just the legal meanings of what transpired today. But carry on and land the point, and then we have
no, I'm just answering rational mind. The area they made so much noise was that they brought load, and they were just how did they call this? Not and fully without any substance. Because the truth of the matter is that it has been established that the collation of the election results was not from the IREV. So if INEC was not collating from the IREV, whatever the 18,000, whatever you are bringing from, is not relevant. And this is what I mean by that, without prejudice or any disrespect to anybody.
But then the electoral law says that INEC shall determine the mode of transmission, right?
Yes.
So if it says that, and then we saw time without numbers, both within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, the chairman of the INEC says they're going to do it by electronic transmission.
No, they never said that they were going to collate.
They said that the transmission is going to be in real time. We'll see the result and we'll declare the winner based on that.
No, they have already declared the winner on the polling booth. Every polling booth.
Hold on now, rational mind. They cannot declare the winner based on the transmission. They will declare the winner based on the collation.
Yeah, that's a collation that is coming in, and they can see on the IREV, and they will declare based on that.
From EC8A, which is the
from EC8A. Hold on, from EC8A that is being uploaded. They will see from there who won the polling unit.
Hold on, rational mind. What I'm saying to you is this.
It's only public thing on IREV. INEC doesn't have to see anything on IREV.
That's just a viewing portal. Just a viewing portal. But if you want to now contest it, you will bring your own original, that this is the result they gave me, and what I'm seeing on the IREV is different from what they gave to us 18 political parties. And if you can get 4, 5, 6 political parties, and the one with police and DSS and civil society, because all of them had civil society and international observer, then you can come and say, look, what was on the island and what was declared ultimately, eventually is different. But when you say that island was blank, island was this, island was that, hey, it's not an argument that's going to hold water. I think we've gone past this stage before.
All right, we've gone past this stage and we're guessing at it a little bit. But Bishop, we have somebody that has a clear knowledge of that space to just explain to us now what's happened today. So allow a moment, Bishop. Let's hear from Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, the PDP and the Labour Party, so they've closed their case today. So they've presented all their submissions, and now it is the turn of INEC and APC to counter what those two characters have presented. But we've been trying to grapple with it to see where the silver bullet is. So can you talk us through then what today means and how much longer we're in this process so that we can talk about other things? So Ogbeni, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Woman, sorry, you sent me a message. I couldn't reply. I was extremely busy. I'm so sorry. But
no, I was just checking on you to see.
Yeah, no, I try to catch up with the program. So once in a while, I just try to check the backlog, and then so Kulata and everybody, Ola and everybody, Bishop and Co. I greet everyone. I think Patoski is there. I don't know. I greet you all. So now, there is this channel where I follow up minute by minute what is happening in the tribunal, apart from the fact that I have people on ground. But if you can tune into this channel, if you have time, they call it Obidati TV. Although if you are not
yes, I know them. They are quite, they do it like a proper news reporter sort of a thing. Yes.
Yeah. Except that you could you could if you are not obedient and you are not a lawyer, you could be carried away with their analysis, which all the guys doing analysis there, none of them is a lawyer. They call one political analyst from UK. I wonder where he's doing his own political analysis from UK. And then there's another guy like that. They said that one work in Amazon. I don't know. So, but now, if you see the case they've been able to establish, I don't say anything there, but I will tell you where the defense is going. I can't tell you where their case is going. Maybe their final address will show that, because I don't see anywhere where they're going. Why am I saying so? One, they're emphasizing on PDP side, they're emphasizing on this discrepancy in certificate. On Adekunle, Tinubu, they are bringing all those things. Secondly, that's one. Secondly, they're emphasizing on the issue of citizenship or not. Thirdly, they're emphasizing the issue of drug and all these issues. And when you round up all these issues, what have they tendered? Because see, the court deals with evidence, either real evidence, documentary evidence, or horror evidence. You must bring one. Now, their case so far is hinged on expert witness generally, or people they call expert witness. You see, in law, when you say somebody an expert, the moment you bring somebody and you call the person expert witness, the hurdle you're going to cross is you step it, your standard, you step it a bit above another witness, a regular witness you are bringing to court. But unfortunately, if you look at all their expert witness, let me start from. I know that you guys have dealt with it, but I've not been around, so I can just rush through. They brought a man called, Professor Kanu? He said he's a mathematician and an expert. At a point in time, when Wadola Nkpekun took him up, at a point in time, he said something. They asked him, does IREF collate? And he said no. You see, when he got to that point, I said, they finished this man. But, the obedient kept saying, this is a very good expert. What's expert in this? Because the man was able to establish, they were able to establish true. And then let me tell you, there's a principle in law. If I establish through my cross-examination, ordinarily, cross-examination should dent my own defense. That's the I'm cross-examining the witness brought by my own adversary. So whatever I'm eliciting, whatever evidence I'm eliciting from my adversary, if it is against my adversary case, is weightier in law because it's the witness you are bringing. Mr. A is bringing witness. And by the time Mr. B is asking that Mr. A, and Mr. A is adducing evidence that weightier against the case of who is bringing you, it's a very weighty evidence in law. So what have they been able to achieve through this Professor Kanu? They've been able to achieve that, one, IREF doesn't collate, and I've been saying it. The only thing IREF does, you see, IREF is like reciprocatory? What do you call it now? Yeah, reciprocatory of what transpired. We keep it somewhere for public to see. IREF is not results. You cannot base your expert analysis on what you find in IREF and you think the court should rely on it, then to upturn election results. They were able to establish that through that man, because the man said what is contained in IREF is they snap it and they send it there. Now, what other people are asking me a question, he said, does that mean that if were you able to see the original Form CAA in order to arrive at this your expiry report? I said no. Okay. Does it mean that because it is blur on IREF, does it mean that it will also be blur on the original document? I said no. Okay. Now ask him again and said, okay, does it mean that if we are able to get the Form CAAs now, it will change this your report? I don't know if anybody will listen to that part. And he said, yes, that finished that expert. I don't know why exactly they still want from that expert witness. And I don't know why the obedient. This is common sense. It's not even law this time around. For me, it's common sense. It means that nobody can rely on whatever you are bringing because all the calculation and everything you come to do is based on what you find from IREF, which is just a reciprocity of data, whatever they put there. That's what you have there, and that is not the real result. That is one for that one. Now they brought another witness. What does that one do? The Amazon guy. The Amazon guy has come to court to establish that the server had no glitches, right? But eventually, see what they were able to establish through that Amazon. One, they were able to establish that he's not an expert. Two, okay, how did they establish that he's not an expert? One, he's not. He didn't come to court to speak for Amazon. He confessed that during fire of cross-examination.
She is a she.
Oh, it's she. Sorry,
it's a she.
I didn't say as though it was the transcript. Now she didn't come to court from Amazon. That's to represent Amazon. She didn't know what is called non-disclosure, non-circumvention agreement. And let me explain that we all know that, so no need to even explain that. But let me just tie it to my understanding of where the case is heading to. Non-disclosure, non-circumvention agreement simply say whatever happened, you see, there's a agreement of confidentiality between your client, that's the INEC and Federal Government of Nigeria, and Amazon. Whatever happened to my infrastructure with you or my data with you, whatever happened to it, you don't come to public and talk about it. Court cannot even compel you to come and talk about it. It's strictly between the client and the provider, right? And that is why you won't even see Amazon coming to court. They will not. Because it's a simple contract with confidentiality. And that is how it's been. Now, this expert doesn't know what non-conventional circumvention agreement is. They ask if she even has access to the agreement. She said no. Okay. They now ask her, okay, now you contested in this same election. And you say, okay, yes, you contested. See, that alone has tainted that witness as somebody who's partisan. Because there's no way you will contest under a particular party and you are coming to testify for that party. In fact, you don't even need subpoena. It means they just wasted the time of court to get an order to subpoena you. Do you know when they said a witness is a subpoenaed witness? It means that a witness is not ready to come to court because your interest does not align with the interest of the person you're coming to testify for. So
Can we interject you? Can we interject you, Ben?
Oh yeah, you can interject me.
Now you just said something now that it's not an expert. I was just laughing here that when you just said that. Well, that's
she's not.
Well, you can say that. That's your opinion. But then
it's not about opinion. It's
hold on now.
We know is an expert witness.
Somebody hold on. She worked or works with Amazon.
She doesn't. She doesn't. No.
They ask her for
she does not work for Amazon.
She works, well, as far as I know, that's what she said in court, that she works for Amazon. They asked her for ID. She says they don't issue ID card for
rational man.
Hold on now, make a land now.
Yeah, but they are landing on the wrong footing because
so
I have
just
few times. See, when they say an expert witness, it's not your expertise that make you an expert witness. That's what you don't understand. In law,
but you are making it sound like she's not an expert.
She's not an expert witness.
Let Ogweni pad out the missing gaps.
She's not an expert witness. See, you may be a medical doctor and you will come to court, yet you are not an expert witness. What takes him immediately off from the line of an expert witness is that he contested in that election. He's a party person. He's partisan.
Not in the election in which she's witnessing for.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It matters. It matters. We need to delineate.
We need to wait. I'm telling you. See, it doesn't matter.
You're standing on the wrong. That's a wrong.
It's not which section of evidence are you talking about?
She's a candidate in the election, but not in that category of election that she's there to witness for.
Wait. So which section of evidence?
I know what Olani Pekun was.
But she is biased now, rational mind.
You can say she's biased. No.
So she's no longer an expert strictly in law because an expert must be independent.
No. Based on what you just said, she's not a party in this election that she's testifying in court for.
You don't understand.
Rational mind now. You should be watching law shows and movies now.
Rational mind. I know when he's doing his in a Scottish university, but where are you doing your PhD in law? Where are you doing your PhD in law?
No. One more. Even though you see, sometimes law is common. I mean, not common sense. Sometimes we understand law. I did international law 101. I did that when I was doing.
You took a module. You took a module in law, and that makes you look at this guy.
But at least I have some basic principles of law, how it works. You can't come here and tell us because she's a member. I mean, she took part in this election, in the category of election where she's she's standing as a witness or an expert witness. She works. Hold on. No, somebody was saying that she doesn't work. No, she works for Amazon. No. Johnny Nisu, I can't remember. Now the point is this: you said she was subpoenaed because she's an employee of Amazon. She needs to have some.
Hold on, rational mind. Just for the benefit of Ogweni quickly being able to land, what Ogweni is saying is that I've even forgotten what it is. Sorry, carry on.
Our next
I lost that thought. Yeah.
So let me land. So she's getting a subpoena to cover her backside because if our employer is to retaliate against her, she can say, "Look, I was forced by the court to come." Like you said, that thing you talked about, that agreement thing, that non-disclosure. Amazon must have signed with INEC.
Yes.
Subsist, and I agree with you that yes, she cannot testify based on that as an Amazon person. She's coming on her own as an independent, but because that's her area of expertise, because she's an IT or IT cloud or whatever she is, she can tell you how that thing works. So she's coming in on that ground, not as a representative of Amazon, because she cannot say anything for Amazon. But she is subpoenaed. She can use that to show to her employer that, look, I was subpoenaed. I cannot treat the court's subpoena with contempt if I don't or if I don't obey it. So that's she's covered in that area. So that you are now saying that because she's subpoenaed and no, dude, listen. You cannot be coming here and be telling us all of this. I know you're a lawyer. You have your PhD. I understand. I respect you for that. But I want to tack you on that. And that is why I think they stand for Labour Party, who are more, I think they are more, these are not just SANs. One of them won an election. I better know, I hope they better know what they are doing. if they had to bring this lady, and they say she's one of their expert witness because she.
There is no impression that the Obi lawyer team that they do know what they are doing.
They do. You might not see because of your own bias.
No. There was an instance where they were
you
meant
the mathematician, right?
No, not even the mathematician. They were meant to file some documents. They did not file it, and then they still wanted to use it. And then the court was telling them that how can you use documents that you've not filed? Just
one man. Everybody, there's room. Even the INEC and they all do their own mistakes today, because there's a
team of sons.
There's a huge number of documents they have to provide. I mean, you cannot keep track of all of these things. Sometimes I know they fumble. I've seen where they fumble, and some of these obedient platforms, they talk about their fumbling too in court. Don't get it wrong. So my point is this: that everybody fumbles in court, but that does not mean that they don't know what they are doing. It's an overwhelming avalanche of evidence that they have to provide. So keeping track of all of this, I don't think.
All right, let
okay.
Let me quickly
continue with this thought.
Okay, so now one rational mind doesn't understand is this: law is not common sense. If law is common sense, I won't go and study law, and there won't be any difference between me and you. The intricacies of the law, the technicality part, is what strikes the difference between me and you. You can read the book of law and think you understand it, but the intricacies is what stands me out as a lawyer that you don't understand. When you bring an expert in court, apart from your certificate and experience, what makes you an expert is your independence of thought and opinion. Now, the defense has been able to establish that this lady is not independent. And how do you establish that? You establish a relationship between that person you are bringing and the person she's coming to testify for. It is only natural for you to come and for your opinion to be tainted. That's the rationale behind that principle that you must be independent, because it is only rational for natural for somebody who is a card-carrying member of Labour Party. You are coming to testify for Labour Party. How can you be independent?
I understand that technicality.
Hold on. Let him carry on, rational mind.
So
carry on.
That is simple thing they have established. In fact, I expected them at that point to just take their seat. You don't need anything further again. The witness is tainted because you are a member of a party you are coming to represent. There is no way you can be independent and that's why, for instance, in medical field, they don't advise you to treat your own parent or your own son or daughter or child in a critical movement, because they know you will be biased. Things that you ordinarily would take risks, you won't take risks with them, and you won't be in your right mind, okay, to treat. That's in a critical moment, to treat your own relative. In medical, they will tell you, let another doctor that you trust take charge. And the same thing with law. You are bringing an expert witness, and that expert witness is a member of your political party. He's not an expert witness as far as the eyes of law is concerned. You can ask from anybody. See, all those senior advocates will collect their money and go. It's not today. They've been handling cases. They will win some, they will lose some. So when you see senior advocate using boldface, don't think that boldface will translate automatically to expertise or to the fact that
this is technicalities you're doing here. I mean, you are going on technicalities.
Law is technicality. You think law is the technical part of law is law.
I understand the technicalities in what you're talking about, tainted and all of that. Yes, I agree with you. But the point is, he's appearing there because I know that's what Olanipekun or whoever was doing that cross-examination.
They've achieved that.
I know that. Well, you can say I won't say they achieved that. Well, we shall see how the judges.
Let me jump to the next.
In their final judgment, we shall see what comes out. But the point is that it appears to you, it might appear that they were able to succeed in discrediting her as not an expert witness from what you just said. Because
I know, Neo.
Remember, but the point is, she was trying to, because when she was during the cross examination, she kept insisting that I'm only here. I'm not acting based on because of maybe being a member of
okay, rational mind. Let me say it in language of you and I. Maybe the legal of Ogbeni.
Hold on. I understand what Ogbeni is saying now.
If you understood, then you probably would not disagree.
Even though I'm just a lay person, in law by law.
Okay, so what is saying is that if this lady, if for an expert witness, you have to be independent and detached from the subject matter. Even though you are an expert witness, you have a PhD in XYZ, and that PhD is not in question. But if you have been an expert with a partisan view, that expertise is already compromised because you lean that expertise towards your partisanship. So you are no longer an expert. You're an active participant in the thing. Is that a rough summary of it, Ogbeni?
Well, man, and I admit to that fact that I understand that aspect that he brought up, and which is what the APC and your likes of all of that they try to succeed in doing. Well, should I say succeed? Well, it's kind of they were able to bring that to the fore during the cross-examination, just to discredit that this lady were trying to.
Let's Ogbeni continue. To break flow, then he will lose his fluidity. So let him have that fluidity to run through. And then at the end of his submission, come back at him. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. See, they established that not even through that Amazon girl alone. They established that through NITDA. In fact, we'll get to that NITDA. In fact, that NITDA is the most fantastic way. They've established their case through that NITDA shopping witness. But I will go to that their second witness. Now, see the second thing they've been able to establish through all these witnesses. None of those witnesses from all their expert reports, none of them visited what we call primary source. See, there's no court will rely on the expert witness with an expert that confessed in court that I did not analyze the primary source. We are researchers now. We have some researchers here, at least. Kulata and some researchers are here. They understand what primary source is. You must visit the primary source. And what is the primary source here? It's not IREF. It's not IREF. The primary source is IEC 8A. So if you don't have access, yes, I know. They said, let me tell you what Labour is trying to prove. Labour is trying to prove what we call withholding evidence in law. What is withholding evidence? It means that if I'm asking you to bring a particular thing for me, you refuse to release it. There's a presumption in law that says that the content of that thing must really be against you. And that's why you don't release it to me. So if I fail now to debunk that presumption, it will be in favor of the man that I fail to release that into. I don't know if I'm understood. So what Labour is trying to bring out is that I asked you to release all these Beavers report to me. You did not release it to me. You frustrated me. Now you left me with the only option to go to IREF to go and download. And what I got there, a lot of them are blurred. I can't read them. Some you did not upload them here. So therefore, I cannot get the best analysis I can do is what I have with me. Therefore, there should be presumption that those things you refuse to give to me was actually against you. But then don't forget that presumption will only be against INEC. It will be against Tinubu and the APC, right? Because Tinubu, Shettima, and APC are not with these documents. The documents are with INEC, right? So that presumption will not be against them, to be against INEC. 1, 2. See, you that is asking for that thing from INEC, you have what we call pink copy with you. See, that pink copy alone will debunk the withholding evidence they are trying to bring in. And that's why I said it will be very interesting to see their final address and see how the judgment will be like. But I can tell you for now that the Tinubu's guys and others have been able to establish their case at least 65%. Because as it stands, today they established through their witness that they have agents in all the polling units and they say yes. Do you know what that established? That's established the fact that all your 330-something thousand agents have their pink copies. And you are not tendering those copies. You are insisting on INEC's copy. Because the burden is on the petitioner to prove that he won. And if you have your own pink copies with you that they tore and gave you to go home with, which you say they've manipulated, bring it to the court. If you don't tender it, you can't hold withholding evidence on another person that have the same thing that you have with you. That pink copy is also original on its own. You can tender it. The only thing that the law says is that if you tender the pink copy and INEC now tender CTC original, and there is discrepancy, court will rely on INEC own. But here, you are not even tendering your own. So that we told them they will not work because you have original witness and you face to tender it. Let me tell you another thing I've seen in their witness statement so far. Apart from the fact that they did not visit the primary source, is the judgment they tender today. You see that judgment they were able to tender, although this Labour said they will object to it in the final day, but I know court about. In that judgment, you know, they asked the guy to read the final, what that judgment said. That judgment said that because they went to court to compel INEC to do all this IRF thing and co. And the court said, no, you can't compare INEC. It's the statutory duty of INEC to determine how to transmit their results. You see, that judgment alone is binding on that court and binding on whichever court, because they asked that guy again, did Labour appeal against this decision? And he said he's not aware. Let me tell you, Labour didn't appeal against that decision. And because of that, there's an EUS to pay already against them because you do not appeal. It's a finding of the court that INEC can decide. So that is another thing. Let me now tell you another very interesting thing I've seen in this thing. Another thing I've seen is this. They all agreed that IRF does not collate. You know what IRF simply does from what they've been able to establish now? IRF, you only snap the Form ECA8 and send it to Ireland. It doesn't do anything further than that. I think they asked one of the witnesses, I can't remember the exact witness. They asked the witness, can IRF, when you snap to IRF, can IRF now tabulate and collate? And everybody will be seen as the result is going, everybody will be seen how is summing it together and tabulating and tell you what this thing. The expert said no. So it means that IRF doesn't collate. So where does IRF thing stop? It is after you have even collated and you have declared the result and the winner. It now steps in as repository where you keep it. So, and you can't use, because you can't find something where they are keeping it and you have original with you, you refuse to bring it to court, you can't use thing that you don't find in where it's meant for the public against results. And you now say the results should be nullified. Now, finally, on the person they brought on NITDA, you see, when they said, oh, they brought somebody, I say, why will Labour do this? You are just coming to kill yourself, because NITDA, first and foremost, will be a friendly witness to your defendants. What they will simply do is this. They will use that witness to establish their case. And that's what they did today. They just asked the person, okay, you have on NITDA, okay, this thing work, this thing, don't worry, it had glitches, this thing, and he answered. And they allow him to just go in like that. Let's watch out for when the Tinubu guys and others will open their defense. But let me tell you, for now, I'm okay with where they have taken it so far. There is a man I want you to watch out for. The man is called Abiodun Onikoko. Whenever you see that man leading a witness or cross-examination a witness, very dangerous lawyer. Watch out for him. Thank you, one man, for giving me the opportunity.
All right, but before you leave,
yeah,
I think Rational Mind has been just barely containing himself. So how about
yeah. You see, one man, there's something he said, I can't just remember, I can't pick every one of them right. That was I was trying to interject him as he says those things. Well, I'll try my best to just recall some of the things he said. You see, on the expert witness, I think Oga was saying that in his comment section. In the US here, I know even in some court of law, I've seen where sometimes, but then, like he said, before somebody is said to be an expert witness, you must be certified to be an expert witness. And like Oga said, yeah, I think it's more advanced here in America here than in Nigeria. But you have to prove it that yes, it's not an expert witness. But the way and manner in which APC and their minions, all of them, the Olani Pekun and all of them, INEC, were all doing, they were just going on technicalities of trying to discredit this person. No, that should not. You need to prove that yes, this person, he has no knowledge in that field, that he's not an expert. Not going off tangent, kind of like, oh, after all, you do this too, you do that too. No, prove it that he does not have the knowledge in that thing he wants to testify on. That's the point. But no, they were just going on, oh, you contested in that election. So how are you not tainted? How are you not biased in your... No, you have to prove that to the court. That was why I'm so grateful that the court allowed it, because if they felt that, well, yeah, you guys have a point, yeah, get off the witness puppet. We don't need to hear from you because already you are tainted. No, they allowed it. But I'm not saying that because they allowed it means that, oh, yeah, it's going to stand, it's going to influence a favorite work. Maybe it's going to... We shall see how that pans out. But my point is that in this tribunal, well, I don't know, maybe it's their own strategy for the APC and the INEC, all of them. All I've seen, all the time, all the while that APC, Labour Party, or maybe PDP too, they bring in all they all just say, objection, my lord, objection, my lord. And what is the objection? We shall give our final statement. What the crap are these people talking about? Like, I see, which make me on one side, I'm looking at this whole thing as a kangaroo kind of petition, tribunal. Maybe already they know where this whole thing is going to swing at the end of the day. Maybe this guy's already bought his way into these people's, this judge. We shall see how that plays out. But my point is that they've not really, maybe that strategy, like I said, maybe they have their own joker.
Rational Mike, can you give me a second?
This rejecting line, but you might be rejecting line. So my point is this.
Mr. Ola, if I can reply him later, please, so that okay. I will.
Okay, so that expert, there are other things I want to counter already, but let's just talk about that expert thing. You need to discredit that person does not have the requisite knowledge or is not qualified, does not have. Prove it. They did not. But rather they just say, oh, you contested in that election. Are you not tainted? How is your whatever you're going to say in this court today is not influenced by your leaning, by being a Labour Party person. No. Well, I don't know. It's up to the judges to decide that. But for me, and for any people that really look at things critically, we look at it from that point of view. Now, let me hear you.
Okay.
Ogbeni, I bet hold on so that you go answer this question. Now, you I won't even address. Okay. Yes. So, rational mind, you have an issue about the defendant, right? Objecting to most of those the evidence they are providing the plaintiff now. And then your question is, why are they actually not fleshing out their objection, or probably not leveraging on the objection they've actually raised, and they've been given that room for that objection. There's a reason for that, and that reason, Ogbeni will explain to you why they object and they defer to that during their defense. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Yes, go ahead. I want you to explain that part.
Go ahead, yeah.
So, rational mind, you see, that part is very simple, and that's why I always advise anybody around me, get a lawyer, to explain things so that we go out as an informed person. See, it's an EU procedure, right? You see, in those days, when you see us handling election petition for 3 years, 2 years plus, almost 4 years, it's because of all these things. Because, see, on one document alone, if I tell you objections I can raise on one document alone, 2 days, we may still be on argument on it, whether it should be tendered or not. And another day, the court will have to go and write its ruling and deliver it. And by the time you are tendering the next one, if you want to take my argument there and there, you think all those sounds, Wale Olanipekun doesn't know objection is going to make. They have avalanche of law reports, decisions on why each of those documents should not go in as an evidence. But see, this is the procedure these days in order to fast track things. Don't forget that same obedience. They should finish this thing before swearing. They should finish it before. So the court is also aware of the 180 days that they have. And that's why the procedure nowadays is this. You reserve your objection to the final address. So it's a procedure that is allowed in law. It's not a sign of cowardice at all. Me alone, where I was sitting and I was listening to all those things they said they are tendering, I have 1,100 points that if I be on my feet in the court, hours I'll still be canvassing my argument. Why that document, just one of the documents must not enter. And I'll convince the court why it must not enter. Let me give you an instance. An unsigned document is a rubbish document in court. It shouldn't be admitted at all. The appointment letter that lady brought to court was an unsigned document. Do you know thousands of judgments in Nigerian from Nigerian courts that have said it? Don't bring an unsigned document and unauthored. That document was not authored by anybody. They just wrote a company name. You can't attribute it to a particular human being that signed it. And you say, oh, that's what they issue in Amazon. No, it's an unsigned document as far as Nigerian law is concerned. And there are so many. There are some they don't bring original to court. They just brought the photocopy to court. Where is it coming from? Court is a very serious place. They go to do serious business. Court is not where you just go and do tinkle to start. You do serious business in court, and there are rules. So, but these days, the procedure is this. You reserve your objection to the final address. So what do they do in the final address? In the final address now, there will be a bundle of documents on its own, which is basically on objections. So you pick those documents one by one, and you convince the court through your written address why the court should not admit it. So in their judgment, they have every duty to expunge every document that are not admissible. And that's why you see them, they admit it temporarily. So, and if they admit it eventually at the Supreme Court, they will still strike out all those documents that are not meant to be admissible. For instance, let me give you an instance of one that may favor Labour that they did today. When they tendered that judgment, you remember Labour also said, I reserve my objection. You don't have any problem with that, right? Now, it's the same strategy because they all have rules they are playing with. And at the preliminary meeting, they've all agreed on objection to documents, nobody will canvass arguments so that we can fast track this thing. Let's reserve all our arguments to the final address so that we won't break the flow, everything will move smoothly. And I have one major point on that judgment. If you are bringing a judgment to come and counter, there are so many, something in law we call foundation you have to lay. I observed today that was he Wale Ukala who brought it also didn't lay that foundation. So I expect them during their defense to still bring that same judgment back through their own witness and lay proper foundation to bring it in. Since the Labour Party guy has given them an hint as to why that thing will not be admitted. And eventually, they may push that particular decision be reported. So if you find it in any of these law reports, then they can now cite it in their written address. So by then, you don't need to adduce it as evidence again because it's in public record. You will now cite it. So since in the public record, the court is duty bound to have a judicial notice of that judgment. So the issue of whether they don't canvass argument on objection, what a crap, leave that. It's not a crap. It's law. What you know, you know. What you don't know, you don't know. That's the issue of law. Now, secondly, on the issue of what else do you raise? Sorry, I've forgotten the issue you raised.
Is it expert witness?
Okay, on the expert witness. I've made my point on that expert witness, but let me expatiate more on it. See,
what I said was, hold on. What I said was, you have to attack that is the qualification of this person. Not just you have to prove that, oh my lord, this person that is wrong here, we cannot trust his judgment on this because I mean, for number one, where did you go to school? I mean, what's your qualification? You see, he doesn't have the qualification. But rather than you have to go off tangent. Oh, he's a member of APC. I mean, Labour Party. He's obedient. He participated in the last election, which is not even the category of election we're talking about. So you have to go off all these technicalities just to discredit this person and
rational mind.
Just a stupid person.
Rational mind is very simple. First and foremost, what I want to disabuse your mind about, first and foremost, is that technicality is part of the law. Don't see it as crap. Technicality is part of the law. Is what makes law, right? That is, understand that now today. If the law is so straightforward, whoever kills must be killed immediately. But it's the technicality that brings in different defenses. Intoxication, insanity, mistake, a lot of things you can bring in the heat of movement, a lot of defense. So if there are no technicalities that bring in all those defense, then whoever now killed by mistake, you are driving, you just hit somebody, you don't know the person died, then you must be killed. No. So don't think technicality is something very evil. No. is the intricacies in law that they call technicality. Now, let me now tell you on the issue of expert witness. I've told you here today, there are 3 basic things that matters most in an expert witness you are bringing. And in any case, you bring an expert witness. What they try to do is, out of these 3 things, they try as much as possible to hit one. Once I'm able to hit one from hit, I've dented. It's just like is the the normal puzzle. For instance, like the game of football. All right, that's the way this thing also work. So once you are able to hit one of these 3 major points, then you've been able to hit whatever the expert is coming to. So it depends on strategy. And what are the 3 points? I've mentioned it today. 3 things, 3 legs upon which an expert witness is standing. 1 is your independence. You must have independence of thought. Let me draw your attention to one of the witnesses they call as an expert. He came to court and they said, see how they tricked the guy. They said, when exactly did you read the petition before you prepare your expert witness? He first said something. They came back again and said, before the conclusion of your analysis, so did you read that petition? And now say read this petition. You see that alone as taking you off tangent already as an expert witness, because you are not even supposed to understand the case of the person who has brought you to court, because you are tainted. Your expert opinion must be independent of whatever case is coming out in court. But the moment you now go and read somebody's petition, and based on that petition, you are now bringing expert report to court, then your expert report is just work to an answer. Your expert report is just coming to support that petition. It shouldn't be. So when you see lawyers cross-examining, where they are going, you won't know. No, but in fact, if a lawyer is cross-examining and you know where he's going, that lawyer is a dullard. But when a lawyer finishes cross-examining and you are looking like, what has he? He has not achieved anything. Don't worry. When you get to the final, Wale Olaigbe could dig something, which I really love. You see, if you look at his last question and his first question, go and watch it very well. Although they finished their cross-examination, if you look at his first question and his last question, there's always this relationship between it, because he will ensure that his questions doesn't follow logically, so that you don't understand where he's going. That's another strategy in cross-examination. So cross-examination is not always straightforward. I want to adduce that you are not of this age. I won't go straight and be asking you your age. I may start by asking you the age of your children. You want to prove a point, I will ask you the day you married. Then I will take it back to the age of your wife. Already I'm proving your age. I don't need to prove anything again. The only question I just need to ask you now is that you are older than your wife, and you say yes, fine. I've shown to you that the age you brought to court is wrong. So don't forget, the first issue is independence, and that's what they are attacking. When you see them attacking, you are not from Amazon, you have not worked in Amazon, you don't know what you are doing. Like that Professor Kalu, they asked him a question. They said, anybody can calculate this thing that you have brought to court to calculate, and he said yes. I said, wow. So where is the expertise? What are you bringing to court?
Yeah, because you're hearing from the horse's mouth.
No, that's
an expert. If they were to bring an ordinary person like me, who is not even a mathematician, and try to tell you, listen. You see, I understand what you're doing, and I understand how you legal people, how you people try to discredit and try to make your point through some kind of how do I use this legalist language you people use?
Sakama J. Sakama J. They use Sakama J.
So we don't understand all of these things. I mean, we're not just born today. So, but my point is this: you see, there are certain things that should be common sense. But when you hear it from an expert, an expert even thinks in that line, and being an expert, that is his area, is a mathematician, is a statistician. He could just tell you that this is, and as opposed to me, being an ordinary person that comes and testifies, that the 18,000 missing or missing something, they are just this is social number. But you're hearing directly from an expert, a mathematician, who has legal qualification to back it up from his professorship or whatever. I mean, that holds water. But that you try to describe, make it look like, it's nothing because anybody can do it. Like whoever crosses, trying to like discredit him, like, dude, what are you here for? You mean you're not even? I mean, somebody can. I mean, you agree that somebody, ordinary person can do this calculation? He said yes. He can't lie about it. Yes, anybody can. But being an expert, now you're making it look like he's not an expert. You see,
rational mind. You didn't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, what did you say? Maybe I didn't understand.
This is my point, and I've made that point since I said expert witness always have a weight in court than witness of fact. All right, but if instead of bringing witness of fact, you are bringing an expert witness to come and tell the court that 2 + 2 is 4, which even the judge that is sitting there can calculate for you, that your evidence doesn't have weight. It's not because of your weight as an expert in court. It's because what makes you an expert witness is because what you are bringing to tell the court is not what just anyhow person can do. It is something that you can do because you have acquired special understanding and expertise to do it. And they ask that same you, this thing you have done, anybody can do it, and you say yes. It means that thing doesn't have any weight. We don't even need expert to come and do it. I don't know, maybe I'm not making sense. That is the issue. So you don't need expert witness. Then subpoena witness. Why do you bring subpoena witness? I've explained it also. The reason why you bring subpoena witness is this. That witness would ordinarily not come to court by every natural and reasonable reason. It will not. But I have to compel to come to court. So when you now compel a subpoena witness to come to court, it gives this level of independence. It means the person doesn't have anything to read. You just brought him to court because as a matter of respect for court. But when the person now gets to court and I start establishing relationship, it means that subpoena alone is just a kama jail. The person ordinarily would have followed you because you belong to the same political party, because you belong to the same political name.
It's the same game now. I mean, everybody's playing game just to cover their backside.
Rational mind, can I come in very quickly, Obeni?
Okay, Baba.
Good, thank you very much. Good evening once again. I don't know if Rational mind saw the movie My Cousin Vinny. I don't know if anybody. My cousin Vinny, Vinny.
I can't remember ever seeing that.
Okay. Is there anybody that saw it on this platform, on the panelists tonight? Okay. When we talk of experts, subject matter experts, honestly speaking, Obeni.
Are you breaking up or is it me?
I'm not breaking up. It's you.
We can hear him. We can hear him. Go on.
It's you that you are breaking up.
It's me.
I'm very much yes.
All right.
Now it's a subject matter expert or how do you call it? It's not just coming to give us what anybody can give. And the hallmark, the beauty of any lawyer is to debunk and to destroy the evidence of the subject matter expert. So if you cannot punch the evidence, you destroy the subject matter, the expert himself. Don't let me say destroy, you discredit. And you can either discredit him to prove that he is biased, or he does not have a sound grip of what he is doing. Now, whether you want to use technicalities or untechnicalities, whichever means you want to use to achieve it, rational mind is saying that it's not morally right if they use technicalities to destroy a subject matter expert that is coming. I mean, to destroy their own case. I don't think it's a matter of moral.
Bishop, even the judges themselves, they said it. They reminded the INEC and the other.
That's what.
Time without number, they keep telling them that no, we're not doing this today. We're not doing these technicalities again every time.
No. I mean,
they keep reminding them, yeah.
No. I mean, I don't know how that will suffice. That will hold us up. But I just want to say, I mean, so that we can move, that honestly speaking, whichever the ladies' evidence, or what do you call it, is already tainted. She can give an evidence as an ordinary person, interested in what she saw, what she participated in, what happened, but not to come out because there's nothing that she's bringing that's expert. Even if she's bringing something valuable, but the fact that her what do you call it now has been tainted, that she is biased, you can come as a witness. But if you are saying you are an expert, you are being supposed, you are being brought in, you are giving an expert opinion, irrespective of where the pendulum is swinging. But in her case, she is already an interested party. So if the defense counsel,
an interested party now,
she is, because she is because she's a Labour Party adherent. She's a Labour Party card carry member. She's a Labour Party candidate.
No. Expert interest. I mean, how do you call it? Experts.
Her partisanship had already destroyed her expert interest.
Has destroyed her. Forget that.
Her partisanship had already destroyed her. There's nothing you can say about that.
I can make that case, but as far as I know, there's no law that bars. There's no law that bars somebody from being an expert.
Okay, now we are talking in our forum like this now. In this forum.
Sorry, Bishop. What Ogbeni and Bishop is explaining to you is that for reasons of her being a card-carrying member of Labour Party, she's already compromised. Because what she wants is for Labour Party to get a result out of that proceedings. And she's going to lean her expertise to achieve that. So she's no longer speaking as an expert. She's speaking as an active combatant in the field.
Well, exactly. You can make that.
No, hold on. Does that logic not hold for you? Does that not stand?
You just heard Ogbeni just said that there's no logic in law. Is that what he said? He said there's no logic. Law does not. The law sometimes defies logic. So don't play that logic with me now. Don't play that logic.
Look at that.
I said no common sense. No logic.
Common sense means another
word. Maybe you should have been a lawyer. You certainly have the mindset.
Sometimes even in court, logic does not even make sense in court. Sometimes it's all about what the letter of the law says, and it's so-called technicalities that you people always do in court. That's what usually what rules at the end of the day.
You know, they say the law is an ass. That's why they say the law is an ass.
So when you see, I understand what you and Bishop said, the angle you guys are coming from. Everybody will do that, even though it's me. If I'm cross-examining, I want to discredit. But you see, we just have to see how this comes, because I know there's a lot of ridiculousness to this thing, which I know what you guys are trying to point out, and I know one man does that a lot, trying to point out that the obedient are just so ridiculous. I mean, it looks like they are ridiculous. But like you said, sometimes
they are ridiculous. What do you mean it looks like? Are they not the most ridiculous?
Sometimes the most absurd. Sometimes might win a case in court. As long as the court, you can go by so-called technicalities and other things to prove the case. They'll go by that burden of evidence that you can. I mean, that's evidence that you can provide. So, I mean, in conclusion, go on.
Ogbeni, let me ask you a question. Is there a mechanism for revoking somebody's SAN?
Well, they've done it before, but not based on the case you are handling. No. But if you misbehave, if you are not fit to practice, you will be misconduct. For instance, Andoka, whom has just found favor in the site of Rufai and Abati recently, and they are bringing in. Andoka, they stripe Andoka of his sonship immediately after that Yaradua thing, when he said Yaradua can rule from anywhere in the world. Immediately Yaradua died, and they pushed them out from the government. The legal personal private committee sat, and they said this man is not fit to be a senior advocate in Nigeria. He couldn't defend the law, and then they stripe him off. They just returned his sonship a few years ago. So, yeah, and there are a lot of people like that. KK, Kunle Kalejaye in Ibadan, they stripe him off. Supreme Court just returned his seal. So, yeah, they have a way of.
Should we strip Malami too of his sonship?
That was going to be my first recommendation.
Because he said the national security supersedes the rule of law. That's not what he said once.
I know. And because
that's debatable. In America, even national security does not bow to any. How many times did the law say that they should release people in Guantanamo Bay? If they are a threat to the United States national security, they don't. I mean, but that's subjective. So let's delve into that one. But in any country, national security takes precedence. Even though they don't sing it on the rooftop. There are certain things. I mean, sorry, I'm talking a movie for the second time today. In the best interest of the state, there are many people. There was one that happened in Germany that was in one of the books I read many times. I mean, they called, and the German government authority had a way of, they carried out some, they called it extrajudicial something, but they said where the interest of the state was at stake. So when something contests with it now depends on who is defining it. Who defines what is in the interest of the state, But so that's why I say it's a little bit very debatable and very contentious.
So, but then they could strip Ayandoka of his when he said his principal, that is
that was not national security. That was
it's not national security that your president could be outside and then being controlled by some puppets.
That's what we're saying now. He's saying that's illegality now. It's just portraying illegality. Come on, how are you comparing apples with orange?
We can compare it. It's comparable because
no, it's not.
It is. Because you don't want to see it that way because you just want to make the point that okay, national security in the way you talk about it, which I understand is debatable.
Why is what's his name? Why is Julian Assange still in detention till date? Why is Julian Assange still in detention?
Well, we don't. You see, I don't want to comment on certain things. I don't have all the facts.
All right, we're debating too sharply.
One man, you asked me that question. I've not answered that question.
Yes,
you have.
Yes, you hold on. Let him answer now. Okay, go on.
Let me have it.
And then after
you. I know. Rational Mind went the way of Malami. When you didn't land and you just went straight to Malami for Malami's head.
No, I was there as well. I was with Malami and the legal team of Peter Obi.
So how do you see Malami and you did not see Kenneth Okonkwo and the legal team?
Kenneth is not a son. Is he a son? Kenneth is not a son.
No, not necessarily a son. He's a lawyer.
Yeah, so if he's not a son, we're talking about stripping people of who has son.
Son is just see what people don't understand about sonship is it's a privilege. That's why the group that gives.
Do you know how much people pay to just to get it? Do you know how much some lawyers like yourself pay to get that sonship? You know what some people go through just to get that sonship? You know how some lawyers are really killing themselves. They will go to any length just to get it.
Yeah, you need diligence. You need judgment. You need to.
And then you're talking about it like it's just an ordinary. Well, of course, it's an ordinary thing. Like you're telling, I don't understand.
Is it the equivalent of? Is it the equivalent of a silk in the UK?
Of course, it's the equivalent of what they call King's Counsel. Now it used to be Queen's Counsel. But this is where I'm going. You see, there are a lot of things that can amount to misconduct in Nigeria. But we don't really emphasize on this thing, and that's the problem. There is indiscipline everywhere in Nigeria. When you see Kenneth Okonkwo coming out with his court outfit, and you're coming out to address press, it's a misconduct. You come in, you wear your dress, and you're coming to the TV studio to come and address something that is meant strictly for court. It's a misconduct. When you see Chris Uche and all those guys, Livy and most of them, Obi's team, addressing press, as they are leaving court like this, they will be addressing press and even be sending press to their opposing counsel and to their opposing this thing. Because I watched one, they were even sending press to INEC. Go and ask INEC, why are they objecting? Why are they objecting? Those things are meant to be transacted in court. Your right of audience is not before the press, it's in the court. That's the prestige of profession. It's a misconduct on its own. But Nigeria is such a place that if today now you pick one of them and you petition, well, the obedient will start making noise again. So they are like, it's just like when you are living in an apartment and you have some mad people around. There's a way you have to be very, very careful, with the mad people to manage them. I think that's the way Nigerians are managing the obedient for now because, the kind of sensation they even bring, some things that doesn't even make sense at all. You just pop it out like.
So Kilo's son now, what did you just went on the Jogo to range here?
Making you right from me. No.
You Kilo's son, what
you are not obedient now, so why are you reacting? You don't need to agitate.
I'm not obedient. I'm obedient.
So don't agitate for them now.
No, hold on. You cannot start my clan's people. I mean my clan's people.
They're your people. You say you're not obedient.
Hold on now. They're my people in some ways. They
are still your people. Which one do you want to pick? There are your people that know you. Are you obedient or you are not rational?
I'm obedient. I'm not obedient. I don't go by that.
What's the meaning of obedient? What you was you can
what I mean is I lean towards
rational mind,
I lean towards obedient, but I don't go by that tag, that name tag. So my point is this: you see, you just talk about the main thing he said.
Don't worry, rational mind.
You went off now. Oh, look at this
don't
guy.
emphasize too much on that.
He went on a TV station.
All right,
rational mind. You now.
Rational mind. Let's continue to take advantage of Ogbeni's expertise whilst he's here. Ogbeni, so in terms of the presentation, the submission, or the case, however you term it in your circles, of the Labour Party and the PDP, they have now come to a close. So now the next half now is the counter narrative from the INEC and APC space. But from what we have heard, and you said you've monitored it almost on a daily basis,
yes.
Are they dead and buried essentially? Is it time for everybody to just does Tinubu have cause to be worried? Is there any area of concerns?
Okay, now this is the way it works. As it stands now, see, the burden is on the petitioner to prove that he won the election, or that the election is marred with irregularities. The burden is not on defense at all. Tinubu doesn't have any responsibility to prove whether he won that election or not. That is the law. It has always been there. It's not going to change because there is somebody called Saint Obi in the movie. No, that has always been there. Now, have they proven their case? That's where you start from. With what I have seen so far, they've dented that case so much that they have not proven anything. Yes, they will tell you INEC frustrated them. Oh, they will tell you we are relying on withholding evidence. Oh, they will tell you, woman, I will, I'm preparing for a lot of things. I'm doing markings and some of that, so I don't really have time. I would try one day to go back to do a forensic analysis of the entire Obi case and then return here to come and analyze it properly for you. Do you know Wole Olayinpekun has a question today? He asked that guy that what you have here is encrypted. And the man said yes. And he said, it means that my Lord cannot even click this link and see what you have there. And he said yes. Do you know the meaning of that? In law, that's what we call document dumping. It means the document you brought to court is not even accessible for my Lord. When you brought encrypted document to court, if you like, write password on it. It's a dump document. No court will rely on that document. And that's, by the way, it's just one of the things that are just occurring to me now on how they've dented. So one now, they've been able to dent their petition. Don't forget that I said there's a background noise.
Oh, let me say who that is. Whoever is everybody mute apart from Ogbeni. Carry on.
Okay, so like I told you, they have the burden, the sole 100% burden to prove, right? Although some people have been clamoring, I'm also one of those clamoring that one, INEC, I don't think INEC should I don't think our law, I think our law should be amended to remove INEC for being a party to election petition. I think INEC should be removed. INEC should be an unbiased umpire somewhere that everybody will just go to get documents and come to court to prove a case. Because INEC can practically frustrate your case as a petitioner. Yes, if they don't like your face. But don't forget that not only in Tinubu's case, in Abia, they are defending Alex Oti as we speak now in the election petition. In Adamawa, the same INEC is defending Fitiri of PDP. So don't think it's just Asiwaju case alone. No. The primary duty of INEC, as far as our election petition regime is concerned now, is that they must defend whatever they have declared. And that's what you see Abi Mahmood doing in court, is to defend what they have declared. That's his work. So, but here's where I'm going. Now, they've been able to dent their case because they have 100% burden to prove. They've dented their case now. Now, how can they reestablish their case now back? How can they build their case back? It depends on the quality of witnesses that the Tinubu, Shetima, and APC and INEC will be bringing. Okay? So it's now a matter of strategy for the defense team. If this defense team may return and says, look, guys, we're not going to call all our witnesses so that they won't use our case, because you don't know all these witnesses. Sometimes you bring some witnesses that are not too smart and there's no limit to the question they can ask. So they may ask some questions that will reestablish their case. So the strategy may be, let's bring the best of our witnesses and close it there. Don't allow these guys to rebuild their case through our witnesses. Because the practice is this: I can build my case through your witness or through my own witness. As long as it's coming from one of the witnesses, the testimony. In fact, if it's coming from an adverse witness or party, in fact, it's the best you can ever have. So let's wait for the quality of witnesses that the Tinubu guys will be bringing. And let me tell you what are my expectations. One, I'm expecting INEC to bring his own IT experts. Don't forget that INEC they've been able to establish through the OB expert that the only person that can testify as to what really happened to that server that day, is either the person is straight from Amazon or the person is straight from INEC. No any other person. And in all the witnesses that have come now, none is from Amazon, because they confess themselves that they are not representing Amazon. So the point is, if you are not representing
why is INEC not allowing them to subpoena their
I can't hear you, rational mind.
Can you hear me? I said, why is INEC refusing them from subpoenaing their IT staffs?
From subpoenaing INEC IT staff?
Yeah, to come and testify.
I thought somebody came from INEC that testified now.
So what did you say?
Witness number 8. See the problem with, let me tell you why it's not even advisable. I don't even know what advice would be to go and be. No, I think it was Atiku that brought somebody from INEC. See, it's not advisable. Is it Atiku?
But I'm not too sure. I think Atiku did. I think he brought somebody.
I think it's Atiku.
Atiku or Labour. I don't know. One of them.
See, rational mind, it's not advisable. I don't know. You know, they are senior advocate. They will tell you they know more than us. We are small boys beside them. But let me tell you, if I'm handling that case, it's not advisable. I won't do that. Because if you are bringing somebody from INEC, I think, it was Atiku now. He brought not even INEC, an ad hoc staff. They brought one ad hoc staff today. You know, they brought one ad hoc staff. But let me tell you why it's not advisable. If I bring somebody from INEC, that person will want to protect his job. If he mess up, he will get sacked letter the next day. And Obi is Mr. No Shishi. He's not going to employ the guy. He's Mr. No De Give Chichi. So if I'm coming from INEC and I'm already building my career in INEC, I know that one day I will become director of IT in INEC. And I know that if I can testify well for INEC to protect my employer, in fact, it's a kudos for me. In fact, presidency may even invite me the next day to come and join them in Aso Villa. There's no way I will tell you during your meeting that, okay, don't worry, I will testify well. When I enter that box, you are in trouble. I won't mind that, you called me, but you are in trouble. I will start agreeing with whatever they are telling me. Because you bring somebody from INEC, and the INEC lawyer from the other hand is cross-examining the person. That's what they call friendly cross-examination now. I'll just be conceding. So I'll be destroying your case. That's why father he brought me to court. So it's not advisable in any case. But to answer a woman question summarily is that I think the Tinubu's guys have been able to dent Obi's case and Atiku's case, at least down to 65% success from
in your imagination now.
Yes, for my own, I won't say imagination, for my own analysis, based on my training as a lawyer and my experience and practice as a lawyer. Now, 65% I see here, But I will tell you, they can rebuild their case back to 100%, depending on the quality of witnesses and evidence that the Tinubu guys will get in.
Let me ask you this. So rather than the Tinubu guys and INEC presenting anything, if they feel there's sufficient enough from the OB article presentation, could they not just go straight to closing remarks and say, okay, let's just bring it to an end. Let's go to closing remarks.
It's going to cause a lot of issue. If it's a local government election, you can do that. But in a federal election like this, no. They will still try to put up their evidence because and if it's me also, I won't do that. I won't take that risk of resting my case on their case. I won't take that risk. I will ensure that I nail it. You know the way they nail coffin. That's the strategy in law. There's an adage in Yoruba. I can't remember now that pata pata lan shaking can't remember. You know, meaning that you nail it completely. So if you have the arsenal, you have the arrow to nail. Why do you have to say you rest your case and you just go home? No, you call your witnesses also to nail it completely. There are a lot of loopholes, you know, that the OB case have opened. So what they need to do is to call their own witnesses to come and nail, and then you bottle it up. So nobody can tell you that you didn't go. You go to decide. Log it. Let me give you an instance. Now, as it stands now, they brought somebody. They've not brought anybody at all from Amazon, but they keep insisting that there was no glitches. That they keep insisting. But so many of them agreed that there's a possibility. But one of them today said the possibility of glitches happening is very slim. That's what he said. Now, that means they have opened a little space. Don't forget their case has been no glitches. But as it stands now, one of their witnesses have opened that thing small that there may be, but that is very slim. You know?
No, they base that on what this guy said. When he said that, is it the information minister or somebody was saying that, the server has been attacked several times. And he asked him and he said yes. Or were you aware of the minister of information or whatever saying that? Yeah, he said yes. And that was all he said. And I think he also asked, is there any possibility of it being hacked or being, he said yes, possibility. But then I think he was trying to say something, and then whoever was examining him had to cut him off. So I'm not asking you that. That's and then LP was saying, no, my lord, he needs to answer that question. Say, no, that's all for now. I'm not asking him. I just want to ask him what I want to ask him. You see, the style of Olamide and the rest of them, the way they were just shouting in court, and I mean, based on what I heard, and I didn't hear this from OB media. I also learned from other media. Even is it a Symphony? Because Symphony, I know Symphony is neither here or there. I think it's mostly PDP or maybe Labour sometimes. So they said he keep cutting me off. I mean, this guy was sounding like combative.
That's it. Now. That's how.
I know that's how they do, but asking questions. Let them answer.
Hold on. Let Mohammed. Let Mohammed come in and then you pick it up. Mohammed, are you frozen? Mohammed. No, I think it's frozen. Mohammed. All right, carry on, Ogbeni.
Well, you see, that's how consumption is. It's a war. It's a war. And every lawyer has his own strategy. Some lawyers are very combative. And that's their own strategies to get their own. And it depends on the witness you're cross-examining. Somebody like me, I won't get combative. If I see a very intelligent witness, I try to make you very relaxed so that you don't know where I'm going. So I'm not combative. But when I see that you are very intelligent, the more I'm combative, the more you step up your intelligence, and you are very aggressive, auto-intelligently. Then I won't be able to achieve whatever I want to achieve. So different style for different witness and different style for different lawyers. But if you are used to the court terrain, you understand this is what they do. You don't allow your witness. You close every question you ask your witness. In fact, there is a saying in law practice that you don't ask questions that you don't even know the answer, because it will open a floodgate You must ask questions that you know the answer you are coming to get from the witness. And that's why you see any lawyer that you see asking you how is, what is, where is, doesn't know what he's doing. And mind you, when you see lawyer outside there are few ones that have actually gained experience of trial proper. Many lawyers end most time at maybe preliminary objection, fight this and that. Many lawyers don't even put witness in the box and cross-examine witness and go through the rigors of trial. Not too many lawyers participate in all those things. So, but when you see those ones that are seen advocate and that is their expertise, they understand what they want to achieve. So when you see them asking questions, oh, what is this? And you are going in another direction, they know you want to open their case. They won't allow you to go. And the other part
can I ask you a question real quick? I think one man, Ola asked that question in his super chat. Now, I think we touched on it a little bit. I don't know if you're aware. Now, my question to you is this, because I know we're all political commentators. Some of us accidental, and there's this word you use here every time. Accidental. You call them accidental. What is it, woman? You want to say something?
Emergency analyst.
No. I wanted to say. I wanted to bring Mohammed in, but his system is still trying to. No, his system is still trying to connect. But carry on.
All right. So now you used to say accidental. Emergency. Maybe you are one of them too, because maybe you are one of them too. So my question is this: you've been hearing about the certificate that Tinubu submitted to INEC. Yep. Some people will say, like people like Kulata here will say that, oh, it's not this guy's Pinterest by David Udain. But we've seen it in other platforms. Now, the logo on it, like Ola was asking, the logo on the one that was submitted to INEC is different from the actual logo that was issued by Chicago State University. So with these discrepancies, because all the things you've been talking about ever since, I know where you lean, you are Tinubu, and I don't expect you to really criticize it much. So what is your take on that? Excuse me. Do you think that's a problem because you're submitting a certificate that is not issued by the school, and you're representing it as the one that is issued by the school?
My take
quick interjection, if you don't mind. I was going to say sometimes schools, especially in the States, they change their mascot or their logos.
Come on.
No, I'm not making it up. I mean,
come on.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you my take on that. You see, that's why you see them reserving their objection to final address, and I've explained the reason for you why they do that here. That certificate will not enter anywhere. Do you know why? Because it goes to relevancy. That certificate is very relevant. None of the parties before the court is raising issue of certificate in all their petition. Go and read all their petition. I posted it here before. And tell me there's a paragraph.
It was admitted now. Wait, what are you talking about, dude?
Which paragraph?
They are, hold on, I understand. But most
petition,
of them did not
challenging certificate.
I agree with you. I don't think even people were saying it too.
If you can't find it, it goes to no EU. Why do I need to be debating that?
Hold on.
I don't need to be. We are giving to frivolity here.
But why would the court admit it?
The court has not admitted this. They reserve objection to final address. I just told you here now. Every document that they are brought to court.
What are Nigerian media telling us then? Are we to go by? See,
no.
I don't listen to
Hold on, rational mind. Let Mohammed put a position to Ogbeni. Mohammed.
Hello. Yeah, Oman, how are you?
I'm good. Good to have you.
Yeah, good to have you too. Sorry, I'm at airport, so the network might not be the best. So if I'm breaking, just let me know.
All right. Where are you flying to?
Well, to Venice. So.
Oh, good. Stop by London. We go for drinks. You don't worry. It can be orange juice. It doesn't have to be alcohol. Sure. I suspect you came in for Ogbeni's submission. So let's hear from you.
Well, actually, I was just when I logged in, you were talking about 2027 and who will be candidate and who can challenge Tinubu. Then I lost my connection. Now I rejoined and I heard you're talking about petition or B and everything. So exactly what I joined really for the 2027 permutations. But I heard that you were talking about Saraki as well. Am I audible?
We can hear you. Go on. We
Hello?
can hear you.
Yeah, we can make you out. Carry on.
Yeah. So what was the position that you guys were taking? Like you thought Saraki would challenge Tinubu, or what was it before I say what I think?
It was actually Kulata that brought up that name, and then I jumped on it as well because we were saying that for Tinubu to be defeated, it has to be somebody from the north, and then we were looking at the PDP to see who was available. So we know that Tambuwal, he doesn't stand a chance. We know that Bala Mohammed, he's too extreme in some of his views. And then somebody like Saraki, he is both a northerner and a Yoruba man at the same time. So he can cut through those two spaces. So the debate then was that Saraki is probably the best person to give Tinubu a good run in 2027.
So my view on this is that I think the best person would be Konkoso. I think he's the person that really can challenge Tinubu, and I think Tinubu knows that. That's why he's pulling this guy close to him. I honestly don't think Saraki can challenge Tinubu because I get the point that he straddles like the Yoruba line and the Northern line. But if anything, if we learn anything from the past elections, these middle grounds, they never work, you know. So if it's Yoruba man, why should we go for, why shouldn't we just go for Tinubu? If it is a northerner, why shouldn't we just go for the northern? Like this kind of balancing thing like Atiku tried to do, it usually doesn't work with electorate. We're not that, I don't know. We tend to think that we as human beings and as voters, we tend to think we're very rational, but actually we're not. Like when we come to vote, like sentiments is the most important thing that people consider, and that is not just in Nigeria, everywhere. Like so in the UK or let's say US, it's very easy to predict how somebody will vote by just asking him one question. Let's say his view on abortion, or if he goes to church on Sunday, 90% of the time he will vote Republican. Okay, so what I think is Saraki, I don't think he can really put up a good challenge to Tinubu. But the bigger thing is Tinubu, for him, I think he has to perform. If he doesn't perform, I think I would say his path to victory was quite fragile in this last election. I was telling somebody, so just look at the election result as it is now. And let's say he just neglected two states, let's say in the north, for example. Let's say just Katsina. If they voted for Atiku the way they voted for Buhari, now I think Tinubu gave Atiku like 1.7 million, but and they voted for Buhari like in 2019 and I think Buhari won by over 1.2 million. So but in this 2023, that 1.2 million, Tinubu and Atiku split it 50-50 basically. Just imagine this 600,000 of Tinubu going to Atiku. The difference between them will be 1.2 million votes will be cancelled out of the difference. This is just one state. So this goes to show how, and then the difference between Tinubu and Atiku will just be 500,000. You see? So this is just one state. So what I think Tinubu has to do to win, I think he has the good chance of winning. The names that you mentioned, I don't think any of them can challenge. Bala Mohammed, well, extreme views, I think that's not his biggest issue. His biggest issue is I think he's not really a household name in the north. Not many people will really, it's not a household name like Konkoso. So that's his main issue actually. Saraki too will suffer from that. And if it is between Bala Mohammed and Saraki, it's really hard to choose, but I don't think any of them are a threat. The real threat is Konkoso. Even in this election, most Northerners, majority, like overwhelming majority, if you really ask them, their choice is Konkoso. But out of pragmatic considerations, I think Konkoso will win. But I don't think any of them can challenge Tinubu. But the bigger thing is Saraki. they went for Tinubu or to Atiku. But if and that's why if you now I'm beginning to think that this Konkoso's angle, I think Tinubu was
Are you from
tested.
are you from Mohammed? Are you from Kano? You
No,
are
I
from
am
Kano.
from
Yeah.
Maiduguri. I'm from Maiduguri.
All
Yeah.
right. I thought you were doing homeboy.
No. I schooled in Kano while Konkoso was governor. So if
Look
for
at
6 years I was in
that.
Kano.
All right. So now we know.
Honestly, yeah, but it's not that. Honestly, like even me, I think like Konkoso did fantastically well when he was governor. Like I said, I schooled in Kano, so just like common people that I know, people of poor, humble backgrounds, they finished school with good grades, almost certain to get a scholarship abroad. People were just envious of Kano people at that time. I can name like 10 people off the top of my head just right now. So Konkoso did people building. I think the best way to win election in Nigeria is to build people. That is what made Tinubu president. You see, people tend to think that it's the Muslim or something, but I think the narrative of Tinubu as somebody who builds people, I think this is what sold him the most against Atiku in the north. Everybody that yeah.
Mohammed, can you hear me? Let me say this
Sure.
and then ask you a question. Let me say this and then I'll ask you a question. So the first thing I'm going to say is a statement, and then the next one is a question. You see, Kwakwanso is not really as potent as you think, because he has that huge popularity in the north, but he doesn't have the name recognition in the south. It's only this electoral cycle that we began to look at him. He's just a man from the north as far as the south is concerned, but Saraki, he cuts across. Atiku cut across as well, so he doesn't have that cut across thing. So that's what I wanted to say. But my question really, in that conversation, what we were saying was that if PDP is intent on wresting power from Tinubu in 2027, they have to present a northerner, because if they present a southerner, Tinubu will just massacre him, whether he performs or not. Or if they present a southerner, Tinubu will massacre him. So the only chance of wresting power from Tinubu in 2027 is to present a northerner. Do you agree with that?
Yes, completely. I do agree with both of your two submissions. On the latter one, like regarding Tinubu. So that's why I said like Saraki. If you feel Saraki, so let's say you're a Yoruba person from the south, like would you rather go for Saraki or for Tinubu? That's my question. That's why I said this balancing act.
I like Saraki,
Yeah.
but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know Saraki much, but for Northerners, I think they will be. I don't think they will go for Tinubu. I can say confidently that they will go for Tinubu. That is one. And for Yoruba people, I know you, as you said, personally you prefer Saraki, but for the average Yoruba person, I don't think that Saraki will be chosen over Tinubu. That's just my view. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But like you said, but what you said, the second part of what you said is also correct. I think it's very correct that if PDP feels any Southerner, Tinubu would trash that person without a doubt. I think, and also just to even connect it to this past election, once I said that both PDP and APC made the correct decisions in the way that they chose their candidates. The convention, of course, in Nigeria is a Muslim northerner, and then Christian southerner, or Christian southerner, and Muslim northerner. That's how it has always been. But this election challenged both premises in that the strongest and the most potent candidate of PDP is without doubt Atiku. So if they said they were going to zone it to south or specifically to southeast, Tinubu would trash that person like without a doubt. Like it's not even going to be close. I'm talking about like with 6-7 million that kind. And conversely, if APC were to make the mistake of fielding any other candidate against Atiku other than Tinubu, they will lose this election like with a wide margin. So they both made the correct decisions, like in the way that they did their things. But it's just that the personal mistakes that Atiku made, I think he's the biggest, like he botched this election a lot because everything was there for him to win.
Do you
But
think,
then he was,
Mohammed?
yeah,
Mohammed,
yeah,
do you think
yeah.
Atiku's ego? Do you think his ego cost him this election?
Yeah, his ego cost him. Well, his ego is huge part of it. I would say maybe 50% of that, but more to the real reason why he didn't, because like this election is always like the South is almost settled with Peter Obi in Southeast completely locked in. Most people thought he will do that, and he will do extremely well. I think in the South, most people thought he will do that, and he did. And Southwest, Tinubu will lock it in. Really, it's in the North that the election will be lost and won. So what Atiku was doing was, like part of it is his ego, was that he was taking decisions as if like he just, he was just guarantees the presidency. The way that he chose his vice president, for example, leaving Wike for this Okowa. Yes, even me, if I were, like if I knew I would be president, I would prefer Okowa than Wike. But for electoral value, I don't think you can compare the two. And this election has shown that perfectly. Okay. So he was taking decisions as if he was guaranteed the presidency. That's one. But then, like his ego that you said also played a role. For example, in not putting much of a fight. Obi, he said that Obi left before telling him and this and that. But that's understandable. But Konkoso's leaving, I think, partly is due to Atiku's ego, and then the G5 also, of course, that's an ego issue, you know. But honestly, this G5 thing, I have a view that maybe some people will not agree with. I don't think the G5 played as much of a role as Konkoso and Obi did. You know, the G5. I mean, just take for example Benue. This guy, he doesn't pay salaries. Almost like when the end of the month, approaches, you come and say the Fulanis, the Fulanis, the Fulanis. These kind of things, you can do it once, you can do it twice, you can do it thrice, but after some time, the people will just figure you out, and then they will just turn against you. And that is what happened. They trashed him in senatorial seat, he lost governorship, he lost presidential, he lost. Who would have thought that Tinubu will win in Benue State of all places? I mean, this is something like an enemy territory. So this guy, I don't think he changed much for Tinubu. Even if he was, even if he was supporting Atiku, I don't think that will change anything. So, but instead of G5, I would say Wike played a role, but if you just look at the numbers in Rivers, it's not that much of a role, but just look at Concourse. This 1 million from Concourse, you can almost be certain that they would have gone to Atiku if he was there. That's why this guy, what is the name, Abdul Mumin Jibril or something, is staunch Tinubu supporter. All of a sudden, I saw that he went to NMPP. I think he lost his seat in the primaries or something in the APC. So he went to NMPP, but he still kept close ties to Tinubu. And now after this presidency, he's the one that is, after Tinubu won, is the one that is brokering all these meetings. So it's almost as if it's a plan for Konkosos to take as many votes as possible from Atiku. So, see, that's why I think this Tinubu guy, my real worry now is, I think this guy has the brains and he has the wherewithal to really make Nigeria a one-party country. That's my real worry, because all the threats, he knows where they are. He understands every nook and cranny of this country much more than all of these others. He understands the country very well, and especially he understands.
Mohammed, Mohammed,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. In fact, two questions really. The first question is: Do you think that Kwakwanso hates Atiku? Because I think he does. And then the second question is: Do you think Tinubu is more a politician? Where do you think his strength is, as a politician or as an administrator?
Well, I think the two the two are linked. Politics is the art of dealing with people, and administration partly also you have to deal with people. So I think these two things are not like mutually exclusive. But I think he is the master politician of Nigeria. Like, is this after this election that I started to appreciate what this guy is doing. Now I just wait for his decisions almost like an art. Like I just almost every decision that he has taken, I think if you think about it, like he couldn't have done anything else. So that's why the reason why I said that he might make Nigeria a one-party state is look at the way that he's trying to lock in the South. Like if he like make deep inroads in the South, like who can then challenge him? That's my question really. Who can challenge him? So I just remember your first question about Konkoso, when I said that he's the real challenge. Yeah, Konkoso is only a challenge if he has a popular, strong Southern candidate. Like on his own, I know that of course he doesn't have this, spread across, the country like Tinubu does. Okay, but you are right. He has to have a very strong, popular Southern candidate. Otherwise, like even he will
not like the miracle worker
yeah.
pastor that he went on. That was a bit of a joke, wasn't it? That ridiculous pastor that he went on.
Well, it's only ridiculous. It's only ridiculous if he was after winning the presidency, which he was not. He knows full well. Konkoso is not like. If I think people should understand this about Konkoso. He knows full well that he's not going to. He's not like Obi. I think Obi really thought that he would win. In the beginning, I thought he was also just, doing this kind of politics like Konkoso. But Obi and most of his followers, I'm beginning to realize they really believe that he could win this election. But that's not the case for Konkoso. He wanted to make this thing about himself. So you take a pastor that never appears on television. I mean, you have a vice president, but if you think about NMPP, everybody talks about him. Like at least Peter Obi, people say dirty and all this. Of course Shatima and Oko, but every NMPP did that candidacy is 100% about Konkoso. I think that's what he was after. He wanted to show his value.
Hey, one more
value.
quick question for
Yeah.
Mohammed, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Mohammed, do you think Kwankwaso believed in a Southern presidency, even though he ran for presidency?
Well, I don't know how to answer that, but okay, I will say this. He knew full well that his candidacy will do heavy damage to Atiku's chances. He knew that very, very well. So does that answer your question? As for whether or not he believes in Southern presidency, I cannot answer that, but I know that he knows that almost all his votes would have gone for Atiku, And if you look about 1.4, 1.3, okay.
Well, that is true. That's somewhat indirect because
yeah.
But yeah, because Kwankoso looks like a fair person, quite frankly. It looks like somebody that believes in fairness. Atiku, on the other hand, not at all. So even though it looked like the Northerners were still trying to struggle for power after 8 years of Buhari, to me, it was shocking that Atiku was ran in the first place. So Kwankoso, him running it, I thought was just some kind of a gimmick somewhat, even though it was a strong candidate in the north.
Well, I have something to say about that. So, you see this thing about game of politics. It's not a realm where, the argument about fairness and equity and this, it never really works. Like, as long as it doesn't go, like, it doesn't favor those people who say that, they will change it immediately. Like, you saw it with Atiku, like the PDP, they knew full well that throwing the ticket open will mean that Atiku will get the ticket. But they did that because if they don't feel Atiku, you're not going to get, like if they, let's say, zone it to south or southeast, you're not going to get a southeast president, you're going to get an APC president for certain, okay? So at least you have to get the power first before you can think of, how the fairness and everything will come. So that's why, like, so Atiku, I mean, the fairness argument I understand, but if Atiku doesn't run, it doesn't mean that there's going to be it doesn't mean that there's going to be anybody, any other person that would have filled it will not have, will not have been a match for Tinubu. So fairness, I understand. And for Konkoso, yeah, he's kind of a fair person. Like if you think about it, like even during the Abiola 1993 election, Bashir Tofa and, in Kano, the house, Bashir Tofa's house and Konkoso's house is just a stone's throw away. in Gandung Albasa. I usually, one of my best friends, his house and Konkoso's house are back to back. So I always go there every time I'm in Kano. So I know that place very well. So even in that Gandung Albasa, that polling unit, Bashir Tofa lost to Abiola due to efforts of people like Konkoso and everything. And in the 2011 election, I was in Kano, like I said. People tend to forget. Jonathan got 25%, I think, in Kano, that election against Buhari, when even Shakarau did not get, because of efforts of people like Konkoso, and that after that election, all their houses were burnt down and this and that. One of my friends, his father was a very, associate of Konkoso. I went to their house. Yeah.
Sorry, Mohammed, sorry to interrupt. I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Do you consider the regions in Nigeria, because Buhari is from Northwest, and let's say in the next 4 or 8 years, we are going to also, Kwankwanso is also from Northwest. How do you feel the other parts of the northern, the northeast, and the north central will feel about this? And do you think it will sell that within the split of it, every president that will come from the north for the last 16, maybe 8 to 12 years is always from the northwest? How do you feel the other part of the region will feel? How would they handle it?
All right. All right.
So you have to understand. I will just Okay.
Hold on,
I will
Mohammed.
just respond to that.
Yeah, hold on. Respond to that, and then stay where you are until you stay with us until you board your flight. So after you respond to that, let's go back to Ogbeni to carry on his thoughts. Because he's just is in the middle of marking exam papers. He only came in to give us but about to you, Mohammed.
Yeah. So this is an interesting question. I think that's what where some people's understanding of the North is kind of different. So I think you should not really, if you want to understand how the northern space works, you should not assume what happening in South is what is happening in the North. So in the North, really, like this Northeast, Northwest, it's not much of a factor. If you look at the voting pattern of the North, like it's almost the same, Northeast, Northwest. It's not as stark a difference as it is in the South, where you have Yoruba West and Igbo East. It's not like that in the North. That is one. I am 100% Kanuri, my father, mother, everything. But if you give me a choice between Kashim Shettima and Konkoso, I will take Konkoso any day, anytime. So it's not, this Northeast, Northwest thing is not really much of a factor. People don't really, it's not something that is on people's minds, really. Only politicians use that to get positions. But other than that, on the level of the people, it's not going to be a problem. I can tell you that even Maiduguri now, if you feel them Kashim Shettima and Konkoso, I think they will choose Kashim Shettima. Even in this election, in Maiduguri, inside the city, Kashim Shettima lost actually. Like it's really in the local governments and everything that the Kashim again, like Kashim is not that much of a popular person in Maiduguri. People should know this about this guy. He's not that much of a popular person. He's not like Zulum or Ali Sharif or something. So I don't think it's much of a factor there. Maybe the North Central, maybe even North Central is maybe they have a little bit of that, but it's not even as big as that. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. I hope I answered your question.
All right, I've got a question for you as well, but let's go back to Ogbeni, who was giving us the summary of because as you know, Mohammed, the case for Atiku and Peter Obi, their presentation came to an end in court today. So they've concluded their submissions, and Ogbeni now, a senior lawyer, he's now giving us an interpretation of how we should be digesting it. So back to you, Ogbeni. But stay there with us, Mohammed. We will come back to you in a moment. Ogbeni.
Oh, thank you, Woma. Well, it's just to give you maybe something like a breakdown of the timeline for the election petition tribunal, so that our viewers or our listeners would also understand. So now that they're closing the petitioners trial or hearing, that's their own part for now. So by
sorry, Ogbeni. Mohammed, mute yourself for a moment. I can't mute you from here. Carry on, Ogbeni.
So by 24th, that's by 24th of June to 29th of June, right? INEC will be expected to open their own case and bring their witnesses. Usually, INEC don't really have much. They don't really call witnesses. Most times, they only call one or two experts to just explain what happened during the election. That's all INEC does most times. So, but between 30th and 30th June to 5th of July, we are expecting Tinubu and Shetima to open their case and close their case by 5th of July. They open 30th June, that's next week Friday. And by 5th of July, they're going to close their case. Then the next day, which is 6th of July, we're expecting APC, that is Prince Elo Fagbemi-san, to open his own case for his clients and then close his case by 10th of July. So by that 10th of July, we're expecting close of evidence. So from there, you'll be expecting them to prepare for final address. So that final address is what Rational Mind is waiting eagerly for, about what he called craft. But we've been able to explain to him that it's not craft now, that his understanding of law is what matters. So by 29th of July, that's what I'm like. How we won't do reunion one day. We just feel like okay, you this boy.
It's okay. Stoop down. Do you remember stoop down? Stoop down and face the wall.
So by the address by the petitioner, we're expecting it by 29th of July. Then I can't remember that of respondent again, but I think it's about 4th or 5th of August. Then we're expecting reply, and then all of them will now converge. I remember that one. By 5th of August, they will converge and they say goodbye to everyone. Then the court, from 5th of August, the court will announce a date for them to come and take their judgment. So it's just for us to just understand how these timelines work and what should be expected from these guys. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Well presented. But just to add an addendum, I think both the INEC and the Tinubu lawyers, they asked for a moratorium because there's Eid coming, so they want to start their case from the 2nd of July.
Oh, okay, that's fantastic. That means that will push the timetable a bit forward, like a few days forward. Okay.
All right. Any questions for Ogbeni before? No, carry on, Ogbeni. Anybody with a question for Ogbeni?
I reserve my comment. I will provide in the final
in the final analysis.
in the final response.
Just whilst you're still there, Ogbeni, this conversation, I think we lost Mohammed. He did say it was at the airport, so we were at the mercy of his reception. But this conversation about who can stop Tinubu in 2027, are you also of that view that for any chance to be had to stop him in 2027, they have to present a strong northerner to oppose him?
Well, I don't think so for now. I think it's even too early for us to be thinking about who succeed Tinubu. I think Tinubu's performance would depend on the work whoever wants to succeed him would have to do. If Tinubu performs abysmally, I don't expect anybody to do much to get Tinubu out to uproot Tinubu out from that office. If Tinubu performs brilliantly and very well, it's going to be very hard. Nobody will uproot that Tinubu, where you are coming from or wherever you are. Nigerians will be very okay with him because as it stands now, Nigeria is, from people that I've interacted with, even with the little performance Tinubu is putting up now, people are still in the mode of let's wait and see. That's the mode you find many people. And so many of his supporters too, who supported him because they understood his antecedents and they believe in him and they believe he can do something. A lot of them are still even in the mode of, yes, we believe in him, we're going to support him, but let's see. first. Let's understand what exactly will be the direction in this government. So we can only, for now, it's too early. We can only for now be wishing Tinubu well. And then let me tell you another thing that I know is going to happen. There will be a lot of cross-carpeting in the next 4 years. I'll be expecting a lot of people to cross-carpet. The Bukola Saraki you just talked about, I'm not sure Bukola Saraki will even stay too long in PDP. I believe Bukola Saraki will move out from PDP. It may not be too soon. I'm not sure Tambua will stay too long in that PDP. I'm expecting Tambua to move out from PDP. But I'm expecting all those big ones that have lost their state to APC to move out because they won't have any bargaining strength on the table when PDP is reimagined. That's the way I see it. And I see a lot
invariably, what Mohammed just said is one might play out, which I've often expressed here, that people are creating a monster in the person of Tinubu. Because like the template of Lagos, where he hijacked Lagos to himself, and he called the shots there. And if he's able to silence all opposition, and like Mohammed said, he make Nigeria a one-party state, does it not scare you guys? Is it not scary?
I'm not sure.
Because you know what you just said now.
Let me answer that.
People is able to bring everybody into one fold, bring other people from other party, the big shot from other party, or because they want the juicy thing. He wants to buy them to his side, and like he did in Lagos, and everybody goes to one party in the party of APC. Does it not scare you guys that this guy is going to turn Nigeria?
Hey, Tinubu is not going to have a one-party state. He's going to have a uniparty. He's going to have a uniparty.
You see what happened in Lagos? Do you know what happened in Lagos?
Well,
Lagos is not a one-party state now.
It is a one-party state.
How?
It is a one-party state.
How?
Why has PDP has not been able to beat him all these years?
Because they play poor politics. That's why.
No. You guys, that's what I'm saying. You people just not listen to what Mohammed analyzed here.
What's his analysis?
Tinubu is very good. He's a very good politician when it comes to. Should I say good? He's a very I'm trying to use for one.
Cunning is your word.
Very cunning. He will buy anybody viable to his side.
So is there any politician that is not cunning?
Say what?
Is there any politician that is not cunning?
Well, I know all of them are all cunning, but what I'm saying is that the template of Lagos, whereby even in the PDP in Lagos, he has planted people in there. They said it that he had planted people in there. How do they call them? Moles. He has planted moles within the party to cause problem at every time they want to start election, so that they will not even understand themselves, and then they will be at the end of the day. APC will close to, or AC or APC will close to victory. So that's the point. So if he now does, replicate the same nationally, are you guys not doomed in that country?
In what way?
I still don't understand the point.
That is the point I'm trying to make here every time when I come here. I challenge most of you guys here.
What exactly is that point now?
We cannot afford to have a one-party state. We need somebody that will attacking this guy. When I mean attacking, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying attacking. What I mean is as an opposition to this guy. We need an opposition. Not everybody dilly-dallying with this guy. Everybody.
Why do we want war when we can have peace?
No war, guy. Don't do all this thing. Don't use all these kind of words. We're not talking about war here. I'm talking about.
I'm just saying. What I'm trying to say is that if Tinubu can have peace amongst the different parties and individuals, and they are at peace with him, what is wrong with that?
Oh God.
See, what I understand what you're saying. By the way, it's not possible. We don't have a one party state. See what Wiki is doing right now. What Wiki is doing right now is doing his bidding for Tinubu. There's no need for a son like Wiki to come to APC. So keeping Wiki.
You see what happened in River State? Have you seen the news today?
Well, keeping Wiki in the PDP.
APC River State they're trying to woo. This guy,
Wiki,
to come and join APC.
And what's wrong with that, please?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so at the end of the day, we're not going to have. Hold on. I didn't see what Tinubu can eventually achieve is a uniparty of some sort, not a one-party state. This is not communism.
I don't understand this guy's game. Look at
But what is so your argument is that we should persecute Tinubu for being smart and intelligent? Is that what you're saying?
Well, let me allow you to continue using all this language you're using. Prosecute, kill, all this kind of. I mean, dude.
No. See, your argument is like, okay, Tinubu is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state because
it's going to do that. The way it's going, the way I'm saying.
Rational mind, can I just interject for a minute, please? First, I don't think it's possible. Look at what transpired in Osun State. Aregbesola was his former commissioner, and he worked against him, and they lost Osun. What happened? Nothing happened. We have a PDP
That's a
government.
different context.
No. You are talking about Nigeria as a whole.
Okay.
So as from now, for the next 4 years, we are going to have Adeleke as the governor of that state.
No, it's a different thing.
No. Hold on.
He doesn't have Osun State.
I'm trying to tell you that in the old 36 states of Nigeria, there are some states governed by PDP or governed by Labour or governed by ABGA. So it's not so easy that you just tell them to cross carpet just like that. So you can't just generalize everything like it's going to make Nigeria one party.
Well, boy, you don't know Tinubu. Oh, more Tinubu.
More Tinubu. When you always, for example, PDP has been presenting some good candidates in Lagos State, but I think the people of Lagos State have seen that APC have done wonderfully in the last more than 16 years, and they trust them and they continue to vote for them. And if you go to Delta or River State or maybe some other PDP state, they never voted for APC. They continue to stick with their PDP. So why are you insinuating that it's going to? Nobody can turn Nigeria to one party state.
And I thought
we have a freedom of association.
Time will tell.
And I thought.
No.
All right, come in, Ogweni.
Okay. You see, I like dealing with figures there. I don't see Tinubu turning any state to one party state, and Tinubu didn't do it in Lagos. See, we have to be very clear as to facts here. What are the facts? In Lagos, there is a very strong opposition in Lagos till the last election. The fact that they are struggling to take power from Tinubu doesn't make it one-party state. A one-party state is where you kill opposition and they can't even make any move. But opposition are still struggling and fighting seriously in Lagos. In 1999, this is where they are coming from. Don't forget. In 1999, Tinubu contested against a man called Sarumi. You remember. And what was his score? Tinubu had about 800,000 plus. And that was when he started as Alliance for Democracy, right? And then Sarumi had about 100,000 plus. Don't forget. That was how opposition started in Lagos. The gap was so wide, right? Because Tinubu had about 800,000 plus in that 1999. But AD won. Now, what happened in 2003? In 2003, they bridged that gap. Tinubu had 900 plus. Tinubu didn't have 1 million. Why Funshaw Williams chased Tinubu to almost 700? In fact, Funshaw Williams almost have 800,000. Don't forget, in 2003. That's a strong opposition. That's not one party state. If you can garner 700,000.
That's a different context you're giving here. I mean,
I'm coming. Let me land. I like studying pattern. I'm telling you pattern. That's what I'm giving you now. It's not. I'm giving you pattern.
But then you must have factored that into that pattern.
I'm still in 2003. Move to 2007. These are facts now. You can go and check it. In 2007, the same thing again. It was between Fashola and Obanikoro, if you remember. And the gap between them was not even up to 200,000. Go and study states that are using one party state, and you will understand what party state means. Obanikoro had almost 400,000. Fashola had 500,000 plus. A few 100,000 or something like that. Fashola won that election. But in 2011, because of Fashola's performance in the first election, that was what fetched Fashola 1.5 million under ACN in 2011. And Samsudeen Adegboye, that contested, had 300,000 because of that performance. But if you wind it up again to 2015, in 2015, you will see the opposition rising up again. It was Agbaje, if you remember. Agbaje had almost 700,000. While Hambody had about 800,000. And when this last one, when Obedient and this guy came out. So if you follow that pattern, you understand that one day opposition will even take over Lagos. It's not a matter of, so they need to up their game. They need to continue that their performance and others, but they've not killed opposition in Lagos. That's all the point of mind. You go to countries where they practice one party, you won't find patterns in the election result like this. You will not. That's just my point.
Yeah, and to creating a one-party state, I think you have to refer back to Obasanjo. He is the one that almost created a one-party state. So it's not in the liking of Tinubu to do that. Yeah, if you want a one-party state, go to Venezuela. You know, the time of Saddam Hussein, Iraq.
Even Russia is also like a one-party state.
Well, pretty much. Yeah, Putin has got his hand holding them down. But
when we say one-party state, not in the sense of what you people are talking about. I mean, I understand. I hope you guys understand what we're talking about. We're not talking about where one party, everybody has to vote for one party. That's not what I'm saying. This guy has an insidious. I mean, he has this way. Hold on. He has this way of giving an illusion of opposition to him, but at the same time, he controls the narrative in that opposition, whereby that would give him free hand will give him that liberty to do as he wants and continue perpetuating himself. And
rational mind. Do you believe that hold on? Do we run a democracy in Nigeria, or is communism?
If we are running democracy, then we should be asking us questions. So many things we're talking about here. Like that's to tell you. I mean, that's to tell you that it's up to everybody to decide if that's a democracy.
Well, you're making it sound like he has full control.
I think rational mind. I think if I were you, I'm not putting it to you directly. I'm just saying, this is just my personal opinion. You can just admit that this guy knows this game. He's a good strategist, and he plays his own democracy.
So how does that put on the table for me or my people? What are you talking about?
We are not talking. Is it putting food on the table for me either here?
I don't know. It's up to you. I'm talking about myself.
Everybody do the same thing. Everybody have to work at.
Listen. Let's not do this. Accept. I mean, who doubts Tinubu's dexterity when it comes to this? Is evil.
So why are you now insinuating that it's going to turn Nigeria to one-party state? How can it turn Nigeria to? Even in the last election, it was very competitive.
Exactly.
I'm not saying in the sense
do we crucify somebody for that for their ambition or their ability to sway people and win? Is that a crime? You make it sound like it's a crime what he's trying to do.
It is a crime. It is not. No. I will answer this way. It's not a crime and it's a crime at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a crime and it's a crime. It's a crime in the sense that when you do it, just so that you can perpetuate yourself and continue, like we saw in Lagos, whereby all the thing he did in Lagos, planting those moles in PDP, all this. You see, I could go on and forth what Benny said on those things he talked about. When he talk about
it's not fair to put other people's incompetency on Tinubu. What you're just saying is what you're talking about is
competency. You and I fail to factor in what happened in Lagos when it comes to Funsho Williams. He was talking about one, sometimes we do. I don't expect him to talk much about Tinubu because somebody just asked me in the comment section that I don't expect you to say anything because you are Tinubu person. It's Tinubu person. So what do you expect him to? So my point is this: is that Funsho Williams, we know what happened.
What happened?
Tell us.
God.
Yes, go ahead. Tell us.
Tinubu.
Tinubu took him down. Now they did not take him down.
Either he directly did it, or his Max. I mean, his mask or whatever man. They did that for him.
Has never been.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that.
Just like when they say Obasanjo killed Bola Ige. And today,
you see, we'd like to do this. What about a lot?
When you want to say your thing.
No, we'd like to do this. What about a lot? We're talking about Tinubu. We're not talking about Obasanjo.
No. I'm just trying to say this is just a speculation. It has not been proven that
the context is different. This guy
context?
Was coasting to victory in an election. Well, no, let me not say coasting to a victory. He was apparently going to win that election because of his people look at him as a true Lagosian and all of that. And they look at him as an alternative to Tinubu's dynasty that they found that time that he was trying to perpetuate himself. And then they said, no, we're going to reject this guy. And they saw that as a threat and they took this guy down.
Oh, really?
Ogbeni did not factor that in. But he could talk about when he was there, the margin that was different. That's a different.
I think you are changing the what we are discussing totally. Nobody, you are talking about one party state, and before we think of a high, you just continue to label him now.
It's a progression, you know.
I don't see the correlation.
It's a progression. It's a progression.
There's no correlation here at all.
Well, maybe you're not seeing it that way.
Let's stay on one aspect we are talking about. If you want
the aspect I'm talking about,
then we'll talk about the allegation you are talking about. But can you tell me what is the correlation between what you are doing now, between the two aspects? What is the correlation? Tell me the correlation.
What I'm trying to do is this.
Tell me the correlation between function with Sarma, function, blah, 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 that you think is the one that is responsible for
all right. I think you are deviating somewhat sharply now.
We'll just maybe they make it look like we're debating. What I'm trying to say is that Tinubu progressively stamped his authority in Lagos, and even though we have this illusion of opposition in a party of PDP, that's not an opposition. A party that could not even really deliver anything. They could not even win one seat. Even if they do, at the end of the day, just move the cross carpet into APC. They metamorphose. Total silence. Only him reigns supreme. His party reigns supreme in Lagos. And I was saying that. I did not just do that. When you can say maybe I was biased. Somebody who is from the north, or the president of Mohammed, he comes here. He expressed that fear too. That I'm feared this guy might turn Lagos and Nigeria to a one-party state the way he's going, whereby he's wooing everybody here and there to his side. So, and that's the fear. And we should be concerned about that.
So if Tinubu makes an offer, the other side can also reject an offer. One second.
Not a pseudo opposition like we saw in Lagos. Because if he replicates that nationally, we are doomed. That's me.
See, there's nothing. Rashomai. Yeah, thank you. See, there's nothing wrong in extending a hand of friendship to other people. Why you make it sound like it's a crime? I mean, if he's able to do that, that shows his ability to bring people together and be a unifier that Atiku pretends to be. So what you're trying to label Tinubu to be is not really genuine, not at all. I mean, do we fault somebody for being good at what they do? It's a stretch. It's a stretch, but what you're saying, it doesn't even hold water, because even Labour Party won this past election in Lagos. They won. So it's the people that vote. Okay, as much as Tinubu may want to, according to you, bring about a one-party state, but the people are still free-minded in a democratic society as ours. Unless you don't believe that we run a democracy. Okay, so at the end of the day, people are free to choose. And if they want to go with Tinubu or his party, well, let it be. But don't let it be, just like Ogbeni laid out, there's always been opposition to Tinubu everywhere he's played politics, because he's been able to display his ability to win. He should get credit for it, not be criticized. And I don't think, I mean, sometimes there's no need to be like always fighting and wrangling about things. Sometimes you want peace across party lines to get people to come to your side. They don't even have to come all the way, but to meet you halfway to get things done. It's not always about opposition and creating chaos for the fun of it.
No, don't say this. I mean, you can say this, but it's just sounding like to me you're just trying to do some kind of well, let me just go straight to the question I want to ask you here. Now, would you live in America?
All right. All right, gentlemen. I just want to have a micro moment just to do some administrative stuff. Alexander Gomez sets the tone with the super chart, as he often does. Just daddying up the place, not to be out-daddied. Ayo comes in, keeping it 100. And Ayo never stops when it starts, so he goes again. Another person who never stops when it does start is Prince Daddy. He comes in, and then Prince Daddy still keeps it going. But 3 times a lady, no, 3 times a gentleman, that's Prince Daddy making it a triple whammy. And Ola comes in via a super chart towards commentaries by Ogbeni at that point in time. So thank you for all that. Keep them coming. So gentlemen, Thomas not available. which is bad news. But the good news is Rational Mind is available. Who's going to coordinate from here on in? So Rational Mind to you. So let's see if you can match those super chats then as you take over. Not by yourself, by the love that the people have for you. So Rational Mind to you.
Okay, thank you, woman. Yeah, so as I was asking you, and we're going to ask people questions here. I have some of the talking points here, but as I was trying to ask Prince Daddy. Now, would you have lived here in America? And I understand you're here in America. Would you have lived here in America if America were to be, say, like Lagos, whereby what I mean Lagos, politically speaking, where we have just Republican. Well, I think you're a Republican. Where we have, let me use Democrats. Where we have Democrat winning everything every time. They win everything every time. Would you have lived here in America? Would you be fine? Would you be okay with that?
Well, if they have good policies, at the end of the day, if they have policies in place that favor me, my family, and the citizens, what does it really matter?
Oh, okay. So they take your guns.
In addition, the Bush family, they have been assistant in American politics for a long time. The father became a president, and between a space of 8 years, his son also became a president, and nearly Clinton's wife nearly also got it against Trump. So when you talk about things, the so-called America, they also voted for the same family several times, and they had a lot of important position in America. So when you are talking this, you have to look at it in
no. Hold on.
Am I lying about this?
Hold on. No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
You're lying. Well, I'm taking it from a different angle. It's an hypothetical situation we're given here. Now, would you have lived in the kind of Tinubu Lagos if that's where we had to be in America here, where we say, whereby we have just a pseudo opposition to Democrats in the people of in the party of the Republican. Every day, every year they try. They always come with this figure of
I think rational mind. You live in
No. You
live in America now. No. I just want to point this one to you before you go ahead. You live in America. There are some states that they have never been ruled by Democrats.
I'm not saying. I'm not going to all those areas. I'm just giving. It's an hypothetical situation we're creating here.
So your point is always off the mark. Okay, go ahead.
Oh God, dude. Let me just. It's an hypothetical situation we're creating. I'm not saying it's a fact like what you're saying. I know there are states that have Republicans. I understand, but I'm just giving you an example of Lagos. Let's just replicate it here in America, and it's an hypothetical situation. Would you have liked it, whereby I know you love guns, and then Democrats are able to like make laws and they take your gun from you, or they ask you to come and check your brain before you get a gun. All those kinds of things that Republicans are kicking against, and you guys, you try. You cannot do anything because, the party of Tinubu, who is the controlling Democrat party, they are ruling everything. Would you have liked that in America here?
Are you talking to me or to Prince Daddy?
Prince Daddy, I think he's gone. I don't know if he's gone. Well, let's move on. I think
if I find myself in that position, America is have more than 50 states. I have opportunity to relocate if I'm not comfortable, okay? And if I no matter what, even they ask me to go for physical test for gun control, something like that. This is the state law. I must abide. I don't have any choice. So I don't see that one as a big deal. So far, Tinubu is not ruling me for 16 years. He's just a governor for 8 years. The other ones that are there are immaterial. He might support the next governor there. So telling us that he controls the governor, he put them there, he removed this, that one they are irrelevant, because at the end of the day, the people voted for these people. They voted they voted for Fashola, and they also voted for Sanwo-Olu. So if you are just taking and you put them there, it's irrelevant, immaterial at all at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, the vote counts. The people voted, and it can, and they won. It's no big deal.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. If I chime in rational mind, if I chime in rational mind, so to your point, yeah. If just like you say, if there are policies that someone in party being a Democrat against my values or the things I believe in, of course, that's what I'm saying. People like myself will vote against them, and that's what I'm saying. In Lagos, also, people voted against Tinubu. He has strong opposition, and that's what it is. I mean, if that's why we vote out our leaders. politicians. If you don't like the policies,
have they been able to vote him out all these years, or any of his stooges that he puts there?
well, because he provides them with value. His value proposition is enticing to the people, and they keep voting him and his stooges, the so-called stooges in
so if
power.
You gun lovers here, and every time you vote Democrat, you don't seem to get rid of them. They're always controlling the narrative here, and then I mean, what do you think about that? Do you call that an opposition? Is that an opposition? Opposition that does not, that are just a paper tiger, that every time they vote, they don't uproot the opposition. I mean the ruling party, in the people of the Democrats. So do you call that an opposition?
So in America, well,
I'm just trying to give. Let's move on. I'm just trying to give an hypothetical situation whereby, if we had to have that kind of Lagos replicated in Lagos, we are doomed. Either you people take it or not. Well, it's up to you. I know. Sorry, let me go on to the other topic we have here. One man wants us to discuss. I don't know if you guys have seen the NFIU story of this. What's his name? Modibo. Hanan, is that Hanan or something like that? Modibo. You know, some months ago I brought that topic here where we talk about Atiku being under investigation, and that investigation was quenched by Malami being the Attorney General then, and they silenced it. That Atiku laundered some money through Malta. Is it Malta? Yeah, I think Malta. And the Maltese government, they ask a Nigerian NFIU to investigate it, but Malami killed it. I don't know if any of you have heard about it. Have anybody heard about it? And if not, maybe we'll move on. All right, so that's a thing I think is brewing. I think he's going to find it very. I see there's a problem looming the horizon here for Atiku. But let's just move on to that thing. How many of you have heard about the Titanic issue that came up? I don't know if anybody wants to discuss that. The Titanic missing.
The Titanic voyage, or whatever you call it.
Voyage, yeah. Anybody has anything to say? I don't think one man brought that topic up. Has anybody?
No, it didn't earlier. No, but
they said people were dead. They were pronounced dead. That they did not survive.
Yes, I heard like 5 people died in it, or there was an explosion in that submarine to go see the ruins of the Titanic, and that's what happened. Yeah, I mean, I think I heard some people talking about it, like, hey, they've gone to see the Titanic before, but they didn't actually go all the way down in the submarine. They just stayed afloat on top of the water, and I think they dive down, or they use some kind of machine to go down the water to view the Titanic. But anyways, it's a game of what you call billionaires that have so much money to spend, and you know, of course we feel sorry for their family, but it's almost an unforced error, so to speak. So a lot of things are dangerous, so they took the risk. They want to. To them, it's fun. They went down there to have fun, and you know, disaster happened, and it's unfortunate.
It's quite unfortunate. Look at that young lad, that young man among them. That guy who just finished high school, the Pakistani billionaire son, who was also part of them that died. Did you read that too?
No, I didn't really know the identity of the people that died. All I knew was that the owner of the whole project is a billionaire. I understand, and of course to afford, I think $250,000 was a trip minimum, I think. So yeah, I'm not surprised the son of a Pakistani billionaire was part of them. So yeah, I don't really know what to make of it, really. It wasn't like they were attacked. I don't think they were attacked. You know, I think something mechanically happened, and that's what brought about their ruin. So, yeah, you know, what can we say? It's unfortunate. It's
quite sad. It's quite sad for me. I just think there's something to that area where the Titanic sunk over a century ago, almost a century ago. I'm sorry. There's something about that area that is there's something. I just feel there's something in that area that is. Although there has been several expeditions around that area.
Like the Bermuda Triangle, kind of.
It could be. I don't know. You just can't say. I just feel there's something more than what. Because how could this submarine just yeah? But let's move to that topic. I think some people are already saying that they're getting boring. But anyways, yeah. So I think one man said, "Well, wants us to discuss issue about Tinubu identifying as a woman on the paperwork that was submitted by PDP today." Did you guys see that? That the PDP submitted in their submission and the evidence that they submit to the court today.
I'm sorry, was that a headline? I don't think it sounds right. Tinubu never identified as a woman. It doesn't sound right.
Said to me, yeah. It
don't sound right. No.
PDP alleges Tinubu identified as a woman. Woman as in his way of So anyway, yeah. What I'm not trying to say is that Tinubu's that box that says male or female, it tick female. So should we conclude that the person, the rightful owner of that profile, of that name, Tinubu, Bola Adekunle Tinubu, is a female? Although one man tried to reason me out of it, which I kind of see reasoning it, but it's still within the realms of speculation right now. I don't know. We just have to see. But the point is, for me, is that let me hear you guys. Let me not say for me. What are you guys saying? What I don't know. I think some of you guys have already dropped. Where is Remi Koka? Do you have anything to say as to that? The PDP submission today in court.
Actually, that is laughable. I don't know what to say. That is immaterial, because when you come to Nigeria, everybody knows the name. Dewale or Bola or wherever, Adekunle, no female bear that name. I think this is not relevant to the court case at all. This is just unnecessary frivolity. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say about it. To me, it's immaterial at all.
That somebody continue using because I brought that up too, and I think what's his name, Olazo brought that too up in the comment section that he submitted. You see, when somebody has so many inconsistencies in his records, it goes by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The NYC paper the NYC exemption letter that was released, on it says Bola Adekunle Tinubu. The Chicago certificate says Bola Adekunle Tinubu. The only time we saw this guy using Ahmed is maybe in his bank account. So that Adekunle because you can always see we call him Bat, right? Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, but the original name on the says Bola Adekunle Tinubu. The Nigerian document that we saw of letter of exemption from NYC and the other one we saw from Chicago all had Adekunle on it. So what is it about with this guy, with all these inconsistencies? The one even this guy battled with him in Lagos when he was alive, Ganifa Wemi and all of that. Even the so-called parrot that we have with him now today, this guy from Mugeli, Charge and Bail lawyer, what's his name? Festus Kayamo, also battled him back then. So why all this inconsistency in this guy's profile? There's something about this guy. What do you guys think?
See, it's nothing wrong having two middle names. You can choose to use whichever one you want.
He never had two middle names. That's the point. On his record, or the paper is official government papers. It is always the ones that we saw from the school, and even the government one issued by NYC is Adekunle. He's not Ahmed. Do you guys understand what we're saying here? So what good. The progressive, come on. If you want to come on, let me send you the link. If you want to come on, just go on. I'm listening. We're listening. Anybody wants to take a stab at that topic? Go on.
Well,
sorry. To me, there is no big deal about this. In some country, you write your first name first, and in some country, they don't even care about your middle name. They just want a first name. Just your first name is enough. And to me, there is no inconsistency in everything. When you go to university or Chicago State University, they have an alumni. They will have a lot of records about this guy. They will have a lot of records. They will have a photo. They have everything. So, and I think this kind of situation has been in court before. The court have advocated about it. They didn't find nothing on this guy. So
that's another lie that's been told by the Tinubu people. You said there's an alumni. Hold on. I've had Animati saying that I want to challenge him when he was here. Alumni. There is no photo of any alumni. Whatever photo they have, it's a recent photo of him because it's suddenly he's now a president.
No, that was the photo.
So where's the photo? Where's the photo? Where's the photo?
I think I read it in several Nigerian newspapers. And Tinubu also has a classmate that they went to the same university. You know what? All these things they are bringing out. I think, to me, generally, they are just immaterial to the tribunal.
Why would you say it's immaterial? Why would you say that?
Okay, if you are claiming that he has several names, like you yourself, and I know some people in Nigeria, sometimes their name is too long, and when they want to do WAEC, they will ask them to reduce their name. I've seen a friend of mine that his middle name and his family name and his first name, they were just too long and they cannot contain all the boxes they are going to write the name. They have to shorten some of the name. Maybe his name is Oluwake Mishi or something. Then they will have to remove that Oluwa or something like that so that it can contain all the boxes they are to write the family name.
Can you hear yourself what you're saying?
I'm telling you, you can ask a lot of people.
Hold on. You don't say B-A-A-T. It is B-A-T. Bat. That's what we'll call him. That is Bola Ahmed. That is what we'll call him today. Ahmed Tinubu.
Rational mind. I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
As a Muslim, he might have a Muslim name and also have a Yoruba name. The Yoruba name might be Adewale and the Muslim name is Ahmed. It's true. Why are you laughing? I'm not.
No.
It's true now.
What's wrong with what? It's true.
I'm not saying. But
so what's the big deal about that? You can have a lot of Muslims here. They have their Muslim name.
I know.
What's the big deal?
I get you. But the point is, what kind of coincidence is that he has two A's?
Two what?
2 A's before we don't say his name spelled as B-A-A-T. We have him as B-A-T, 1 A. Except you're telling me there are 2 A's as a middle name that he has. He has Ahmed and he has Adekunle.
So what I am okay, let me give you a scenario here. Your name can be Rational Mind, Rational A, Rational B, then your family name may be Smith. If you are going to take up an international passport in Nigeria, sometimes probably they will not allow you to write all the 4 names there. Maybe they only allow you to write your family name and the other 2 names you presented. But maybe in some of your certificates, you already have that 3 or 4 names there. Does that change you? So and the way the order they have written it might be different from country to country. I think in Nigeria, sometimes they write the family name first before you write 2 names. And in some other clime, they write your first and second name before your family name. So every country, so all of these things, we don't need to worry too much about this one because it's already at the tribunal. And then you just wait for the court to pronounce it. The court have another chance to pronounce maybe for or against it sooner or later. August 6th is not too far from here. So you don't need to be talking about is doing any America, the so-called America. America is one of the greatest countries in the world. It's cool there. If there's any discrepancies, they would have known. At least they are better than Nigeria, far, far better. And at least they cannot say, even if it's not the same Bola Tinubu that went to Chicago State University that time, they would have known now. At least they are not stupid too. It's not the same. They will not be so stupid to cover him like that. So don't let us. It's totally irrelevant to me, to be frank. Yeah, that's my opinion.
All right, I know. We don't expect you, the Batified or people who are Tinubu leaning to say anything.
No, this is not about Batify. I'm talking from objectivity. I'm not.
There's nothing objective about what you said.
I don't care about that. I'm not a Batified. Okay. I'm not a Batified.
But you identify with Tinubu, right?
Because
so
I think he's a better candidate than the rest, and he won. It's fair to me. So if he loses, I will move on. I will not be coming here saying blah blah blah, because at the end of the day, if Obi won, I want my country to be better, so I will support him. But he lost, and then and my candidate, I think, is the better candidate. I did not vote. I didn't go to Nigeria to vote. I only just my mouth to convince people that I know that I think this is the better candidate, and Nigerians people see him as the better candidate in a competitive election. and he won. And people, yes, so no matter what happened, you put the 3 aside, it has the highest number of votes and it has the 2/3 majority. So what are we talking about here? That means a lot of Nigeria, in the context of 24 million people that voted, they pick him ahead of the rest. So they see him as a better candidate. So you can't vote them.
Well, I mean, everybody has the right to vote whatever candidate. Or we're only
so, and he got the highest vote among the 3 people.
We shall see if he got the highest vote.
This is not a matter of we shall see. I think you guys
now. I mean, are you not
rational mind to be objective? To be objective. To be objective. Let me finish.
All right, go on. Before I hope you understand that I'm just giving you a
yeah. Before the election, you guys, everybody picked their candidate. After the election, INEC called the winner. Some of you guys contact, they will not swear in him. It's not my president. He's going to die. He's going to do this. Blah, 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 blah. Fast forward to May 29. It was sworn. Some people said, no, on the swearing date, there's going to be a military coup. They are going to kick him out, so many things. Now he started ruling now. You say, yeah, it's not going to rule. We're still in court. It's not finished. We agree it's not finished. Sooner or later, it will finish in court, in August 6th. I hope by that time, you guys be ready to say he's my president. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, that's your view, and as anybody will talk about here. Now, we're talking about also. I don't know. Let me sample these people. I mean, Ekene, are you there? Ekene.
Rational man.
Yeah, how you do? Kedu? Okay. All right. What do you see? What do you say about Soludo? And that, I mean, let me ask you this first, and then any other person can also say after, or if you want to interject him. Soludo is telling the Igbos, especially the Anambra people, indigenous in Lagos, to move back their stuff back to east. That they will create economic zone for them to come and be doing their business in the east. Since the Lagos state governor, in the person of the bigots in Lagos, Tinubu and the rest of them, yeah, I mean that's my own. That's not one man's view. That's my own view, being an anchor to him. That they should come back to East and start their business. So what do you think? What do you say about that? Have you heard about it?
Well, it's not a bad suggestion. The only issue I have with Soludo is that Soludo is not doing enough for the security of the Anambra people. So if we are the secure Anambra state very well, Anambra, in my village, we have Alaba International Market that was built about 8 years ago. That market is still there. Nobody's in that market. It's a very big market, and it's extension of Alaba in the east. The same design with the one we have in Lagos. So that market is still there. It's empty.
Very good. No, can I let me jump in real quick? Very good point. I was going to mention that also. So about 4 or 5 years ago, I was watching this guy. It's from the east, talking about a market that was built, brand new market built in Abia State, and for I don't know, for many years, after it was built, the market was never occupied. Even the governor was begging the people, the marketers, to come and occupy the place, perhaps even for free. But they refused. The Igbo sellers refused to go there to sell. What is the problem?
Umayi from Ebonyi State.
What is the problem? What is going on? What is the rationale for that?
Yeah. No, it's not easy to locate business. That's the point. It's not easy to locate business. That's what people don't understand. If you're a businessman, even if you have to, even the one.
Hello? Hello, I just want to double check on the recipe in 855. Do you know how much she eat for the day?
What's going on here? Thomas, can you mute, please? Thank you. So you go on, please. You were saying something.
So we have a lot of empty market in the southeast area. Anambra have at least 2. I know 2. One in my village, Oba. Another one in along Oba Road to Ekusigo Road. But that one has given to Soludo has given that one to Obogu people, which he gave them 2 years to relocate to that market. And it's a very brand new market, standard market. The same Alaba extension is a standard market also. So it's just the issue of it's not easy to locate a business, but now things are going this way.
I want to ask you a question. So, do you think that I will have two questions? Do you think because of the insecurity also can deter people not to relocate, or maybe having another branch? Because I know that some people that are very good, they can have head office in Lagos or in Port Harcourt, and they have small shop all over the other countries. So my question is that relocation one, and then two, setting up another shop or another thing in the south, because these are big shopping mall and nobody really wanted to do business
there. Yeah. First is security. Like for me, what I'm thinking is for me personally, what I'm thinking is getting another shop in Anambra State. That is my own view personally. Not necessarily closing down the one you have in Lagos. It's just having that mindset that you need to really get some business to. Then you know how it goes. If it begins to go well, then you might decide to close up. But just not necessarily closing everything down, just like that. Do you understand? So you have to be just moving some money.
Okay, is that enough? I mean, is that enough? I mean, meaning that what about the consumers? What about the buyers? I mean, do you have enough buyers in the east, or you prefer the buyers, the kind of buyers that have in the southwest or Lagos, for example?
Necessarily, most of during the 90s, like the explanation, people come to Onitsha. And if you go to Nnewi today, Nnewi is the largest market, spare parts market, both motors and motorcycle. Up to today, people came from Cameroon, northern state, other African countries, up to today. So they are doing their business. Just that Nnewi have their plan mapped out initially. They never plan to move their business out of Nnewi. Innoson Motor is located at Nnewi today. We still have buyers from last year. One of the African countries, whether Angola also, was one of his highest buyer. He supplied one of the African countries. He made a very good supply in one of the African countries last year. So it's not if people really need you, they will still find you. You understand? So it's not Nnewi made their plan. Nnewi people don't travel. They do their boy service in Nnewi. They settle them at Nnewi. They do their unless if you have another business like electronics. Electronics don't move well in Nnewi. It's only in Lagos. The same thing in Aba. If you go to Aba, even people from Lagos come to Aba to buy because clothes is very cheap in the whole of Nigeria and some African country. Aba is the cheapest place to get your clothing and shoes because they sell in wholesale. They produce most of those things. So it's still Aba that do most of the clothes we wear today. So if even in mainland, the people from mainland go to Aba and buy clothes, come to Lagos and sell it up to today. It's still happening.
But I think the question is this. The reason why, let me say, the reason why most Igbo businesses are thriving in Lagos is because apart from Lagos being more like the center of economy, being the center of economy, is access to sea and all of that. Now, if you factor all of this in, and you factor in like people coming from Ghana, from Burkina, from Togo, from Benin, sometimes from Niger. Now, if everybody has to move to the east now, also let's say majority of business have to move to east. Mind you, you have to factor in a lot of things like the accessibility of people from the southwest, because apart from these people from other neighboring countries, within the southwest region, say from Ogun State, Ondo, Oyo, Oshun, even to Kwara State and some part of North, maybe Northwest and North Central, they all come down to Lagos to buy all these things from now. How John needs to know, I mean, how would that impact on the businesses? Because now everybody has to come to East now. How possible is that? Because why would I want to go to East from Southwest?
Okay.
What will happen? What will happen? What will happen is this. What will happen is this.
I want to add one more question before you answer the question together. I remember in the 90s and 2000s, a lot of people from the Southwest always go to Onisha to buy baby wear, shoes, a lot of stuff from Onisha market, main market, and they always go by overnight buses. Is it still the same thing like that now, or it has changed totally?
No, it's still the same thing because Onitsha market and the Aba market are still the largest market when it comes to clothing.
Yeah.
You can get the jean you buy 7,000 naira in Lagos. You can get it for 4,000 naira in Onitsha. The same quality, even a better quality.
So they are still going there. Then they are still going there.
Yeah, people are still going there up to today.
From Lagos.
Most of the clothes you see in
everywhere from the Southwest is from Onisha.
Yeah.
And Aba.
Most of those shops
sorry, Remi. It's not true. It's not true. Believe me, things are changing. And if I'm very, very sorry because I just wake up. I don't know what actually led to this discussion. But from what Ekene is saying, if Ekene believe that people will go and patronize them, what happened? The world now is an open market, and if Ekene believe that people will still believe that they are the only one. No, just wait. If you believe that that people will always think that it's only you people that can do that, they're making mistake. People are now
Remember, I'm
importing
coming
their
to that
things
point. I've
on
not
their
made my
own.
point, man. I'm not made my point before you came here.
Okay.
So, what I'm trying to say is this: people will still patronize people no matter where you are. In the Southwest, it will still open up some. So I think there are Yorubas that wants to do business, which they are eager to do business. So it will still open up for them to maybe establish themselves because even what will happen is this: if a Yoruba man opens a shop in Lagos, then Igbo man opens a shop in Igbo land. Yoruba man will still come to Igbo land to buy goods if he find it more cheaper, more conducive, and stock up his shop in Lagos. Igbo man will still go to Lagos to buy goods if he find this more cheap and the more conducive. Then stock up his shop in Igbo land. Do you understand? It doesn't necessarily mean that one person will control the market. Before somebody will control the market, then it means that the other region don't want to do business at all. You understand what I mean?
But
The way people from Ghana, other parts of the country, they come to Nigeria to buy goods because they feel more conducive. In fact, this country called Congo, it is in Alaba they buy all their musical equipment. They don't do it anywhere. It's only in Alaba. And those guys are doing well. They buy goods in Alaba, all their musical equipment, they transport it back to Congo. And it's a very large market. Alaba is a very large market for them. They don't necessarily need to go to China because they find Alaba very conducive in terms of musical business. And they come to Alaba to buy everything. And
Okay,
they're doing well.
but do you have the consumer base in the East? Because we know all the millions of consumers walking in the street of Lagos. I mean, if a business, so if you open a branch in Anambra, do you think you'll be making as much or even better than Lagos?
You know, that's the point I made when I said people will still find their ways because in Nigeria we have a lot of borders in Nigeria. Even in Enugu State, Enugu have at least three or some border, a lot of borders. You go to this Akwa Ibom.
Border with Enugu, border with where?
With some states in Nigeria now, some states like Kogi
Okay. Now, when you talk about border, you don't talk about border within a country. You talk about border with another country.
Yeah, it can still help now. But when you talk about borders, like people like from Akwa Ibom, you know that Boss TV, this Boss Television, is still a very big market now. What, when you know
The
that some
impulse
people in
TV,
Nigeria don't use it?
all this old TV, you see they sell them for
Yes,
Nigeria.
all the old television. Do you know that it's still moving
Really?
market up to today?
Really?
But do you know who? Do you know the people that buy it?
Who are the people buying it?
They are the Cameroons. Our businessmen in our business. Yeah, our businessmen in Alaba. They sell it to the people doing business in Akwa Ibom State. That's still Igbo or Akwa Ibom doing business in Akwa Ibom. They transport it to them. Then people from Cameroon cross borders and enter Akwa Ibom and buy those things.
No, but if I may ask you, sorry, what led to this discussion? Sorry.
No, it's Soludo subjection to the Southeasterners.
Yeah. Soludo advised
That what? That they should migrate, they should move up, every Southeasterner should move to Southeast.
Come and
they should start
invest
moving. They
in
should start
Anambra.
moving to the
There's a lot of
Southeast.
shops and shopping mall they can.
Yeah. No. Normally, there are a lot of places to be filled up in Anambra State. A lot of markets. Those markets are empty. This Alaba have a branch, a very big branch in Anambra State.
But because what I can see, the reason why, there are some things that we have, we used to have, some people used to have an advantage. And it's because some people, and because they have been doing this thing for long, people give it up to them. If you think that the business will be the same if every Igbo trader move to the Southeast and they live wherever they are, because I don't know why this fixation about Lagos. Come and see the population of the Igbo people are everywhere in Nigeria. So what he is saying.
Hold on a second. So, which leads me to the quick question. So, to Ekene, of course, Ekene, would you prefer a southwest customer to a southeast customer? It doesn't make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that?
No, it's a real question actually. If you're a trader, if you're a trader or a seller, I think you would know what I'm talking about actually.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you expatiate a little bit on that? What difference does it mean? The money that if I bring 10,000 naira as a Southwesterner.
Well, no, well, okay, maybe for example, okay, like for example, if you, I think you live in the States, right? Would you rather deal with an American consumer or a consumer from the Middle East, like Iran, for example? Because they, in their culture also, they like to bargain and drag price. But in America, what is your price? I like it, I buy it, and move on. No bargaining back and forth, no wasting time. Now, which led to my question to Ekene. Would you prefer a customer from a southwest or a southeast customer?
Anybody can drag price. Southwest Igbo man even drag price more than the Yoruba man. You understand?
So would you prefer a southwest customer, a Yoruba customer, than an Igbo customer?
No, they know themselves now. They know the nitty-gritty. They will be able to dupe a Yoruba man. They will be able to get a higher price from a Yoruba man than an Igbo man. You know that now.
Yoruba man also know how to drive price now.
No. You know that one is not something that you have to be contesting. But what I'm saying before Prince Daddy has his question, because I don't know why he's saying this, and I know that because what he's saying is asking you to do will have a political implication, because no matter how you look at it, people will still give it an interpretation. And what he is saying to me will also affect him politically if he has an ambition to go outside the Southeast.
No, Simba, I don't really agree with you. That Southeast also need development. And when a state needs development, it's people. People should also trade in there. Not everybody from Anambra and Enugu will go to other part of Nigeria. They should also stay put and develop their. How can they be building shopping mall and nobody is ready to rent the shop or to stay there?
The way you look at it is this. The market for the Igbos are basically traders, and the market, their customers are not Igbos. That's what you should understand. Their customers are not Igbos.
But if this trend continues, so that means most of their states will not develop also, because everybody after they move out to other part of Nigeria. So what do you want them to do? What do you want the state governor to do?
It's not your people that will develop your place. If you make your place, why is everybody talking about foreign investors? Why is everybody you encourage foreigners to come and develop your place for you? It's not your people that will develop your place. So if you are not saying
let me ask you guys. I want to ask you guys something, but
as a governor will want his place to develop, especially in business, because he will collect more tax. If all the markets in Anambra now are filled up, Soludo will generate more tax now. Just think about it. It is to his own favor.
But you only generate tax from people who are selling. If you move away from your buyer, and let me tell you, some of this market that you are saying that you think everybody will come to Southeast, just forget it. Some people will take over these businesses, and in fact, you can lose like more than 50% of your.
Even if Yoruba people take over those businesses, I still find it necessary that if Yoruba people still come to Southeast to buy and fill their shop. The only thing that will determine
manufacturing and this thing being manufactured in the Southeast.
Even Igbo man will go to Southwest to buy goods. The only thing that will determine
question I want to ask, these things are they being manufactured in the Southeast?
The only thing that will determine your buying and selling is the price of the goods, not necessarily where the goods are. Do you understand what I mean? The only thing that will determine everything is the price. I call you from Lagos to East, the price is very okay for me. What is there? I'll just make another. I don't even necessarily need to travel. I'll just make another. Same money to you. You just load everything to me. Everything land on a shabam. I go and carry it and fill my shop. I call you from, you call me from Southwest. I gave you my price. My price is very okay for you. Very nice for you. You make an order. Send the money. Then I'll just load the goods. The next day you go. You go to either Maza anywhere and carry your goods, then fill your shop. What is there? The only thing is the price. Is the price. There are many business people I know today that don't even want to do anything with China, but they're doing fine. What they want is that once your good come, you give them good price, they will close your container. It happens everywhere. The only thing is price. That is the thing.
Let me ask this question. Nothing to do with this, but is what has been dominating the news all over the world. Is this Titanic submarine that a lot of people were hopeful that lives will be saved, but apparently they've all passed away. So it was actually coming out in the Nigerian news that Ned Nwoko, the husband of Regina Daniels, he was actually meant to be on that submarine because I think the pilot of that submarine was his personal friend. So did you hear the story then that they all died, all those people?
We already discussed it when you left. I mean,
oh, you did?
Yeah, we talked. Nobody wants to talk about it except Prince Daddy that really touched on it. I think other people just are not really interested. Yeah. But I don't know, but maybe the way you presented it now, maybe people will be interested.
No, because I was tracking it in the news and I was somewhat hopeful that lives will be saved. Although I didn't really think how life could be saved, but you know, when they start to tell you all of this science and you think there's a possibility, but really at the back of your mind, you're somewhat, you know, how could they have survived? I think they were there for about 3-5 days.
Yeah, the question I want to ask you, one man, is that what do you think? Because I asked somebody here and we all just laughed over it. Do you think there's something about that area that the Titanic sank? There's something about it.
No, I think you know, it's a bit like the Bermuda Triangle, isn't it? You know, there's elements there that are not yet known.
This is not the first time the exploration will be conducted at that particular site.
I know, but
James Cameron himself had already built a submarine and went down there a couple of times. So I think it's more or less like a mechanical fault, and it happens that, you know, at that particular depth of the sea, there's nothing anybody could do. It was in the news the sub actually imploded. You know, that's to tell you the kind of pressure that, you know, was exposed to, you know, at the sea level. So It's something that like I said, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, you can walk around gravity, but when you are walking from this in the water, it's a different ball game. It could happen. Mechanical things could develop. A fault could develop at any time. But I think America is always known for, you know, being proactive. No, I mean reactive, not proactive. So I believe, every organization that is into this kind of business will try to find what actually happened and try to mitigate against that happening in the future. It happens. Just like when you have a plane
But
crash.
Adewale, I want to say this. I don't know why we always like things from the West are always interest us. How many people are on that Titanic that we are making it sensational just because they hold the social media? Just recently, more than 700 Africans perished, and nobody is discussing that. Just recently, about 125 people died in River Niger. Their ship, boat capsized. We are
Yeah.
not discussing that. So I think we are still being, I
You
don't
know,
know. I
Simba.
don't know. We tell our life in Africa is not actually very important to us. But
No,
the
no,
four or
no,
five people
no,
on
no, no,
that
no,
Titanic
no, no,
is
no,
Simba,
what
no.
are you
interested
saying?
us. And one man came and said he just wanted to round up, and I don't understand.
I think in
No,
this
no,
this
no.
aspect, I will also back Simba, because when
Simba,
a lot
Simba,
of
I support you on this. I don't
yeah,
need
when
we don't need
when
to
a lot
place it
of
too high.
things happen in Africa, when there is a Boko Haram insurgents, America refused to sell us arms, and they call us our partner, and they have a lot
Well,
of bilateral agreement with
is
us.
Simba saying is life equal? Life an African life equal to an American life? Is that what you're saying, Simba?
No, 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 no.
We are Africans. We are African. I'm not talking. If Americans are discussing about Americans, fine. But if we lost over 500 Africans in the sea, and right here in Nigeria, over 125 people get drowned in the river Niger,
Yeah.
and we didn't even
So
make a mention of
what
peace.
I'm asking if life is equal. See, I mean, when the queen died, there were Africans crying for the death of the queen.
So,
So
Prince
No,
Daddy,
it's still this slave mentality,
Hold on, Simba.
and I
Simba.
don't.
So now you've said all of this now. I know every life should be important, should be yeah. Every life should be equal. But now whose fault is it?
All lives matter.
All lives matter, yeah. So whose fault is it that our media did not report it or our government were just treated with
It. One man cannot tell me he didn't hear about this.
Gentlemen,
it was all
Yes,
over
one
the
man cannot
media.
deny this.
gentlemen, can
One
I
man,
just
can
I
you
would like
deny
to
that
uh,
you are not aware of
what
what I'm
would the
saying?
one man do? What would the one man do? What would be the one man's
We would have
impact?
equally discussed it in this platform than carrying our Ibu news to come
What
here.
would
I
I
don't
do?
like really like
What
to
would
talk
I
One
about it.
man just wake up from his sleep and he cut off
guys,
what we are discussing, and he
gentlemen,
was talking about Titanic.
No, because
Adewale,
it was getting too ethnic, so I just wanted to deviate it
it is
from
not
that.
true. Don't do.
It's
It's
not
not true.
ethnic,
What you
one
are
man,
doing
not
is not true.
ethnic.
We know
Let's be
you, one
honest.
man. What you are saying is not true.
excuse me, can I come in here? You
Okay,
see, I like that high level of patriotism. We like to draw attention to ourselves. We know where the shoe pinches, and we want to make sure that we draw attention. It's not today or yesterday that we've been having, ship capsizing or plane crashing, right? But one thing that makes this kind of news difference is this. This is a kind of accident that happened, but it's not common. If it were to be plane crash, we probably would have shrugged it off and move on. Well, it happens, but this is something that is not
No,
common access.
a plane craft is a global thing. We make
Even
noise.
if it is global, yes, we will suck it up for a few days and we'll move on. But the reason why this gained this level of global attention is the fact that it's not like a common accident that happens every day.
No,
And
no. Well,
people,
I do it quickly. So, are you telling me if this accident had been a Russian submarine and like 20 Russians died, you think it would have garnered the same attention
yeah,
instead of
it, it,
billionaires?
it, it will. Let me tell you this. In the 90s, when the spaceship crashed, the what you call it, American spaceship, remind me the name again, Challenger crashed in America. It's not because it was seen as an aircraft. It was global because this is something that has to do with exploration, different terrain, experiment and all that. Yes,
But
because
we
it
understand
happens
the challenger. But
happens in America.
this very one was not about exploration. Was about a bunch of millionaires or billionaires rather that went for a joyride. If you want to put it that way, they were
But
just
it's
having
still
fun.
exploration. It's still exploration, and it's uncommon accident, and that is the reason why get the attention of this global sympathy.
No,
But
if you ask me, I think it's the interest of the media that
no,
that that
there's no denying the fact that it's going to be sensationalized. But the fact that you and I could, get to know about it in our remote villages, that tells you that even our own local press also carry the news, right? But as it is, we have a choice. Our local media have a choice not to carry it. But because it's uncommon accident, that's why it was
because
sensationalized.
we die every day like rats. Let's keep it real. The the
Prince
the
Dayo.
150 people. By the way, Sinbad. By the way,
You
Sinbad.
remember
Quickly, Sinbad. The 150 people that died on River Niger. I never heard about it. I just heard it right now. I never
you
heard about it.
you
Wow.
remember there was
Yeah,
an
I think it
accident.
just happened like 8 or 9 days ago.
Do
I
you
never
guys
heard about it, and I don't even remember one man talking about it.
do
So
you guys
that
remember the
Because one man
accident
didn't talk about it.
happened?
But it was all over the news in
Hold on
Nigeria.
now. You
Meanwhile,
guys
all
remember the accident that happened at a mining site sometimes ago? It's been a couple of years ago when some few
the
people
one in
were
Chile,
trapped. Yeah,
Chile.
and also when some young, I think this also happened in South America when some young chap were trapped, in what you call this, in a cave.
India.
But
There
no, it
was
wasn't
also a
India.
three-train collision in
It
India.
was in South America. They were trapped. They were football teams, young stars who were trapped.
Collision in India was just one
It
day
wasn't.
news.
It
Everybody
wasn't
forgot
India.
about
It
it.
wasn't India. This
Yeah,
was in South America. This is
all
more or less
Can,
like a
can, I-
poor
can I
country.
please say
Oh,
something
you mean the
again?
one that crashed in the Amazon jungle?
No, no, no. It was a
Those kids
team
that
of
were rescued.
football. Yeah, it was in South America, but I'm not so sure the particular country that it
I think it should
happens.
be, I don't know, maybe Ecuador or one of those.
But
I don't know.
that one also gained international
It
attention,
did, yeah. They
right?
rescued the
So
people.
we
Whoever
can't
said
say
that day.
because ship capsized in Africa or in the Mediterranean and we should no. That's some uncommon accident that happens. I mean, I could remember Elon Musk also rose up to help. I think he was developing some type of machine robotic stuff at that time, and some other nations also rose up to help those young chefs. And there was another mining site that collapsed at that time too, and they were able to rescue those men. And it wasn't in America. It wasn't. It was probably in somewhere remote, maybe in Brazil or something like that. So selective, media stuff. I understand it, but these are the uncommon accident, and that is the reason why it drew this global attention.
Ola, you want to say something real quick before I move to another topic?
So what I was going to say is this: I understand the sentiment that Simba brought, but sometimes we have to look at these things. Yes, they are human, but don't forget that some people they have business interests there, and they speak more than that life. Although life is what they concentrate on, but insurance will be speaking differently. And those people that believe that the opportunity they are about to set up is being impeded, they will complain too. So we have to look at how life is in different parts of the world. In Africa, we are talking about now. Even to we Africans, do we really value our life? We don't. See our life expectancy, all those stuff. So if you carry insurance company now to come and do some kind of life insurance in Africa, it's going to be totally different from what you are going to get in the area like American or the Western world. So those people that we're seeing happen to now, if a particular insurance company, big one for that matter, have interest, you will hear it all over. Because the cry is more than the people that lost life, is the cry that are crying about the investment. But you know, the surface is what we always see. So, and even though if we are going to make noise to these people, the Western country, they don't owe us anything. We owe ourselves. The way we value our own life, they don't value their own. They value their own differently. Like Adewale is talking about now, for example, in America, I think almost every day or maybe every other day, gun incident used to happen there. You know, they still cry, but some you will.
But Ola, let me ask you, let me probe you a little bit, because I said that it's in passing, nobody just touched it. Now, whose fault is it that the life of an average Nigerian is not considered as what was that name? What was that word that one man used before he left? Matters. All life matters. Who's that will lead me to this question. This topic I wanted to bring. I want to introduce. I think I just hope one man is here. We can play that. Hold on. We can play that Arise interview of Mogalu, that back and forth that he had with Ruben Nabati and the trio of those trio. I mean, if you listen to that interview, oh my goodness, you guys will understand. Now, whose responsibility is it that the life of an average Nigerian should be worth something? Should matter.
Forward. It's our responsibility. It doesn't concern anybody around the world.
No. It is the responsibility. No. It is the responsibility of the government.
No, who is the
government? Who
government?
are the government? Are we not the people that?
No, the government. No.
It's everybody.
Rational mind.
We are not.
Rational mind. How many times in the street of Lagos?
Before I lose my thought,
that will make us segue into this topic. Okay, go on.
When I say wait now, rational mind. When I say it's on us, you know, I made some example the other time. You understand? The government have its own part to play. The private sector, we have their own part to play. When I talk of insurance, when I talk of all those things, how many people do life insurance in Nigeria, for example? So those are the things that if we start doing all those things the way people are doing it, every little fatality will be blown out of proportion, because the interest in that particular life, the stake is very high. But as it is now, the stake in every life in Nigeria is far lower than what you find around the world. So that's why people will just pie anyhow that nobody is talking. But if there are serious investment in lives in Nigeria, I'm telling you, any government that all this rubbish that government is doing, that they are giving me, someone was trying to give Boko Haram pardon, if it never happened. So it's just because of the premium we place on life in Nigeria. You understand?
So who places premium that you're talking about?
Rational mind, can I have my thought?
Hold on. Let us probe Ola. He has not really made any contribution. Let us just hear him. You will come in, please. You will come in later. So
yes, let's move.
Anyway. Hold on. We just want everybody to have able to talk. I know you were itching to talk. Please just hold on. So Ola, whose responsibility is it? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Did you listen to that? That interview by Mohalu and the trio of that Arise something. If you understand, if you listen to it very well, you understand the way the Nigerian government has been treating the Nigerians over the years. Okay, let's go on. Let's just learn before we go into that. I just hope Mama can play that thing for us. Go on, please.
Okay, like I said, it's the responsibility of the government and Nigerians. There should be a policy, for example, to just like to give some kind of life assurance, some kind of insurance premium on individual in that country. We should not just be waking up and be working like a non-existing substance or matter somewhere, because it will start introducing life assurance to peoples in Nigeria. So the people is the private people, they will drive government to make sure that government complies. But when human being is just like is compared to just ordinary, I'm sorry to say, it's just like ordinary good that okay, to God we come, to God we return. If we start talking that way, it means that it's anybody that pie in Nigeria is just like just like
Well,
normal
why
people.
don't you think it depends on your economic status, status? I mean, it's kind of the same all over the world.
No,
Even
no, no,
in
no,
America, yeah, the poorest communities,
no, no,
they
no.
really don't care that much when people buy.
It doesn't matter. You can still find a product that will still do that for us. So that because the essence is this, when you have so much vested interest in that area, they will start controlling those people that will be in the government because not nationally, insurance, for example, is a negative investment that meaning that if nothing happens to you, they gain that. And so we call insurance a negative investment. So when you have such kind of huge investments in lives in Nigeria, is going to be a game changer. So those people that you see that they are crying all over the world, this thing, it's not because they love. I'm sorry to say, know that I'm in the global this thing, but then, yeah, they will say they love them, but underneath some businessmen, it means another thing to them entirely. Yeah, their loved ones will love them. Some people naturally will be grieved, but the people, there are some kind of businesses that will suffer the consequences. So they want to make sure that anytime you are doing something the other time, in fact, if you mess up with safety, those people, they will make sure that they send that person to jail. Those people responsible to jail, or they do something to. So that's what I'm saying. The way we place premium on life means, when things happen to people in Nigeria, we just move on as if nothing has happened. We just say, okay, we leave everything to the hands of God. No, some kind of people, they don't leave things in the hand of God. They will first of all handle it, and we allow God to judge later, but they will handle the one they can handle perfectly, and they will, whosoever responsible for not making all those life to be precious, they will make sure they deal with those people brutally. Then later they will leave the rest. After they've dealt with you, then they will leave the rest to God to deal with you later. So to me, it's all about investment in individual in Nigeria. That's where because if you really want to make value, like make life to be valuable in Nigeria, I think they should start doing some kind of serious investment in human in Nigeria. They also, to me, those are the things. So when you see those cry, they cry. The surface is what you are seeing, but the thing that is underneath is far deeper than those surface things you are looking at. That's just my opinion about that. So,
But life insurance is individualistic. It's not something that government can roll out like
Have
a health insurance.
you?
Can
People
I
have to,
say something?
how many of them even willing to pay for the health insurance? So that's what people don't understand. I think what government can do is invest in institutions, and the people can utilize institutions to build themselves. So that's all it is, man. I mean, there's no way government can be investing in every individual.
The same way your government did not invest in you in America, and you run here to America,
No,
right?
they don't invest in you. No, they invest in institutions.
Oh God, dude, don't
How
come
how
in.
did they invest in you? Tell me.
And what is Michael
What is
saying?
this one
The
talking about?
government with
Tell
money.
me how government invest in you in America. They invest in institutions.
What are you talking?
No, tell me.
Okay, you want to answer me, or you want me to take a stab at it?
I don't have to answer if it
No,
doesn't.
just tell me now.
What do you mean? The government does not invest.
They don't invest. They invest in institutions. Then
Oh,
you have to use your own leg to utilize that institution to build your life.
When during the COVID, were you not giving money?
That's not investing in you.
Were you
First
not
of all,
mail? Were you not mail?
that's not investment. They are not investing in you. No,
During
now
the
that
COVID,
money. First of all, that money.
hold on. During the COVID, were you mailed a check?
Was it everybody that got a check?
Everybody in the United States don't file the tax.
It depends on how much
No,
you
I'm
make.
asking you, don't look.
No, that's not investment. That's not investment. That's a disaster relief. That's not
Look at it.
investment.
What is that?
That is not investment.
And so
They actually want to sit at home, and the money that people have been paying. Wait, listen. Let me tell you how how the government came up with that money.
Come on.
The money we've all been paying
You don't need to
into
tell me
the
how they
system.
came about the money.
Ajale Coco, the money we've all been paying into the system is the money they now use to give
Forget about
to
this.
to
Are you
relieve us.
giving that money or not?
No. Listen.
It is an investment in you.
It's
survive and not
but
to
it's your money.
Let me ask
Listen,
you.
in general, first of all, that's a whole different argument. It's talking about the policy for COVID. American government don't come and give you money. They invest in institutions. They invest in
you receive that money, but do you know here in Nigeria?
schools and
even individuals contributed for that COVID, and the government still sees it in the warehouses. They couldn't even distribute it, but it was not even government money. It was an individual contribution, but they couldn't even distribute it.
Let me.
For you receive your own from your government.
Disaster relief palliative is not investment. It's just a relief palliative.
All of them, those are the things you need to. Those are the areas you need to know that your government are serious minded to make the people.
We understand that. You guys are making all different arguments. That's a different argument. Talking about disaster, we are talking about on a normal basis.
Let me give you another one. You file tax, right? And when you file your tax, and they ask you for your medical, and you don't have any medical insurance, what happens to your tax? What would IRS do?
What are you talking about, man? When you make money here, they take Medicare out of your paycheck. Okay. Government, yes or no?
Wow, they do.
That's the money they used to fund emergencies and all those things. So the point I'm trying to make is the money American government spend on you is money they tax from you. They take from you.
Hold on.
They don't put the money out of the thing there.
Look at.
What I'm telling you is this: there's Obamacare. Hold on. Can I land this point? There's healthcare market. There's healthcare market where you have to go. You shop for medical care that you want from the market. The government subsidizes it for you to some extent. The Obamacare or whatever you want to call it.
Nice.
Every state has it. So that is why if you file your tax and if you don't have Medicare, they would be IRS either will reject your file your tax you file for that year, or you pay heavily for not having any medical insurance. That's how they do it.
So what is your point?
The point is this: they put a value at your life that as a human you need to have medical insurance.
And you pay for it.
Well, of course you pay for it. But they'll still match you.
Government should be paying for every Nigerian.
Hold on. No. They still match you. The government still match you. They still pay for some of the things. Whatever you are. Okay, look, for example, now you get medical insurance from your work. Your job still match you for that, right? They match you if you contribute, let's say $50 every month, your paycheck or every
rational mind. What the American government stock out of the Americans.
What I'm telling you is this: everything the U.S. government does, the government is about the people. That's what Morgan said in that.
They suck the money from the people and they use the money to take care of the people.
Fine.
The money they are using to take care of you is not something they bring out of their own island to give you.
Of course, we understand, but.
And when they can't suck from the poor, they go take from the rich.
Juxtapose that with your own country, where you are origin of where you are from, where they make money from taxpayers' money. At the end of the day, it goes into individual pockets.
Most of the money Nigerian government spends is not taxpayers' money; it's oil money. They sell oil and they share the money with the states. The other ones is taxpayers' money. It's not even.
You see,
the percentage of Nigerian paying tax compared to the general population it's just not enough.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
No. If the Nigerian government have to live on
you pay for electricity bill, you couldn't even get half of what you paid for. What are you trying to say?
Let me give him a scenario. You said it is what you contributed that the government gives you, and I'm saying it is not true. When I came to this country, hold on. When I came to this country, I came in around maybe August, September, or October. So it was just, I worked for like maybe 3 months or 2 months within that year, and I filed. Because my income was so low, and with number of children I have, when they send me paycheck in
I mean, you know what I'm saying, welfare, yeah.
Paycheck. Hold on. When they send me my tax relief, or what do you call it? Is it
Tax return.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they sent me tax return, was very huge. In that situation, what did I contribute?
Listen.
I contributed.
I don't think you understand the way it works. You're looking at.
Hold on. Listen.
This guy just like to argue. Let's just move to
I don't understand the way it works. I'm trying to explain it to you.
No. Please, I'm coming in. Wait, excuse me. I want to support Mike. It is Mike that is giving the reality of the governance.
Exactly.
Hold on.
What? Thank you, Midway. What do you understand is that?
It is Mike. Look, it is Mike. It is Mike that is explaining governance. Not you people try to argue Mike. No way.
Please
force to put that one in.
Hold on. You don't even live in America. You are saying you are supporting Mike. You
doesn't have to live here to know the basic.
What are you talking about? You just have to live here.
My contribution.
Listen, I don't need to wait to. I want.
Let somebody talk.
Jale Coco, wait, sorry.
Let's do it one after the other.
Go on. I'm moving.
Yeah, let's do it one after the other.
Rational man, why did you remove him now? Why did you remove him now?
It's too biased, man. That's what
it's not fair. It's not fair. What you did is wrong. Please.
Let me not remove you. I'm not going to
remove you. Remove me. Remove me. I'll go and sleep. It's not by force now.
Wait, I'm just trying to we need decorum here. We need decorum.
Exactly.
Not talking
about, they are not removing him. We just want to make
just
sure
to pull off,
yeah. I think
they enjoy what we are discussing.
Please, hold on. Let me.
Go on. You know what? I'm just gonna leave, man. Since this guy wanna start abusing his power, since he has authority.
I did not remove you, Mike. I only remove.
If you want to start abusing your power, we might as well leave. You know, because it's not. We are not being paid to be here. So don't be doing all that.
Mike, I did not remove you. I only removed Midwest.
You didn't just remove me now and just brought me back. Even though I wasn't talking.
Saying to you, I did not.
They didn't even remove him now. They put him at the backstage.
I did not remove you, Mike.
That's the same thing. I mean, you can't be throwing people in the back. If you say you want us to,
go, please.
Be quiet, but it's not like you start abusing your power.
Please, if you want to go, leave. If you want to leave, please. I don't know how to tell you anymore.
Of course, you want me to leave now because you know I'm cooking you with facts. There's no way you can debate me in any issue.
Mark, don't leave. You want to push you away. Don't allow him to do that to you.
Not
everybody will stay. Everybody will stay.
Okay, can I say something, please?
No, you're not going to say anything. Hold on.
Hold on, please.
I don't want to be Thomas here. Hold on, please. Guys, cooperate with me. I want you to cooperate with me. Mike, if I say something to you, I'm not lying. I did not remove you. I only removed Midwest. Whoever did that, I don't know. So I'm telling you that. So take me by my word if I tell you that. So whoever did that, he knows what he did.
So Allah did it.
So I don't know. I don't want to say what
I did. That is exactly what I wanted to explain.
Okay, you did. Okay, so
the thing is, the session was so rowdy yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
That at the end of the day, even the audience could not benefit anything.
Exactly.
So we're saying rational mind is moderating, but at least we should give the person that is moderating that support to moderate, because we are not here to know who can shout like loudest. We just want to pass information. Because sometimes someone will be passing information.
All you have to say is just tell us to one voice. Me, I've disciplined myself to know that when you say one voice,
we're just doing the same thing now, Mike. We're doing the same thing now. He's talking.
No, I'm just saying. It's not like we're doing the same thing now. He's accusing me of shouting all over. No,
he did not say you. He said people are shouting.
No, the one it happened when it started happening. Some people are disciplined to realize, okay, we are all talking, and then they stop. Which is what I did. I realized that three of us are talking, and then
right now, I said, "Can you be quiet, please? And you just calm down." But you won't listen. You just go on and on. Maybe you don't. Maybe you didn't even hear me. You just go on and on. So let's allow Jaleko land. Joe Mike, land. Then Mike, if you want to counter him, you can counter him.
Okay. So I came in. I worked for only maybe 2 months or so. Then I found my tax and they sent me huge return. What have I contributed? Within that time, that 2 years, 2 months before the end of the year, they gave me insurance. They gave my children food stamp. No, is it food stamp? Week. What do they call this thing? This thing they give to children it's not food stamp, but when you have, they give them.
Is it FAFSA?
FAFSA. Yeah, but I can't even remember the name. Maybe
like to go to school, is it?
No, not even that. It's
full stamp.
A kind of. It's not full stamp per se. It's kind of. It's like maybe week they call it or something like that. It's like a full stamp, but it's not like a regular full stamp. So they gave us all these things, and I have insurance. The insurance, it was even on the street. I was working on the street, and this insurance company, America was very good back then. No? It's on the street. They even begging you for insurance, for medical insurance. They give you the best of the best insurance. You pay nothing. So where is my money? Within 2 months that I've contributed, I just came into America and they gave me all this. Where is my contribution? What have I contributed that make me deserve not a even citizen? What are
Okay,
you
can I explain it to you now? Can I explain it when you're ready?
Look.
Okay.
When government invests in their citizens by a way of giving them welfare, you think they are crazy? Do you know how much Americans spend on welfare every year in their budget? About 17 to 20%. That's what they give in terms of welfare and subsidy to their citizens. You are talking about this or this thing.
Okay, are you done? Can I respond now?
Yeah, say whatever you want to say. Say
okay. So what Ajanico you explain something they call a netting program. Netting. So the way the government does it is they heavily tax
the government, right? Didn't you just say the government now?
Yeah, that's what I thought. See, you the one that complain about me interjecting. I can't let someone talk.
No,
Allow me to talk.
I just want to chip that in so that you understand what you just said. Go on.
I'm trying to explain what we mean and what we're trying to tell you is that the money the government give to the people is what they take from the people. That's what we're trying to say. And that's what I'm trying to tell. Ajanico is thinking I'm saying what they take from him as individuals, what they give back to him as individual. That's not what we are necessarily saying. What we are telling you is that they heavily tax the middle class and the upper class and use that money to create netting for the people that are extremely poor, lower class, so that way they don't hit the rock bottom. That's why they call it welfare program. That's why whenever they want to increase welfare, they increase tax of the middle class and the upper class. That's why most Americans that are the middle class, upper class, they like the Republican, because the Republican Party don't believe too much in welfare. So when the Republican come in, they cut the welfare down and then they drop the taxes on the middle class and the upper class. And then when you guys are talking about when you file your taxes, when you don't make anything, they give you something. It's because when they tax the middle class, they tax them, and the middle class they don't give them anything, and the upper class don't give them anything. They overtax them, and they use that money to help the people that are in the bottom. So that's what we mean by. That's what we mean. That's what we are trying to explain to you by government. Wait, Ajanico, allow you to finish now. Allow me to finish now. Come on. Okay. That's what we are trying to explain. Okay. Rational man, are you moderating? See, if it's me now, you gotta throw me in the back. Let me finish what I'm trying to say to you now. Allow me to learn. So that's what we mean by the American government, what they are using to provide things for the people. They get it from the people. It doesn't mean we are not saying they get it from one guy that's dirt poor, that doesn't have anything. That's not who we are saying they're getting it from. They are getting it from people that have it. That's how they do it. And when people come and say the Nigerian government needs to do the same, give to these people in the poor, and we ask you, where are they going to get the money from? We don't have middle class in Nigeria. We only have like less than 1% that are extremely rich. They can't tax them enough to take care of the rest, unless you want to take Dangote's 50% of his wealth and all those hotels that overtax them, which I won't disagree, but they will take their money and go to another country because they're not going to be giving so much. But Nigeria hasn't built the middle class to be able to get that money to fund the extremely poor people. That's why we keep telling you guys, where can they get the money from? But you guys keep saying America, they give, and we are trying to tell you, America know where they get the money from. They have the middle class.
Hold on,
exactly.
Okay,
you make the point.
Let me just say something before you take over.
Yes.
Mike, what brought about this topic is that we talk about what is the life of an average Nigerian worth. Now we're talking about the standard here where we live, that the government, they put in place policies. In everything they do, it's about the people. Government should be about the people. I remember Mogalu saying that. I don't need Mogalu to tell me that I know. I'm just trying to make reference to Mogalu as one of such authority in such things, being an economist and a former governor of the CBN. We're going to talk about that topic. So what I'm trying to say is that governance should be about the people. It's not about some selected few. And that is what is being demonstrated here in the West and here in America and some other developed countries like Canada. The people matters. The life of average Americans, as long as you live here on the soil of America, either you're a U.S. citizen or not, like Ayaliko gave an example of himself, even before he became a U.S. citizen, it was being taken care of because they view your life as important, regardless of whether you're a U.S. citizen or not. Now, you talk about, of course, no government conjure money from the thin air. Even though we know sometimes they can do that, sometimes they can make policy, just print money. But usually, most of the spending is from what they tax you and I. Tax the wealthy, the middle class. But this money, they did not just keep it to themselves and let the other people go, swallow air or die in their misery or in their penury. No. They use this money and they created social welfare, like the like of what Ajaleko just mentioned, and you yourself, you corroborated yourself. So what we're saying here is that the government should be about the people. And countries here in the West, like America, they've demonstrated that yeah, the people matters. We don't want our people to die in penury. We want to give them what should make life. Why can't we replicate that in Nigeria? The same government, hold on, no. The same government in Nigeria, they collect tax, however they collect it, either they tax the companies, super rich or middle class, or even, I tell you, even the low people like Mama Lodja, people that sell Yalata on the street, they pay some form of taxes to some states, like the one we saw in Lagos. So how does this money translate to the lives of these people? They die in penury. Like we got Simba gave us an example.
Rational mind, I would like to come in, please. If you people can give me a chance to.
Can I? You will talk. Just let me land. We want to do this. So
yeah, when you land,
people died in that water in that River Niger, and look at how they just went to say they rescued them. Government will put in place emergency rescue on that river, but they don't have it. They have to start going looking for divers. Some people have to volunteer. Maybe people, some fishermen have to volunteer as their own divers to go and start bringing out these people. What kind of governance? What happened to the tax money that they get? Why can't they put in place all this infrastructure, like the likes of which we have here, Mike? And you're here, you are arguing blindlessly. I don't even know what your argument is all about. Of course, they make money from the people. Of course, they won't conjure money from thin air. They will get money from taxing you and I. Of course, but they give that money back to the people. They create social welfare, like in form of health care and like social things, come and get food stamp and things like that. Yeah, because the average life of an American or non-American, as long as you live here in American soil, it's important. It matters to them. But why can't we do that in Nigeria? And then we're blaming international media for not carrying such things. If your government in Nigeria values the life of your people, they create a standard there that everybody's life matters by giving social amenities, creating something. Why won't they be talking about them? International community will carry it because Nigerians are more important because our economy is very strong. So everything boils down to the government. If the government does not do what is right, then it will reflect in its people.
So we should start collecting tax heavily now. Tax everybody to debt.
No, that's not. You see, we're not going on this angle. That's not what we're talking. We're not saying tax everybody heavily. Let's not open that. That will be on that topic. Now let us hear Ajaliko, and then we hear Midwest, and maybe you can come in later.
Let Midwest go now. Midwest has to talk. Let him talk.
No. Hold on.
He hasn't had a chance, man. Me and Ajaliko will talk.
Midwest can
let the guy talk now.
Midwest.
Ajaliko was itching to talk now.
Okay. Well, you already made a point. Let Midwest make his own point.
Okay, let Ajaliko.
Hold on now, guys. Could you allow me moderate now, guys? Ajaliko was about saying something when I said let me interject. If he doesn't want to say anything, then let Midwest talk. Midwest talk, please. Or Ajaliko, you want to say something?
Let's Midwest go. They are
coming. Go on. Midwest. Midwest, are you there?
I greet the whole house. Yeah, I'm here, and I greet everybody, and I hope you are hearing me. You people are hearing me.
We can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. You see, the problem is this. We that live in abroad, what you are saying and what Mike is saying is almost the same thing. You cannot try to say Mike is not making sense or Mike will tell you are not making sense. No, it's like we're just on the same bus. The thing is that we need to evaluate what we are doing in Nigeria and ask ourselves a question. Do we pay tax in Nigeria? To my own opinion, we don't pay tax. Tax and task is not the same thing. When somebody tasks you, it take your right from you, make it compulsory, give me, it will take it from you. So in advanced world, you pay tax on profit or income. Nobody tax you when you lose money. If you are a business person, at the end of your yearly return, the one they call declaration, where you have tax refund, and your profit, there is no profit from your company, everything you pay in Europe, the government will return it to you, apart from the value added tax. So we have to educate our leader that Nigerians don't pay tax. A place where you pay tax, the government will identify who is paying that tax. Nigeria, we have no identity. It will identify the company that is paying tax. Nigeria companies are not identified. The government have record of daily transaction of every business. Either you record it to the government monthly, quarterly, or annually. It depends how big. Limited company must do it monthly. That is to say, all your business transaction in January, February, you must tell government. What you factor or invoice issue with the name of company and registry number. Nigeria, we have no this. Imagine a country big as Nigeria. The government don't know the volume of daily business transaction. Take only Alaba International Market, for example. Can the Lagos government tell us what they are selling there? They don't know where the goods are coming from. They don't know people they supply it to. So please, let's tell our leader to lay fresh foundation and take their head away from this colonial mentality. There's no way you can create social welfare in Nigeria and make it to work. Palliative, just look at what happened during that NSAS. The number of people in the street, you don't know. The local government doesn't register people. So you don't know how many number you're going to have. It's just like a family, a woman, you have children, you don't even know the number. How will you cook for them? So this is what I want to put in. Like what Mike was saying, every government here, like in Europe, at least if I look at some system in America, we compare with what we are seeing here in Europe, Europe own far work than that of America. Nobody can pay of healthcare in Europe. It doesn't happen. We don't have something like Obamacare. They do that universal this thing. Even Germany, you still pay privately, but it's still universal. And they even make it European Union. Like someone in Germany, if you're sick in Sweden, yeah, man, you go to hospital, they have to take care for you. After treatment, they send you to German government. There is a system, there's a social number. So, and all these things is just taxpayers' money. Government don't make, the only budget they will make is a budget like, they still make budget anyway. The only thing they can campaign about now is that, oh, in case of any disease outbreak, like what we suffer in this COVID, we will not suffer it again. What can we put in place? Because their healthcare work perfectly. And they also have a very strong social welfare. All these things depends on tax. So this is what I want to put in. We cannot be saying everything is working in Nigeria. Nigeria, there's no tax. So if you say Nigerians, who pay those tax? How do you know who's paying tax? And if you want to return the tax to them, who will you return it to? Yeah, you respond. We pay, we task. They force you, whether you make profit, whether you don't.
Ola, let me say this. I will yield to you.
Give it to us.
Yes, let me say so. I'll be let Ola speak. Ola, please, 1 minute. You see, when you people come and say Nigeria don't pay tax, it's very funny sometimes. There's nobody that like to pay tax in this world. It is government that will set up a mechanism or system that will collect taxes from the people. When you have incompetent leaders that doesn't know how to put in place a system that will take taxes from people, then do you want to blame the people that they don't pay tax? In this America, people don't even like to pay tax.
Wait. It's like you didn't listen to me. Please, I said Nigerians are tasked, but they don't pay tax. In tasking, the authority will take your right away, whether you have it or not. Like what the
You are breaking. So let Ageleko continue.
And our ancestors. They handle stick of the more whether you need healthcare. They don't care whether you need social, and that's what Nigeria is practicing. We need to change it to re-taxation. So we are tasking people whether they have it or not. America cannot come and collect money for you if you are not working. America cannot come to your business and come and take tax. Although there is a system you must pay first, but at the end, they will still return it to you because you did not make profit. And so this is what who do they pay to? Example, who are those that are paying?
Midwest.
This is a question we're supposed to ask.
Midwest. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? So I think you made that.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You were breaking. Let Adeleko can't even talk. Adeleko, let him talk, and so that we can get to Ola. Adeleko, go on, please.
Okay, so Nigerian people pay tax. That is number one. But Nigerian people, if you people want to argue that Nigerian people doesn't pay tax, you cannot generalize Nigeria. You cannot generalize everybody in Nigeria like they don't pay tax. The people that pay taxes, what did they get in return? In terms of infrastructure and security, welfare, and all the rest, what did they get in return? That's number two. Then number three is that it is the responsibility of government to put in place a system that will collect taxes from you, that will not make you escape from paying your tax. So,
please, before you continue, I want to chip in. I want to ask you something, please, so that you use it in your conclusion.
Okay.
I just want to ask you a question.
Okay.
All this money that this bank remove from all our bank account, at least I know how much they charge me in my account at the end of every month. A very huge money. What is it for?
But that's bank is a private business, right? Bank
Bank
profit.
they thief your money now.
It's not government, no. It's bank.
They charge you fee.
The bank just necessarily collect a lot of money from my account at the end. If the end, they'll just calculate a lot of, and it's a very big amount of money. They'll just take it, and you don't have anything. If you go to just like that,
That's why bankers
then
get rich.
the ones of 50 naira every transaction, 100 naira, 300 naira, all these ones. If you calculate it at the end of the month, it's still a very big amount of money. So I want to understand.
Baba Jaleko, I also want you to add this question to you. What do you think about government of Nigeria trying to charge taxes on your income from abroad? For example, you live in America and you have a lot of business in America, but you also have business in Nigeria, and you often go to Nigeria. Do you think Nigerian government should also start to tax you from your income that you earn in America? Because sometimes you repatriate some of the money back home. What do you think?
No, they can't charge. They can't.
But some countries are doing like that. They want you to declare the income you earn.
Yeah, it's in Europe. Europe can do it.
Like that in Europe here.
The whole Europe. You go to jail if you don't declare.
Nigeria doesn't have the mechanism to do all these things. We don't have the.
Can we streamline this argument, because we are already moving away from the real topic? At the end of the day, we are not getting to a particular concise conclusion.
I want to move everybody.
Do you guys understand that if Nigeria today start giving
Mike.
No, it's just a quick statement. How long? It's just a quick statement. Give me a chance.
Mike. Ola was talking now. Let Ola just land, please.
I have not even landed my own.
Can you just land so Ola can talk? I know he's been itching to talk.
But somebody is nice.
Can we please mute, please? Anybody that's not talking, please mute.
Yeah. So Nigerian pay taxes. You have governments that are incompetent. If you want to say they don't pay, that doesn't expand the tax base so that they can collect taxes. And the essence of taxes is to provide good life in return, good society, security, healthcare, good education, good road, infrastructure. You make society run well. That is the essence of collecting taxes from people. But in Nigeria, the little they pay, those that are even paying it, what did they get in return? They don't get anything. But then you still want to blame people that, oh, they don't deserve any.
Baba Jerry Koko, sorry. You said you yesterday, just you yesterday, when we were discussing, you said primary and secondary education is free. And now you are saying that they don't get anything in return. Now
we have police,
and Ekene just said that it's the bank are charging him for the transaction, for the duty that they are performing for him. We said they are thieving his money.
Okay, hold on.
That's what they are doing.
Hold on right there. You see, when you guys talk sometimes,
it just baffles me too. I don't just understand what the argument is all about.
I mean, they are funding the police, they are funding the military. Yeah, I mean, that's
hold on. We know all of that. We know all of that.
When you are talking of they provide free education in primary, secondary education and secondary school. Are those schools? I mean, primary and primary and secondary school public education. Are they well funded? Are they well funded school? Can you put your own child? You Simba, can you put your child in public school? Or any one of us here?
What I'm saying, I'm saying.
Hold on.
It don't change things. I'm just trying to let you know that when we are analyzing things, we should just be objective. If you don't like the person that is, it's not objective, because the way he's saying as if the government is not providing anything for the citizen, that the government is so useless. And that's why I'm giving him an example. It was the one that was arguing yesterday. I don't know. Okay, if you don't want people to talk, because and now he was saying it emphatically yesterday that primary education and secondary education, you when you are in the same thing that happened even when we are growing up, and now you are saying that they don't get anything. Even in this same public school, we have a lot of kids that go to this public school and have excelled, and then want to just use that one to rubbish everything. So now you are changing it now that now they provide it, but they are not funding it. I don't
look, okay.
You see, they're here to do gotcha here. They're just to catch you.
Okay, yes. By law in Nigeria, primary and secondary school must be free. Public education. But the public education, tell us the state of our public education in Nigeria today. Is that what Nigerian people deserve? I mean, sometimes when we grew up, when I was growing up, you can count in the whole of Lagos State, you can count how many public schools we have in the whole of Lagos State. Can you count them today? I mean,
but the population has grown like 3,000%.
Sorry. I'm not saying about public school. I'm talking about private school. We can count them. But can you do that today?
There are more than public schools now. Private schools are more.
Lagos population back then was 300,000. Today is 24 million.
In Lagos State today. It's because
actually we have more schools today than before in Lagos.
Because you have system failure. You have people in position of authority that cannot manage anything. You can't manage the resources to the best of that country. So what I'm trying to say in essence here is that even in the Second Republic, when we don't even pay tax, because now a lot of Nigerians pay.
Can I ask you just one quick question? Just a short question. Just a question.
Okay.
It's just a statement.
Yeah.
Do you think, like, if Nigerian government start giving welfare to the population in Nigeria, do you think the people from Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, all those poor people, they will start flooding into America? The Mexicans are jumping the border to America. Do you think that will be the case?
Do you think our neighboring
all the poor people in poverty, like you said, like we should start giving food stamp, welfare, all those things for the poor people in Nigeria, right? Do you think when we start doing that, don't you think the poor people in Nigeria Republic, Cameroon, Ghana, all over West Africa, in fact, all over Africa, will be flooding to Nigeria to come and collect their free welfare?
How would that possible?
That's what will happen now. Because first of all, we can't account for every Nigerian. We don't know who's Nigerian.
When you give such thing to your citizen, you have the record of your citizen. You know them. You have a system that will identify them. That is the way it works.
But we don't have the system now. You can agree with me on that, at least.
If you don't, there must put in place a system that will identify who is who and who is entitled to what.
Okay,
that is the way it works.
Now,
so if Nigerians pay more taxes than we used to pay in the Second Republic, but yet back then when we don't even pay taxes, the responsible government.
But I remember that time now that even people used to run to farm because they don't want to pay tax.
Hold on.
So I don't know there's any time in Nigeria that people don't pay tax. All this
look, I'm talking about Second Republic. During that time of Second Republic.
But what I'm saying, you know that time that I'm talking about, Babajele.
Yes, what I'm saying is that even back then, we don't pay as much as we pay now. But then you have government that was.
But Babajele, sorry, we are just looking at Lagos as if Lagos is a whole Nigeria. I can think maybe people pay some tax in Lagos. But when you go out of Lagos, how many states are people paying tax?
Can I say something?
Did they not provide? Did they not provide free?
Provide what?
Free? Did they not provide as far back as then? The Second Republic, secondary school education was not free. It was only in the West that Awolowo introduced it. All the 5 states in Southwest, secondary school was not free. But that government back then, with the fact that people does not pay tax the way they pay tax today, they were able to give children free education at secondary school. It wasn't free, but they introduced it free at secondary school. And they created state university to counter federal government. What do you call it? What do you call this?
Quota system.
Quota system. They established higher institution, state polytechnic, state university, state college of education for free of charge. That is a government that works for the people. But now with the huge sum of money they are getting, they cannot even make the system run. They can't make it function, the public education function well.
But Babajele Koko, let's compare. I'm very sorry. Now our earning now, even with this tax and everything that we are earning, and the one that we are earning in the 80s, can we compare them? Even if you look at it, our earning has reduced compared to even our population. Now, what we earn now is even less than what we used to earn in the 80s.
No, look, no. That's not true. We earn more.
Sorry, excuse me. Hello. Ola.
Yeah.
Ola, you there? I have to
Yeah,
bring you back.
I'm here.
Sorry, I know you left. I mean, please, can we just allow Ola coming? He's been itching to want to talk. So Ola, can you just make your comment, please? I'm sorry, you guys will continue.
Okay.
Go on, Ola.
No. The thing I wanted to say is this: when we create a topic, let us learn on that topic, because sometimes we start a topic and eventually we just divert and we go around the cycle again to what we've talked over and over and over. I think we were talking about if something happened in Africa, we don't even bother about it. We forget as if human being fatality in Africa is nothing, and that of America. And I think that's how we landed at life insurance and where people enter into taxation. You see, one thing I want to like that what we're saying is this here. Before I go ahead, in America, for example, about 50% of Americans have life insurance, 53 to be precise, if I follow the latest statistics. Whereas in the UK, it's about 30%. Nigeria is just about 0.5%. Very terrible. What I was saying is that we don't put any premium on lives in Nigeria. We just live as if we never existed. So, because why the system in America, why you hear all those noises, is just because look at that old investment. When you say 50%, 53% of America have life insurance. Insurance, all those people that are responsible there will be the one to even uphold the standard. Mess up with those people in America, they will never allow you to become the president. Those are the kind of things that go on underground. So when we say government fund that in indirectly, people seem not to understand the situation perfectly. Because when we say government funding, look at it this way: if your tax is supposed to be $10,000, now government will encourage you to do something like that, RRSP, life insurance, all those things, to reduce your tax. It simply means that government is giving you back money to do that. So government is sponsoring the same thing. It's sponsoring it. So those are the things that I'm saying, that if we have to do that in Nigeria, then the situation will change. Everybody will pay attention. Nigeria, now that we're born today, that okay, an average, and this thing is even a reality, is a fact. It may stand out that it's not fashion. But I have an uncle that died at around the age of 53. When someone said, oh, life insurance, the life expectancy in Nigeria is 50, they will say it's a lie. It's not a lie. So those things that we don't hear about contributes a lot. So nobody will help us shout of what is happening in Africa, just because investment on those lives is not really, every just that. See, insurance sometimes they can be aggrieved more than even the family of that person that is concerned, because that money they are losing is a serious grief to them, and they want to make sure you put the standard in place. So to me, it's not about saying, oh, Nigerians are not paying taxes. I think sometimes if you don't really understand the way Nigerian taxation works, sometimes we should just be very careful. All those people that we are talking about, even some companies that are even selling things to them, they've passed the taxes over that you don't know. Because if a company pays tax, they pass the cost to the consumer, but it will appear as though these people are not paying taxes. It's not true. Just imagine a consumer that go buy something somewhere, that government now collect money from this toll gate, collect that from some gate, all those money as they are collecting those things, at the end, the customer, they will transfer the cost to the customer. So when the like of Tinubu has said, okay, they are going to reform the system, it's not just talking from nowhere, because they know the people that you actually assume they are not paying taxes already, they are paying indirectly. That we don't know doesn't mean that they are not.
But Ola, is you don't pay such in Canada also? Because in tax we have direct tax and indirect tax. So this one that you are talking about, is that the only way? The only one you pay in Canada is one they remove from salary. You don't pay all this one that all these things that you are talking about that you are referring to as tax in Nigeria.
there are some other way you pay taxes. It depends on the category. If even your we call it HST or GST.
What I'm saying, I got what you are saying. All this one that you say, okay, they get to the road, they charge this, they charge then indirect. So then the consumer will pay. It happens everywhere. So we cannot. What we are talking about is the one that you pay willingly, that you pay from your henny. You pay from your henny. Your income tax. That's what we are talking about. You cannot be referring to the one that you pay on food and then they say, okay, that is people are paying tax.
It's part of taxation.
Let us be realistic now.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. Someone in the informal sector, someone in the informal sector, when you go buy your materials, you pay tax on those materials. When you sell those materials, you collect tax on behalf. It depends, yeah, because if you have your business register, you collect VAT, equivalent of VAT on behalf of the government, and you have to remit when you are doing your tax filing.
But that is not happening in Nigeria. That's what you are saying. It's not happening.
But in Nigeria, people are still paying VAT. Depends on where you go.
The shop. VAT is that no. You don't pay VAT when you go to the point of purchase in Nigeria. That is what is happening. I think maybe because we've all left Nigeria for so long, we need to come back and see the reality on ground. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you.
So what do you know to the contrary? Let us ask Simba. What do you know to the contrary?
Okay, what Ola is saying is that, okay, let's say you go to a place like ShopRite to go and buy a milk. They will tell you, okay, the price of milk is maybe, let's say, 4 naira. Then the VAT will be maybe certain percentage, maybe an additional 0.25 kobo on it. That is not the way they do it. The VAT is directly from the company because they know that they cannot collect it at the point of purchase. So it's not as if the ShopRite cannot collect VAT on behalf of government in Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't happen like that in Nigeria.
Okay.
You cannot tell somebody who is selling biscuits to collect VAT for somebody that did not even register the business.
Okay.
In Nigeria, let me tell you what is happening. Some people even that has a registered company, registered business, what they will do is that before they will ask their customer, they will give them their account, their own personal account. They will not pay the money to even the company account so that they will not be able to charge appropriate tax for them. And that's what is happening. Most of the people, I'm very sorry to say this one is personal. The people that even my hobby used to buy things from, they give them their own personal account number, not company account, to pay their money to, because they want to survive, they want to evade tax. That's what you are saying. If only came here yesterday, he was one of the so-called middlemen that we have in Nigeria, and he was also confessing that he doesn't pay tax.
Okay.
As Ekene does not even have a taxpayer's identification number. They don't even have.
Let me respond to you. In this environment, whether you are a sole proprietorship or you are fully incorporated, immediately you do your incorporation, you get tax number immediately. And when you do your business, when you are doing your filings at the end of the year, you present what you are doing. It gets to a stage.
You are talking about an ideal society. It doesn't happen like that here.
Wait now. See, let me tell you one thing. If you we've said this thing over and over.
It is the responsibility of the leaders to create a ideal society.
Didn't want to say it initially. You understand? I will say it now. It is the responsibility of the government to put the right infrastructure in place to do all those things, not to be sending area boys to people to be collecting money. Otherwise, you double tax. Because when you are able to get the infrastructure in place, you will know people that are paying tax. It's not that you pay the federal government 1,000 today, and another person will come and collect 2,000 from you tomorrow. You can have a single source. We've said this thing over and over. You say people are evading tax. I tell you, Oyibo knows how to evade tax more than Nigerians we are talking about, because they will do their own legally. They will be looking at every loopholes and trying to evade those tax like hell. that we're talking about.
And some of them is only 5%, 10% they are saving, or even 3%. That's what they will be jumping up and down to say.
All the one that you are saying Nigeria don't pay tax, Nigeria don't pay tax. Let me tell you one thing. It's high, when you are saying high skill, high technique to invade tax, they have those skills there. So the thing is this, it is the government that run. Okay, as I'm speaking to you now, I've been audited before. Me that I just the same year that I came to Canada, I've been audited. That okay, I should present all those things just to make sure. Even the tax I filed this year, even by the time my wife already collected his own tax return, my own was delayed for almost 3 months, for more than 2 months. So this thing we are talking about is this. You can't just go and be blaming farmers that are not paying. See, it is your duty. Even all those farmers you are talking about, there's a kind of way you build the infrastructure to help them, because all those infrastructure you are building to collect tax, because government will invest in the people and you will now tax them. Not that you will allow people, okay, look at what is happening in Nigeria now. You build your house on your own. It's not as if they are giving you mortgage. Government will not give you road. They will not give you electricity. Maybe after you buy your pole, you buy your wire, you will go and beg and say, okay, come and collect us. Those are the things that government is supposed to be doing naturally. And people are not even seeing all those things as direct taxation, because government neglects its duty. Then when you come
Ola, I think the problem with us, like Adelikoko said, was that we do not understand, and I think Morgan said that in that interview, is that we don't know what it is, what it means to be a citizen, and the role, and the government, people in government, they don't know what their role is. And our Adelikoko has put it succinctly here that taxes are paid to work for the people. Government does not just conjure money out of thin air. They have to get taxes. That's how they're able to fund any programs or anything that they have to do. But you see, in the Nigerian context, the reason why the Nigerian government and their states and all those people, they do what they do is that so that way people could not even really question them. And they've kind of conditioned people's psyche to just commonize the whole thing, like tax. What is tax? Now, I don't know if you read that. I just posted one link there in the comment section. It's in the song, FRSC, Federal Inland Revenue Service. They are talking about the multiple taxation. They want to harmonize everything. So you see, what brings out all this topic is that we're talking about the life of an average Nigerian. How can the government effectively protect or elevate the life of an average Nigerian to mean that, okay, our citizens are more important when they do not even get their crap together? I mean, they can't even get their governance together. And you see, we live in a different era right now. The era we live in now is that those times when we saw government really fully active, but maybe back in the 70s and 80s, was when they have smaller government. Mostly, for the most part, we don't have the big government that we have today, whereby the more than half of our revenue, besides people that still, some are going into the hands of our legislators, because we have to maintain these people's lifestyle. We have to pay them this. I mean, it's a lot of money we are just paying these guys. Some money is going to be left for social infrastructure and amenities. So until when we downsize, we cut down the number of those people that are in governance or how much they get, we're not going forward, we're not moving forward. And until we harmonize, like IFRS is saying in that article, we harmonize this taxation system whereby if it's VAT we want to be getting, we want to go for VAT. If it's income tax we want to be getting, we go for income tax. But whereby you have VAT, you have income tax, you have a business tax, you have that tax. I mean, you're overtaxing people.
But the three taxes you just mentioned are totally different.
What kind of taxes are different?
Yeah, thank you. When you have a business, you have to pay company income tax because you have to file for your annual return because you are doing business.
Okay.
And if your payee as your personal income tax, if you are under an employee, then you have to you have to pay tax on the income you earn monthly, which is that the more you earn, the more you pay. I think you know that one, they call it payee system. It's a progressive tax. It's almost the same thing all over the whole world. And there are some other tax that Nigeria are not even like property tax. If you have a property and as your property appreciates, in some countries, within 5 years, they don't tax you, but after 5 years, they start taxing you. So the only thing I can totally agree with you here is that, like they also collect VAT here. Apart from your personal income tax, we also have a VAT tax on every product you consume or you buy from the market, from the supermarket. So in most European countries, it's always very difficult for you to find an open market. Everybody go to the shopping mall or a supermarket to buy something. So when you buy the product, you already factor the VAT in whatever you buy. So it's from this, you already paid that VAT, you don't even know. It is the supermarket or the shopping mall that have to reconcile their accounts with the government, federal inland tax system here. So they are totally different tax entirely.
Yeah, like you said, you see, every country is unique in the way they tax. I'm going by the way we do it here in America. And if that's
rational man, you think you don't pay VAT in US?
Well,
nothing like VAT. Yeah, what we have sales tax. It's sales tax.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So how much is your sales tax?
Hold on.
Can you tell me a percentage?
Hold on. I'll tell you what it is. Let me give you. In California, we have state of California. We have income tax and sales tax. Yeah, some other states.
Rational mind. You are living in California.
No, I didn't say I'm living in California.
No wonder.
Hold on. I did not say I'm living in California. If you want to get that, that's up to you. Now, in Oregon, in Washington State, where I've also lived, is that we have, for example, in Oregon, they have income tax. They don't have sales tax. Why in Washington?
I thought you want to give us the percentage. What you are saying.
Hold on, I'll give you.
It varies from state to state.
It varies from state to state. Like in Washington State, they have what we have sales tax is about 12% That's what it is.
12. Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on. But mind you, they do not have income tax.
No, you don't know what they call income tax. That's what you pay. That is the tax you pay when you receive your salary.
You guys,
no. You guys should listen to rational mind.
You guys just argue what you don't know.
You will understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
Like if you are working,
yeah,
federal government would take their own income tax from if you are working. If I'm working now for a company, they will take income tax from me. Now, say for example, I live in like California now, I will pay income tax. Right? I'll pay income tax if I work for a company. Now, if I go to a shopping mall, I want to go and buy any stuff. Anything I'm buying, they'll collect sales tax. The state will collect sales tax and they'll collect their income tax. You get it? So now, but if people were so, I don't want to live in California. That's why a lot of people are moving out of California. People like Elon Musk and other big tech companies, they're all moving out because the tax there is just outrageous. But some people, but the money you get paid there is higher to cushion that aspect. The wages there is higher than maybe other Pacific Northwest states like Oregon and maybe Washington State. So just to cushion that aspect, just for you to be able to make up for those taxes. That's taxes by states where they have income and state tax, and the federal government also will take your income tax from you too. They have a way of maybe they'll pay you more per hour just so you can pay those tax. But in Oregon, if I live in Oregon, I can only pay income tax. I can go to any shopping mall, buy anything I like. I don't pay anything. I don't pay any sales tax on that. Why in Washington State, I don't, if I make my money, let's say I make $100,000 annually, I go home with my $100,000 annually. I don't pay any income tax. But if I have to go to a shop to go and buy like food or meat or anything or beverages or anything, I have to pay sales tax on everything I buy.
So how much is the sales tax in that?
That's what I'm saying to you. In Washington State, it's about 12%.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
you guys are lucky.
But you can say it's high. That is if I that is if
12% is high.
You say what?
I say it's extremely low compared to Europe. The VAT is about 24%.
Yeah. So you see, the thing is this: there's a way they work their own things there. Now, if Nigeria can go in that route, the only way we can go around that is that if we have database of everybody, and we can get everybody to move from this informal kind of system whereby Yaloja has its own after selling on the road. and you cannot even really track how much she's owing.
Rational man, just a quick interjection. If Nigeria is going to go through that route, that means totally every state must have resource control.
That's true.
So that means no more federal allocation. Everybody go their own way. Your resources belong to you.
That's how it's run here. That's how it's run.
But I don't think it will happen.
Well, it's possible. It's possible, but it will take us some time before we can get there. Yeah, that's what was it Wike was challenging that VAT that was challenging that the court ruling when Buhari was there, for they had to stay execution recently. That Lagos had to join Rivers State in that lawsuit whereby they were saying VAT, whatever is collected, should be used in that state where it's collected. But federal government takes all the VAT and they now start sharing it for other states. No, you cannot take
you know why, Rational Man? It's very difficult, as I said earlier.
Yeah,
the VAT is not charged at the point of sales. It's because they know that it's very difficult for them to charge it at the point of sale and to collect
Nigeria
it.
have a lot of informal sector.
So it is a company that will have included that VAT into the price before they sell to their customer.
Like
you understand what I'm saying? Like if you want to buy a recharge card now, MTN will have included that VAT on the price of that recharge card.
Okay.
So they'll be able to collect that VAT from MTN.
Okay.
It's not the person that is selling in the street that will collect that VAT for the government.
Okay.
So MTN will remit centrally. That's what is happening. MTN will now remit it centrally.
Hold on. Yeah, you just give a very good example. Now, let's say in Lagos now. Let's just give. I want to give an example of that Lagos now. That's example. Now, if I live in Lagos, I buy a recharge card, I pay VAT, right? And then Lagos, because I remember when I was there, I don't know, maybe I still doing it, but when I was there, I pay income tax. They take income tax from my money, from Lagos State take income tax from me. So, which means they have
from your salary.
From my salary, yeah, from my salary.
Yes.
Which means I have to pay two taxes now. They have both sales tax, which is the VAT, and I have to pay what's it called, income
tax.
That is on one hand, and there's some other kind of taxes I'm paying, which we might not really talk about here, which is maybe, for example, I go Yaloja that I go to on the road to buy something from Yaloja. Yaloja will pass that on me because if I'm buying that from Yaloja,
that is indirect tax.
Indirect. So we need to harmonize all of these things. We need to do. The point I'm getting at is this. Now, how much am I earning that I'm paying income tax and I have to pay VAT? So you see, they need to sit down and get their crap together.
I think you need to understand that VAT and your sales tax is nearly the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Now,
it's the same thing in one sense that it's the same thing, but the percentage are different from state to state in America. You understand that one. But in some countries,
but in Nigeria, it's not like that. Everybody is the same VAT you are paying.
In Nigeria is the same for everybody.
And then you have
it's collecting on behalf of all the federation. But the
and
problem
on
we
top
have
of that, you still have to pay other taxes again, depending on the state where you're living.
For example, you Rational Mind, for example, you are working with one company, and then you have your own business. You register a business. You also must also pay company tax because you are making income from your business. Now, the only problem that Nigeria now have is this. If you have a company in Nigeria where you are making income and you pay annual income tax every year, all your expenses, you can claim it. Maybe when the starting of your business, you buy gas, you do a lot of expenses, and then you can file it yearly. If the government is okay, then they can refund part of your tax you have paid. They can return it back to you. So the system in Nigeria is not also good like the one in the Western world. But I think it's the right
What
time.
I'm saying to you is that somebody is collecting 30,000 naira how much? It's 35,000 naira.
No. Some income are not taxable. For example, if your minimum wage is like 33 or 30, I don't think they tax you.
No. They tax you. Hold on. They tax me. Yeah, I pay. I remember when I was collecting, how much was I collecting back then? They tax me. I pay income tax on that. Why did they tell me that? Oh, because you collect.
Everybody's are taxed. They don't exempt anybody from tax.
So I don't know what else. I mean, I'm just asking. I don't know how much they tax. They tax you. I think it's going to be extremely low.
The problem is accountability in the Nigeria. Our taxpayers' money. What are they being used for? We don't seem to understand what governance is all about. Our elites, those people who are governing us, they've so bastardized our psyche that we don't even understand what governance is all about. We need to now redesign. We need to reorient our people to understand that tax is your right, and government hold you that right to use your tax judiciously, to use it for what they are supposed to be used for. Because the reason for tax is to run the government and run the state, to run the local government, to run everywhere that tax is taken from. But in the Nigerian context,
I totally agree with you.
But in the Nigerian context, our tax is just used to fund the life of these elites.
Rational, I think what also happened over the years.
Is that?
I think what happened over the years is that the rate at which our population is growing, our income, apart from corruption, the income from our our revenue actually does not match our population growth. Let me give you, for example, let's say Nigeria, we are giving allocation of, let's say,
I agree with you, but make your point.
Let me finish. Yes. Our oil quota, I don't know, right from time, I don't know the last time they review it upward. It's usually, the highest that we have done was 2.5 million barrels per day. Look at our population. That would be like, I don't know, if you divide 2.5 million by 200 million, how many, maybe one barrel to how many millions of people?
We were never giving 2.5 now. When were we giving 2.5?
That I just even raised it, Baba Jalewoko, to include into that. And I'm just saying highest. I'm just saying highest at highest. Let us assume.
About 1.8 or 1.
No. Let me even assume that 2.5. I'm driving at a point.
Okay.
Now look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they are doing 9 to 12 million barrels per day, and their population is just at 5 million. If you divide it, it comes to 1 barrel to three person, 3 population. 3 Saudis. You understand? I think what we should be discussing now is that if you look at the revenue, forget about corruption. We know that there's a monumental corruption in Nigeria. But the money that Nigeria we are getting as a country is too abysmal to have any meaningful impact on that population that we have.
High time we continue to talk about this resource control.
So I think what we need to do is one thing we need to do, apart from blocking leakages and then reduce corruption, we also need to step up our revenue generation, either from taxes or from other natural resources by diversification. And I think that is what the government needs to do. Because even if we are getting everything from our oil quota, how much does it come down to compared to our population?
So,
we are able to do.
What do you think about the state also controlling 75% of their resources?
No. It's still about.
I want to ask you this question. Even if the federal government continues to generate more revenue, and they generate more revenue more from certain regions, some certain region in Nigeria, and some are not putting something on the table, and they are earning more than those ones that are even.
It was like that, Remi. It was like that in the 80s that Baba Jalewoko was referring to, and they were still getting a low. No. Just, that one is another aspect. But what I'm just talking generally, let us even face it. Whatever we are making now, to me, is too abysmal to make any meaningful to impact any kind of welfare on the citizenry. Believe me.
Hold on, Simba. Look, who do you blame?
No, I'm not. I'm just. I think the past government have forgotten. They are not innovative. They are not. Every time you hear them talking about diversification, at the end of the day, you not see anything in line with that.
I think we could, to me is, I don't know what we are making the money. Even South Africa even make more money than Nigeria. What is the population of South Africa?
Simba.
Nigeria. Look, if you have leaders,
and then I think we all agree that we have both the government responsibility and then the citizen responsibility. But I know that if the citizen also, if they have if they feel that they have a good government, they also be ready to actually make their own contribution. But as it is now, all of them, both the citizen and the government, we are just deceiving ourselves. We are just deceiving ourselves.
Okay, Simba, let me say this. Look, whether you like it or not, is the government that we will still blame.
Exactly.
Because the government are the one in charge of the resources. We elected them to manage the resources to the well-being of the people. But what have they done with the resources? They use it to manage, to benefit themselves. They created large government, big government for themselves. They created a lot of positions, advisors for their political cronies. They created, they allocated so much money as income for themselves.
All those things you are saying contribute truly, but that's not our even major problem.
But let me land. This part of the problem. You cannot pinpoint. We corruption by the government is the real problem, and corruption comes in so many ways. So, if they have to deny us our own benefit and they don't shed some of their own excesses too, then that will tell you that they are not serious to govern the country well, to manage the resources well. So, look, you said now that we have large population. We are in an oil organization that we are located so low quota, and so how much we make from that allocation of oil is not enough to. Must we remain in Saudi Arabia oil organization? There's no way Nigeria can remain in that organization that Nigeria will have economic prosperity. It's only when Nigeria leave that OPEC, that is when you will see Nigeria will start to record economic process.
No, Ajale, that's not it. If you give me
out of OPEC, you will drink your crude.
I'm making a point. I will let you, please. So there's no reason why Nigeria should not be making like 8 to 10 million barrels of oil a day with the amount of oil that we have in that country. There's no and with the large population that we have, how do we have a potential in a particular, to develop a particular sector in our country, in our economy that can guarantee us regular income, and we don't want to develop it. We want to cow ourselves under some people that manipulate us not to generate enough resources as we deserve. Look, Russia. Do you know how much Russia company make? Oil company, even with this war and all this sanction. Last year they posted.
Let me even shock you. Let me shock you. Let me quickly shock you with something. When I'm shocking, I just want to let you know about what happened recently. India, that used to be, and I'm going to go and dig out that article where I saw it in the newspaper. India, that used to be the one of the number one highest buyer of Nigerian crude oil. Now they've stopped buying. I mean, they've reduced it drastically. Now they've turned to Russia for cheap oil, very cheap oil from Russia. So that's why our partner. We've lost a partner now that buys our huge. That buys most of our oil.
Do you know how much Russia make from that oil last year? $680 billion. Even with the fact that they are fighting war. Even with the fact that the whole world imposed sanction on them. $680 billion. And out of that $680 billion, do you know how much they give as petroleum subsidy for their citizens? About $30 billion. Then you Nigerians will complain. They will say, oh, they pay too much. Why won't it look as if they pay too much for them? When you limited yourself, you limited your growth, you limited your capacity to generate revenue because you are in one kind of useless organization they call Saudi Arabia OPEC organization.
Aganigogo, can I address that, please? That's what I want to address.
Okay, all right.
See,
I want to have input on that one.
I will be done within 3 minutes, please. So, see, that OPEC you just mentioned, it's not our problem. We just have to face it square. Even what OPEC is doing is to create some kind of oligopoly that if you sell a million, let's say 1 million barrels, that you will gain what we actually make when you sell 10 million barrels. So it's like they want to send little resources and maximize, not just to. If Nigerians send the product the way you are talking about, at the end of the day, you might even send more for even the same volume of revenue. Our problem is this. We deal in raw material.
Okay, Ola, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You will continue. I'm not trying to interrupt you, please. Okay. Why must we, with 200 million population, be allocated 1.8, and Saudi Arabia with 35, producing almost 10 million? Hold on, Ola. And you're saying they're doing us favor. What kind of favor is that? Why is Russia not part of the useless organization?
But then you see, Ola, I know what you're talking about. I agree with you. Okay, go on, please. Go on.
See, the thing I'm talking about is this. What we do is just that we don't have value chain like Saudi Arabia. All we do is just to export resources, raw. What happened to the byproduct from all those areas? What happened to other things? Okay, like oil and gas now is contributing about 46% to Saudi Arabia GDP, but it's just 9% for Nigeria. Why? Just because crude oil, we are forgetting all about more than 40-something products that you can get from this crude oil. All you just want there is diesel, gasoline. What happened to the remaining? Because we fail to build our value chain. If there's anything that is very close to it now, is this Dangote refinery that, okay, even though we call it petrochemical now, that is the same refinery that will be getting like about 3 million metric tons of fertilizer. Do you know what it means that if Nigeria is producing fertilizer within the country, we have that capacity? We are not doing that. So oil is not a problem. What happened to our cotton industry that we used to then generate that time? What happened to our hide and skin that we used to manufacture our own shoes internally?
What happened to our cocoa? What happened to our palm oil?
So what happened to Aboku and the palm oil? What happened to the value chain? Okay, look at the closest thing that Lagos State government is doing now. People, I know that some people even challenge that. Why should government be doing that? Sometimes we have to appreciate where they are doing that, like a mortar, if that's the right name to call it. This is the third largest rice mill in the world. Because we used to bring this rice from Indonesia, or when we used to just dump rice, that the year we ban rice in Nigeria, all of a sudden the number of that rice, the same metric ton of rice we lost in Nigeria, or grew in the Republic of Benin. So those are the things. Because if we keep talking about these natural resources, only a few people will enjoy, because there's a limit to which this petroleum can create jobs for 200 million people. So we need to.
That's not true, Ola. Look, if you expand what am I trying to say? If you develop the sector where you have comparative advantage over others, it can create millions of jobs to your population. Excesses.
Example, can you give examples of these millions of jobs that can be created?
Okay, let's say that we have our oil and gas sector running efficiently as it's supposed to run, and we supply our gas for our internal consumption and we export it. Do you know how much that will generate? Do you know how much job that will generate?
I don't think Dangote's refinery is bringing in about 200k jobs. So
hold on. If we have all our refinery working as
jobs,
if we have all our refinery working as well, and we produces our diesel, our petrol.
But that's the value chain that Ola is talking about.
That is what I'm saying. Ola said, oh, they can't create. I'm saying no, because God has strategically positioned us to lead others, particularly in the West Africa, and that's the sub-region where we are. We can supply all of them, and Nigerian companies, we can have Nigerian oil company all over West African country. Do you know how much job that will create for us? Both inside and outside Nigeria?
100 million people are Jale Cocoa. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at India.
I'm just talking about that. Is just
India don't have oil and gas, and they have more population than us, more than 6 times our population.
And they have the largest refinery in the world.
Now the question is this: IT generates more jobs than the oil and gas. In Nigeria today, we are supposed to be competing with
what Thailand is making from agriculture is more than what we are making from oil.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that we can't concentrate, even though we have to build.
But that is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should concentrate, but we can use it to develop other sectors of the economy. That's what I'm saying. If we are managing, look at Dubai. Everybody around the world want to go to Dubai.
Tourism. That's what they are making. They make more money from tourism.
What make Dubai? Hold on, Ola. What make Dubai to be what it is today? It is the oil money that they manage very well to develop that country and turn it to the number one tourist country around the world.
We didn't use oil money to develop our telecommunication industry. This is what we are emphasizing. If you keep relying on the government to develop that country for you, the corruption in that place will not develop in the next 500 years.
No, it is government that develop country. Don't let us be lying to ourselves that private sector or this thing. Government is the backbone of everything.
Government will create the enabling environment, then the private sector will come in. Because even that Dubai that we are talking about is not all money that they use to develop Dubai.
It's not all money they use to develop Dubai.
People invested heavily in Dubai. Foreign investor.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Hold on. It's not right. It's not right what you said, that it's not oil money. They use oil money to start the development, and they were able to convince people to bring in their money, because the bulk of the money that UAE has and Qatar has is oil money. I mean, when I mean oil money, I mean initially that was what they had.
Okay, let me tell you one thing, Rational Man. Maybe you don't know. What they do in UAE, they have 7 emirates, and it's like this. What they do there is regional governments. You understand? No, just wait. Let me tell you why Dubai is not oil money. That's what I want to tell you now. Maybe you don't know. Abu Dhabi has oil. Abu Dhabi has oil. Abu Dhabi is on its own. Is a cap. Let me explain now.
Go on, please.
So it was like what we are practicing in the 60s, that we are in Western region there. So there are 7 emirates, and each emirate, they are autonomous. They don't contribute resources together. Dubai is on its own, and that is why you see that Emirates Airlines for Dubai, and we have Etihad, which is for Abu Dhabi. All of them, they are just functioning like an autonomous country. So in fact, there was a time Dubai has problem that Abu Dhabi has to borrow their money from their own oil money. Dubai does not have oil.
Correct.
You understand?
Simba,
you understand?
Simba, let me add to that. Dubai, you are talking about
but you just said something now.
$80 billion.
Abu Dhabi helped them with their oil money, right?
Diversify.
Is that what you said? Is that what they did?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that Dubai doesn't have oil. What Dubai is thriving on is tourism.
Oh, yeah, we know. But at the beginning, hold on. We know how. Hold on.
At the beginning, they even came to Nigeria to come and borrow money. We refused to borrow them money. They borrow money to develop. Let me tell you, the route. What Dubai is doing today is actually the route that was the marketing. I mean, the Middle East marketing hub. That time it was the war between the Lebanon and Israel that destroyed Beirut. And that was when Dubai now took the advantage in the late 70s and early 80s. So it was they're not making, it's not oil that they use, it's not oil money that developed Dubai.
It's not oil money at all. They borrow money.
It's not entirely true. It's not entirely true that they did not use oil money to start their development.
No, it's on record now.
No, we're not saying. No, I'm not saying that there are no other money that came in apart from oil money. I know Nigerians, they take their money there. The Nigerian politicians, they steal from Nigeria. They go there and go and buy their property. Just give it hold on now.
National mind. So it's Nigerian politician money that they used to build their.
It's part of it.
Let me tell you what they do.
Dubai needs Nigerian politician money.
Yeah. People likes of
Rational man, have you been to Dubai?
What are you talking about?
They made intentional plan.
This is that California. Is that California in rational mind? Now I understand.
Go on, Allah. Just go on.
No, see, they make intentional plan. It's like Lagos State now, for example, they had their own plan. Okay, they now look at, it's going to cost us this amount of money for us to develop. And after they set up their plan, they now went into the international institution. They borrowed $80 billion. It's on record. When
so what did they back it with this? What did they use to back those money that they borrowed?
Oh, they didn't see. All money was deemed that time. They didn't have that money.
That's what I'm saying. You don't, because you just said now that Abu Dhabi came to their head. Abu Dhabi is the capital.
No, this one is just recently. It's not when they started though.
Hold on. You see.
It was when it was during that recession. No, when recession, because most of the things that is going on in Dubai is actually all this estate, all this mansion, everything that they are building.
The story I heard back in the 70s, 80s. But I mean, Dubai was just like Dubai and all of the rest of.
It's just a fishing village. It's just a fishing village.
Even back in the 70s, nobody visited Dubai. It's just
exactly.
It's like a desert. Nobody even.
Exactly. It's a desert, not like.
So now, gradually, they put in place plan to develop the country. Started with Abu Dhabi, oil money from Abu Dhabi, started developing it. And it started, spreading it to other parts.
No, you are just swinging us. It's not the oil money from Abu Dhabi. I just told you the way they operate their government.
I understand. They have.
You cannot be using the Western region money to go and develop Eastern region. That's not the way they did it.
You cannot say. Okay, let me go and dig that story. I'll go and dig it out. Of course, there are different emirates there. That's why they call it United Arab Emirates. We know there are different regions that are self-governing in some ways. But I'm saying to you that the initial development of these emirates started with oil money. But as time goes on, when they could convince international community that yes, we're on a march, we are marching to development, people start bringing in their money. The likes of Nigerian politicians, they steal money, they go there and buy properties, they contribute to their economy by taking our money there.
Well, they've already built those property before somebody. You don't sell the property you don't have now.
Hold on, guy, dude. We just argue about minutiae things that are not really important. As long as they take money there, they are investing, right? Are they not investing? They change our naira into dollars. If it's $20 million, money that's supposed to be in Nigeria, to be circulated within Nigeria, our manufacturers are supposed to use that same $20 million. They borrow from central bank and go and buy something from maybe China or machine parts or even a whole machine or whatever raw materials and bring it back to Nigeria and they start production. They would employ people. No, they did not do that. They carried that money, they took it to Dubai and go and buy property. That property, the money get trapped there in their own system. They're building their own country there, right? That's how some of those money that are coming to Dubai through Nigerian thieves and other thieves from other countries, they bring their money and some people came in genuinely with their genuine money, they invest there. But they started from somewhere. They were able to convince the international community that we're on the march to industrialize, to transforming Dubai and transforming the whole of the rest of UAE. That's what we say. That's what Ajeleko is saying. We can start with that. I'm not going to say we should entirely base our income on oil alone. But I agree with him that part of what we're going to use to develop our country is the oil that we have. And yes, we should not be part of OPEC. But what can we do for now? Those countries you're talking about, Russia and the rest of them, United States that are not part of, they are war powers. They have nuclear power. They say, oh, today, everybody will shiver. So that is why they are able to say, we are not part of OPEC. Because on their own, they are even law to their own self. But what can Nigeria do? We don't even have the development that will even make us to say, okay, yes, we want to rival Saudi Arabia, telling them, look, to hell with you people. What can you do? We are also war power. We have a nuclear bomb. We have this. We are industrialized. We have 24 hours electricity. What can you do? Now, okay, everybody come and buy oil from us. We don't. To hell with OPEC and you and your OPEC. We can tell them that because we are very wealthy. The quality of life in our country is very high. We have a nuclear bomb. We have weaponry. We manufacture. We have industries. Then we can tell them to hell with them. But we cannot do that right now. That's why we have to beg to say, okay, can you just give us 500 million barrel to add to what we have? That's why we have to beg like beggars. So everything still stops at the desk of our governments, our people, leaders who are leading us. They are clueless people who don't know how to manage a country. All they just do is just take from.
They are a representation of the people.
I mean, representation of what? What am I? Am I in government? You're telling me I'm a representation of what? Have I been in government?
You are one of the few. What about the majority? Rational mind is the majority of Nigerians like you? Yes or no?
What are you talking about? Boy, your
mama, are they like the Nigerian government?
Serious for once. Sorry, I don't want to sound like
who are majority of Nigerians? Who are they more like, Nigerian government, or they are like you?
You can do you know that majority of Nigerians doesn't vote?
Explain what you want to explain. Explain what you want to explain.
But do you know that majority of Nigerians doesn't vote?
I'm saying that you can't just be blaming the government.
No, hold on. I'm giving it to you. Majority of Nigerian registered voter does not come out to vote. So it was like 25% of registered.
Why would they come out and vote? When they don't have trust in the system. They
don't have trust in the system.
So yeah, because invariably, if I vote,
so they don't represent.
Even the criminals I put in there, they don't even represent.
They are not reflection of the.
Okay. So they say you should use. Wait now. If they say you should use elevator and you don't use it, you use staircase. You say, oh, because I didn't trust it. Whose fault is it?
Oh, boy, what kind of argument are you here, boy? If you want to argue,
Go and vote. Go and vote. All these excuses you are making, because we don't trust the system. Why didn't they go and vote? Who do you want to blame? If you don't vote, then you should keep quiet for the next 8 years.
What I put the farm Saddam.
It's only those people. It's only those people who vote. They have it going that your California that you're living.
It's very clear that this guy is or something. Like, my boy was high or something. Just high on something.
Yeah. When you made mention of that Russia, sorry. That Russia oil, that Russia, what they are doing, they are just forced to be doing that. The thing doesn't pay them. Let me tell you, Saudi Arabia is buying oil from Russia and they are reselling it. Can you imagine that?
Russia is still making money.
It's not. Let me tell you. Yes, they are pushing money because they needed the money. Let me tell you. I know. Let me tell you what. I know they are making money. I know. No, it's not. Don't just look at the money they are making. If they have an alternative, they will not do what they are doing. That's the way you should look at it. How can they be selling oil to oil producing countries that are even more, that are producing more oil than them? And those ones will not
because it's cheap.
No, they are the largest producer in the world.
It's cheap. They are selling it cheap, rational mind, because they are sanctioned. If they are not sanctioned, if they are not sanctioned, they will not sell it at that price.
Okay.
You understand? That's what I'm telling you. They are pushed to the wall. That's why they are doing what they are doing. It's not as if it pays them.
Well, whether you like it or not, if they don't sell it like that, how would they fund their economy?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you cannot just be. It's against the rule. What they are doing is against the rule. It's against the norm. So you cannot be using it as an example.
No, you can use it as an example. The reason why you have to use it as an example is that, look, they are showing to the world that, look, this is our this is where we have comparative advantage over others, and we can do whatever we like with the product. So if you, the West, impose sanction on us, we will take it to the East and to South Asia, and they started selling to China and at discount price. So what do you look? You mustn't be a nation that can be tied down by anybody or by any nation or group of nations. No, that is what Russia has shown. That this is a sector where we have comparative advantage over any others in the world.
But Adeleko, let me ask a question. Now, I agree with your submission on that we should break free from OPEC, but can we do that right now? Do we have what it takes for us to rival the likes of Saudi Arabia and other OPEC nations? Do we even have this? Do we have because all these countries you're talking about, Russia, America, they are nuclear states. They are very powerful states.
A rational mind, so, I decided not to open up that place, because if you open up that place, we know that Nigeria will lose at the end of the day.
No, we cannot lose. We will not lose. We will not.
We are going to lose.
We will not lose if we are heavily industrialized.
We don't have the capacity to.
Let me ask you a question.
Come into the market.
Is that what?
Do that. Oh,
that's
okay.
Well, I cannot tell you why we are not going to lose.
Okay.
What we're supposed to do first is to have our own refinery working. When you have your refinery working and you have developed that sector, in such a way that it's a productive sector. Once it's a productive sector, then you can use it as you can use it to flex muscle with any other nonsense organization around the world. Look, if Nigerians should quit, let me tell you, you don't know, Nigeria have to pay politics with it. Economic diplomacy, political diplomacy. Nigeria must rally around other African countries to pull out from that goddamn nonsense. Nigeria can do it. If you call on that,
do you think Nigeria wants to align with other African countries, or at this moment?
No, Nigeria is a leader, not align. Nigeria can, if you have a leader that is ready to lead, other countries in Africa are ready, because we are, what our argument is that, look, we cannot, if we don't get the minimum order, it's a negotiation. Look, we cannot be a second fiddle in an organization where we have equal role to play. That is what Nigeria want to put forward. Look, if you cannot get 5 million barrels a day, then we are out of here. We are out of here because we have the capacity. Just like you, Saudi Arabia, have the
capacity. We don't have the capacity now.
No,
we don't have the capacity.
What I'm saying,
but once Dangote refinery starts, we'll be making.
What I'm saying is that let us develop that sector.
Dangote refinery solely, because the question is.
No, it's not even about refinery. What is even our capacity to produce, even to bring out the crude?
What I'm saying, what I've said, listen to me. You didn't listen. Simba, what I said.
Dangote refinery is going to be making excess and exporting.
Oh, solely you are getting it wrong. As it is now, how many customers do we have in the international market? What is our capacity to even feed all those customers?
We'll start somewhere now. When you start a business, how many customers do you have?
Hold on. It looks like Ola, let me say this. You are underrating Nigerian power in Africa.
Baba, they raised this in 1982.
Let me say this. It is even good now that you have these superpowers flexing muscle against each other. You see some BRICS nation flexing muscle against America. If I happen to be in the position of Tinubu, I want to quickly develop that sector. Develop it, make it work effectively, then we now use it that, look, America, solidify your distance with America. Then you want to use the politics of BRICS against America to tell America, look, as long as we remain, sign a bilateral relationship with them, trade, or what do you call it? This bilateral trade, sign, review it, what you have on the ground, sign a new one, and quit. Then now tell Saudi Arabia, we cannot continue. 1.8 is a garbage. It's not enough. This is what we want. It's 5 million. And negotiate. At the end of the day, they will agree. If they don't agree, solidify your distance with America, because America is desperately looking for friends. And America is a big market. America will buy your oil, because America consumes oil like water. America is the biggest buyer of oil in the world.
The same America that called Nigeria quota, what they import from Nigeria. See, because the risk that we are not talking about there. We are facing some risk if we move away from it.
You said America that did what?
America reduced the quota of oil they buy from Nigeria now.
America reduced
They reduced the amount they buy from Nigeria.
I think they did.
Yeah, okay, they did. What I'm saying, you want to review. You want to review your bilateral trade.
The one way to go about it is make it cheap.
Yeah, you review your bilateral trade with America. Then use politics with these BRICS. That what is this nonsense? Look, get us from there. We are strategically positioned in that West Africa.
See, Ajale, you don't even know the problem that Canada is facing with America. America that's supposed to be the closest ally I party to US. You don't even know the problem that America is facing to get their oil to America there.
Can I interject?
You see all the politics that were playing, even all those pipeline they were supposed to lay. See, the thing is that we are not looking at the race there. Any serious country.
Adewale, you will interject. You will come in after Ola.
You are just insisting that we should remain there and be playing a position of second fiddle. That is just your own.
Sorry, let us hear from Adewale, Joe.
We can't continue like that, Olana. We can't continue.
Let us hear from
You know, Babajale Koko, I want us to understand something. This bilateral trade of a thing, you know, African countries are always at the disadvantage whenever there's going to be relationship with this big country that consume much energies, and we depend on them. See, we can't get out of OPEC because number one, being in with the OPEC is more or less like also a protection at the same time, a disadvantage as well. But it's more or less like also sinileno otubuyosi. That is the way OPEC is to country like Africa. Now, it will get to a point if we decide to part ways with OPEC, we will be drinking our own crude. You see, today we are blaming our government. Well, I blame them as well that we ended up running down our refineries to the point that we have to export crude in exchange for the final product. Most of these things are as a result of terrible trade agreement that Nigeria has with their foreign counterpart that they are selling this crude to. And they deliberately sabotaging Nigerians by getting involved in all these stupid agreements. And at the end of the day, it became a problem for the country. So if we decided to say no, what today we want to be operating from a free market, we don't want to be with OPEC. Guess what will happen? The same institution that you run away from, their members will go around and go and talk to whoever the prospective buyer you are looking for. They will make sure that they sabotage you to the point that you will have to go back to them and beg. I mean, America, I think it was a rational man that talked about America reduced the number of the quantity of crude that they were buying from us. Why did that happen? It's not because we offended them. It was because they probably make a trade agreement with another country, and they want to fulfill that. So what can they do? So they ended up reducing the amount that they buy from us. So leaving OPEC is going to leave us bare open in the public, and we need that protection. However, the reduction in the pump volume in terms of how many barrels we produce in a day, yes, OPEC placed cap on some of their members. Reason being is because it also still boiled down to an agreement that they made with other partners. Because the way the agreement Nigeria will made with, let's say, for example, who are our biggest buyers, America or any North American countries, right? Now you have a country like Kuwait that you can easily make arrangement or agreement with America, or maybe that's a particular issues that they're deliberating upon, and they decided, you know what, give me this, I give you this, and at the end of the day, we have to reduce the quota that we are producing. I mean, we are producing every day. So leaving OPEC is not going to do us any favor than to remain there. But at the same time, while we remain there, we diversify our economy so that we will not depend solely on crude only. So if any country is taking us for younger, then we can say, you know what, we can maybe focus on agriculture and find another partner in another country.
Ade, do you know the argument of do you understand the argument of Ajay Boko? Was that how could Saudi Arabia, with a population of about is it 15 or 20 million or something like thereabout, if not maybe up to that, and they could be churning out like over 30 million barrels monthly or daily that they churn out, and we of a population of the size of 200 million people. We're only giving a 1 point something million. I mean, that's not a balanced trade. That's not a balanced trade within a club.
Correct.
So now what we're saying is, how can we leverage on our position as a country with that size of a amount of human population and strength to at least get a chunk of, like, if possible, we can churn out like 7 million barrels per day. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
So
I think there are a lot of issues that that bring that high
we need to
number of.
renegotiate the whole thing. So
Yes, we need to negotiate, but we cannot put us in the same category with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is in a strategic position in the Arab world, and they are. You see, if Saudi Arabia collapsed today,
Are we not in strategic position in
you see,
Africa?
we like to delude ourselves by saying we are the giant of Africa.
Just 5 seconds. Let me tell a rational mind something. Do you know how much Saudi Arabia state invest in capital in America alone? Nigerian, we don't have that.
Exactly. After Jewish is Arab, is Saudi Arabia in America. And the funniest thing is that we cannot equate Saudi Arabia to Nigeria. We are in fact we are lower in terms of our relationship with I mean, look at Trump. The first place Trump would travel to was Saudi Arabia. Why? Anybody ever wonder why? Apart from the fact that Saudi Arabians invested in his company, but in American economy, they did. You know how much what is this crown prince brought to America the last time he visited America? He invested a huge amount of money in American economy. So they are occupying a very strategic position. At the same time, they were using Saudi Arabia as their eye in the Arab world for
regional forces.
Exactly. So Saudi Arabia is America's strong ally in that region and in Africa. See, today, America does not really care a hoot about Nigeria. They care about their resources. Okay? They wouldn't want the country to go under, but I can bet you this. For the past how many years now? 12 years, none of American president has ever set foot on Nigeria soil. None. And they'll be coming to our neighboring country. You ever wonder why? And we're saying we are the best partner, we are the best American partner. America and Nigeria hold a strategic position in Africa. Who says if they could go to a lonely country as Kenya, Ghana, that is a population of Lagos, then what do we call ourselves? We should stop deluding ourselves by calling Nigeria the giant of Africa. We are not.
We are talking of repositioning.
Yeah, we can do that, but we have to have a leverage.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Let me correct this something. Let me correct this. According to NPR, they produce 9 million barrels per day. Nigeria is 1.6 million per day. Look at the difference. Look at that huge difference still. 1.6 million, and they have a population of about 40 million, and we have a population of about almost 200 million. If not over 200
something has to give, Rashidama. Something has to give, and what are we giving?
And that's what I'm saying. We need to put our house in order. We need to put our
What
house
do you mean something have to be? Why must we be in the organization in the first place?
You see, like I said earlier, if we leave that organization, we'll be
not
exposed.
now. We cannot live now. We cannot live now. It makes no sense living it now.
We'll be. You see, countries belong to all these associations because they want to protect their own interest. Look, the buyer and the seller has to be protected. That's why they put caps on how much.
Is it in our interest? Is it in our interest?
Yeah, but it depends on how we negotiate and what we put on the table. We are a consuming nation. That is just the fact.
They didn't force us, so sure you know.
I understand, but the circumstances will make us to be handicapped. I mean, if you don't have anything to negotiate,
what are those circumstances that we need to take away so that, like Ajaliko said, we can just quit that club and we can flex muscle like the likes of Russia and America, who are not part of that cartel?
If we decide to go, there's because you and I selling in the market, right? And I decided to leave the association of the market. I want to be looking for my own buyer. Meanwhile, you and I have the same buyer. At the end of the day, you can go and collide with that buyer not to buy from me anymore. Would I be drinking my water or my crude or my product?
No.
Adewale, why is Russia still selling oil?
That's what I'm saying.
Even
with all the sanctions from the whole
Russia,
world, why is
no matter how we try to look
just a second, please, if you don't
yeah.
mind. See, Ajani Koko, even Canada today, we have oil in Alberta. In Quebec and British Columbia, they are still buying oil from Saudi Arabia. The same country, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada does your province.
So as a result of the bilateral trade agreement.
You don't have a quantity to supply.
Oh.
You don't have a quantity to supply. I mean, the one you have in the
you know, like you said, rational mind.
No. Ajani, sorry, you said we don't have quantities to supply.
We don't have a quantity to supply. Yeah.
We do. We have a lot. We have enough in
Canada,
quantities. Huh?
Yes.
Is Adewale in Canada?
No, I mean I'm not in Canada.
So why you say we do? Like I said, you are.
No, I'm talking about Nigeria.
Yeah, there was a
I'm talking about Canada. You said Canada.
Oh, okay. Canada has oil. They have oil.
Not in the quantity that we can supply every part of Canada.
No, we have the quantity. We have the quantity. I said there was a time that they were just selling crude oil for less than $10 per barrel because they need to empty from the storage.
You see, what you need to factor in is Canada, like America here, they protect environment. They don't want exploitation. So if any other country can exploit their own environment and
please let me tell that to Trump again if you see him.
Trump just already for the honey.
Let me tell him that
all baby.
You know what he did? Baby. He put a guy called Brute. Is it Brute or Prute? An environmental protection agency. That guy got there. You know, when you have a steady policy that was going well, decided to start dabaru everything. In fact, a department that was not known for having paper trail around, they started using paper. Can you imagine a whole EPA agency for environmental protection? Trump does not give a hoot about the environment. He cares about the pocket. What is in his pocket? What is the bottom line? What do they call it in financial terms?
So what I'm saying is this: if Russia can still make 680 million last year with all the sanctions and all those war they are fighting against from as a proceed from oil, that's to tell you that, look, Nigeria cannot continue to belong to that nonsense organization. It's an organization that will continue to trample on our march towards success. We will never.
Is Russia a member of OPEC?
It's not.
Okay. You know why they are not member of OPEC?
Yeah, because they don't want to go by allocation. They don't want anybody to dictate to them on.
No, would Saudi Arabia dictate to Russia? No. See,
No.
No matter how we try to.
No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is that Russia does not want any organization to dictate to them how to sell. So why must Nigeria remain in a goddamn organization?
Well, we cannot equate ourselves with Russia. We were talking about two different countries.
What can we know equate ourselves with Russia? Why? Why can we know?
One is powerful.
So
one is
powerful.
One is toothless. No. See, my brother. See,
look,
Russia produced their own firefighter. I say firefighter. They are fighter jets, right? They produce.
Adewale.
I'm unbearable. Wait now.
You see, our big market.
We don't have one market. We relied on how we are able to navigate this.
No, Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa.
So tell me, what else can we put on the table? Are we going to start looking for another country, another buyer?
Yes, that is why when
but
we
you know that the one that the potential buyer we are looking for, they're already in agreement with another country. You see, it's about give and take.
What of India? Was India not in agreement with several countries and China? Why are they buying from Russia now?
Well,
why are they buying from Russia?
Indian has once never been one-way traffic. They've always showed their interest with Russia.
Nigeria should pump oil out there, saturate the market, and let them, then we will now come to negotiation table. That is the way to play the politics. If we tell them at that organization,
there's no politics in this, Baba.
no,
You
there are
see,
politics. There are politics.
I'm not saying okay. I don't want to use it like a full politics like that. But
Yeah,
you know what you
economic diplomacy. That's
you
economic
see, the
diplomacy.
sanction American place on Russia. It's not about saying, oh, Russia must not do this. It's about Russian partners that also partner with America. See, look, you are buying goods from this person. I want you to reduce the amount that you buy from, or stop completely buy from these people, or do not even transact these businesses with these people. That is how they place their embargo, and they tell their partner, look, this is what I want you to do for me. And if their partner now renege on that agreement that they have with America, guess what? America will turn against them and also go to another country that relied on those other partners and turn them against them. That is how it works. And you don't want to be
Hello,
caught in the
Adewale.
middle.
Hello, Adewale. China and Russia did not listen to America.
Yeah, but those are powerhouse. See,
No,
these are number one, number two, number three in the world.
Those are the one we will partner with as well.
See,
we will
the way it
partner
is
with
now.
a lot of country. We
How
will
many
partner with,
can you partner with?
we will partner with Japan. We will partner with Korea. We will
Japan doesn't
partner
need
with
your oil.
who told you they don't need oil?
I
So
mean,
they
they are
will
satisfied with their partner, with their company, other countries that they partner with.
who told you that they are not ready to partner with? Nigeria is the biggest market for all of them in Africa. So look, we will partner with them, all those Asian countries, and we will sell oil for them.
So where would you
We'll be
place
selling
America? Where would you place Canada? Where would you place America? If you
America.
started looking for partners where you'll be selling your crude to
No,
Japan.
we America will remain a partner with America.
How do you
if America want
sure
to
they will
treat
remain a
us
partner?
right?
How are you sure America will want you to remain with them?
No, America cannot do away with Nigeria now. We are not in conflict. We don't want to do anything wrong.
If you decide to go in that route and start patronizing Russia or Japan or any country in Asia, guess what they will do? They will start destabilizing your country.
I'm not saying we are patronizing Russia. What we are saying is that India and China and other countries, we want to sell our oil for them.
What I'm saying is that if you now decided you want to go into an agreement to be selling to those powerhouses, guess what American will do? America will start destabilizing your country.
America cannot destabilize, and if you don't have, it is when you don't have the right leadership in place.
Bajale Koko, may God have.
Look,
may God have
this
mercy.
kind of mentality, America will do this.
America will destabilize not just your country,
do you know?
Do
you know? Do you know how many?
We don't just want us to give up, throw our hands in the air and just give up. Like, okay, we're just doomed. Like,
the bottom line is this: Africa countries,
Adewale,
we are handicapped.
Do you know how many countries will suffer if Nigeria should suffer?
We're already suffering. What else?
No. I am telling you, if Nigeria suffer, do you know how many countries that will go with it in that sub-Saharan Africa? Do you know how many?
Or even the sub-region, West
yes.
But the bottom line is this: Ghana will leave us dry. In fact, Sierra Leone, the neighboring country, will leave us dry. They don't care. They will go and partner with.
Partner. Look, let me tell you this: if Nigeria don't get out of that organization, Nigeria cannot record any progress or development in that oil and gas sector. We must leave that Islamic organization.
But as you are talking, as you are talking to the other new partner that you are seeking, right? They also are talking to another partner. You see all these bilateral meetings, even the economic summit that was conducted in Paris a few days ago. You see, that's where they usually have build alliance, form partnership, build all these things we're talking about. Right? They go into partnership. As you are sourcing it, also they are looking for another partner that will favor them. Look, so this world is a free place for people. It's not. It's It not. is. It It is is. not. It It is. is not. It is only when you limit yourself to a
No.
particular level. It is not.
Actually, what I see in what you just said is like we just give ourselves give it
And
all.
just give up. Just
Give
remain
up
where
on
we are. Not develop. Rational I mind. don't. I don't Rational get it. mind. No,
I don't
I'm
even
not saying.
understand.
No, I'm not saying we The- should give up. But the bottom no, line that is is what this. you are implying now. That's
That's
what No.
what
You
you're
imply.
saying.
See, if That's you what are you're going saying. to, if you are going to go to a war, at least you will have something in your armory. You will have weapons, right? You will know that at least you have something you can depend on. Apart from the crude, apart from the crude oil that we export, not even our agricultural produce is enough to sustain us if we start exporting at a full scale. Okay, we have not even uh, feed ourselves. We don't have produce enough to feed ourselves. They're talking about exporting. Yes, there are some of the produce that we still export. Here in America, if you go to any African store, most of what you find most are yams from Ghana. But that apart, the reason why I said yes, at this moment we're handicapped, there's nothing we can do, is the fact that the African countries supposed to have one voice. Have you ever wondered why, even in the West Africa alone, we still don't have free trade, like trading with each other? No, Look at we don't have the the one access to each voice you are other's looking for. economy. The No, I'm one just voice. coming. But if you The are able to go together, form a the colony, forget about that. The one voice you are looking for will never happen. But when you take a lead, others will follow. That you is the see, way it they're works. going to yawa Because procedure. no, Because if you decide to go solo, eh? no, when you take a lead, others in Africa will follow because they know that you have all the potential to be to lead them. You have the capacity to lead them. Babajane So, Koko, so you see, a lot of America invaded Afghanistan because of what they were looking for. America do what? Invaded Afghanistan because of what they were looking for. You see, all those American invaded Iraq because of what they were looking for. There Forget was about that. no. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. On You see, this, these things are indirect implication of the action any country takes. If you we decide, you know we what, I are not want to doing form another anything. partnership. No, I'm We just hold on now. You see, Libya, Gaddafi was once an ally of United States of America. But sometimes some incidences may not actually relate with each other. But you and I will sit down there and start thinking about, oh, this is happening here, this is happening there. See, the interest of these big countries, big nations, no, they want to protect it at all costs. you are not getting the point. We are not doing anything wrong against America. You don't have to do What, anything wrong as long as you are forming alliance with another no, country. hold on. This is not a matter of alliance. We are talking about trade. Yeah, you have to form alliance before you start trading. No, hold on. No, you can trade, you can sell your product to any country that you have diplomatic relationship with. It is that is international. That is international standard, or how do I put it? So when you have diplomatic relationship with any country, you can trade with that country, So right? if it is that easy, Wait. if it is So that easy to just form alliance and start trading with another country, why no, haven't we hold done on, it?
Hold on. Can I say something? Let me say something. Let us use Saudi Arabia as a template. Now, you see, Saudi Arabia. I mean, where was Saudi Arabia in the 40s? I mean, besides them knowing them as a place for a Mecca of religious Mecca, where people go for. I mean, where were they back in the 40s, 30s? I mean, but they strategically positioned themselves. How? They made themselves an ally of. Sorry, somebody just dropped. They made themselves an ally of the United States. They were buying weaponry from the United States. They were most of their hold on. Most of
United States was supplying them weapons.
hold on. They were buying weaponry from the United States. Most of their oil expatriates will come to build their refineries and all of that. Who works in their oil sectors? They were mostly Americans. Their nurses, doctors were Americans, and then
They were like the symbiotic kind of relationship. They make America feel like, oh, we are your ally in the Middle East. They will cause kata in different countries like Yemen and other places. Oh, America, we're taking your side to fight against your enemies within the Middle East. They make America look as if they make America so comfortable. But look at what they're doing now, because now they are very strong now. They have a treasury, almost the half of the treasury of the U.S. The money they have in the U.S. treasury is almost half of it of U.S. Debt and whatever money they have here in America. After the Jews, and if they were to pull out that money from America, you know how that is going to the systemic, the tsunami is going to cause.
America won't let that happen.
Yeah, they won't. Of course, they won't let that happen. But they've already.
Rational mind.
What I'm trying. Listen, what I'm trying to say is this: can we also use that template? Make these people feel, look at us as we're your ally. We'll be doing boy for them. Anything we say, okay, we'll do. Anything we say, we'll do. Which will like make them feel like, oh, we're your ally. We won't go against them anything. When we are strong economically, we own we have at least we own a quarter of the U.S. Treasury. We are economically we're industrialized within our country. We are fend up any. We are fend. We
You
have.
think they too will be sleeping and dreaming?
What you're just saying. You're one of those naysayers.
No, I'm not. See, I'm being
I'm being hands in the air and just say, okay, we give up now. Yeah, there's nothing we can.
I'm not saying we should give up. We'll continue to build that.
Rational mind. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Oh, okay. The system has corrected itself. It was Egbe Lemu that was playing on my side. Yeah.
Really?
Why is that thing always do?
I don't know. There's something wrong here.
When do you guys say good evening, good morning, good afternoon to a new person now?
Sorry, we're carried away. What's up?
How on a day?
We know we were there, but we just carried away with the discussion.
Yeah, how on a day? John
Lekoko
and
any contribution?
Ola. Yeah, let me just
answer.
With how long you guys stay on here, you should have solved our problems by now. Nigeria. I have a lot of problems in the country, but I was able to listening to the last few discussion you were having right there. It's like the way we have our country is like an open basket. If it's not closed at the bottom, if you did throw something into the basket, you just sort of fall through now. Nigeria, it's in dire straits because even our enemies are the people in charge of the country. These people don't mean well for the country. All of them. It's beyond sadism, people who just hate to see people suffer. These are our enemies. Because there's no way we'll be in the situation we're in. I mean, it's too dire. So, but to put it on a realistic terms, a truly democratic one man, one vote, we have to have it accomplished in the country so that let people vote. Then whatever they have, whatever they get from voting, then it'll be their fault. It's up to them. We can't have it to where people go out and vote and that vote doesn't count. No matter who, when we're talking, somebody like Adewale, for example, right here, no matter how smart we are in abroad, that at least we have to bring home an electoral system that really works so that people will contribute politically, right? We have to have separation of powers. We're in a democratic country, say in the United States. We know that works. The checks and balances, if we had that, let's say the assembly, NAS, if they're able to check that executive at least, we don't have that. We've had this president of the Senate in the past administration. He's been there a long time. He's just making a mockery of the whole country. Buhari could have requested anything and he would pass it. We have to have separation of powers. We have to have a free press. When they try to gag these people, take show what they do, if we don't have a free press, what do we have? You could want anything. You want Saudi Arabia? What are you going to do with Saudi Arabia when the press is not free? We have to have good journalism, local, impartial journalism, period. Rule of law. Nobody should be above the law. If Buhari's done things, he should be held accountable for that. Just like Tinubu. There shouldn't be anybody in the United States who lives in Europe or United States or Australia, anywhere. They should support Tinubu because he is not a good guy. You can't be saying, okay, well, you're saying that because you're from the East, you want Obi. And then you really take yourself seriously as a Democrat. They're not the same thing. You have to have these things. That's what makes America shine. It's not the money. It's not the Saudi Arabia is not like United States. All that money doesn't mean anything they have over there. They still don't have a democracy. You know, people have to have equal access to data, information, all those simple things that doesn't mean anything. Diversity in the backgrounds and opinions is good. Broad and equal guaranteed human rights, liberties, freedoms, speech, religion, voting, assembly, all those, if we fight for those simple concepts, that's how we're going to achieve what we're looking for. We shouldn't go building roads, trying to have a gleaming city like London or something like that, because it's still not going to solve our problem. We have an empty, open basket at the bottom. A little kindness here and there for citizens. I was on this show a couple of days ago, and one man played a video that I hadn't seen before, but it was at Iboho's house, and there was a girl there in distress, crying. I mean, not crying. She was brave, but she was summoning for help, beckoning on people on social media to send that they're under attack. Do you know that some people on this platform were laughing? Even if Iboho was guilty, that woman, his wife or girlfriend or whatever she is, we have people who didn't care about that woman and her situation. They took this out of the government. What kind of citizenry is that? We have to be good, civilized people.
Panzer.
Yeah.
Panzer. So, I mean, the topic, we know we digress a lot from many topics, but the topic we were talking about was the issue of the oil cartel, how Nigeria could position itself and use its resources to bring about some kind of economic prosperity for its citizens. We know we've danced around so many topics, but I was thinking that's what you want to address. But
that's what I'm addressing. I just told you that's an empty, open basket at the bottom, right?
How is it empty?
If you achieve that, right? Those resources are not. We're not controlling those resources. We're not strong. We don't have any strength, internal strength, moral compass. So those people come from outside and they collaborate with our own evil people in the country to take our resources, set our prices. You're never going to be able to do that. People like Tony Blair, people like John Kerry here in the United States, they pick our leaders over there. So those resources we have, not just the oil, we have a lot of resources that are being taken away. They've done it from the beginning, slave trade and all kinds of things. They come there and they take it because we're just basically animals, to be honest with you. That's what it is. So that's what I was saying to you. Going and trying to build anything, it's not gonna work. It's unsustainable. We have internal enemies, we have external enemies. The only way we're gonna have some respect to be able to set our prices, do you know how much resources are in Nigeria? It's too much. Britain doesn't have anything, but they own the second, third, and fourth largest oil companies. They don't have a lick of oil aside from what they have in Scotland. We have to tackle them. So I'm against keep trying to build things. I'm for us to build ourselves first, like what China did in 1949. They basically were in the same situation we were, having imperialists come and deal with them all the time. And that's a big ancient civilization, China. But from 49, they were able to secure their premises, locked out the world, and try to put it together first. We don't have that. Virtually, maybe 50-60% of Northerners are not Nigerians. They don't care about their neighbors. You go to Benue, they're slaughtering our people all the time. Hausas, the first conquered the Hausas a long time ago. So, and for whatever reason, they don't even think for 1 second and say, you know what? Enough. Let's try to build a country. They don't think about that. So go and look at their neighbors. Forget about anybody else. Forget about Southerners. Go and look at people who neighbor them. Christians over there. These guys, right now they live in camps. For the last 8 years, you go there, a lot of booming camps, and then they go there when they get some weapons from the United States. They say, we made a mistake, and they'll bomb them and kill a lot of them in those camps. Nobody cares. When you take a look at 2015, when Buhari came into office, right after May, June, or whatever, but towards December, the Shiites of Kaduna, who are their nemesis religiously, there's a Rufai who's in Kaduna, where most of the army institutions are located. Virtually, he's in charge of the army. The Buratai went out there and he says, oh, this Shiite blocked my way. Shiites who have their own religious thing. And they came out and they killed almost 1,000 of our fellow citizens and buried them in mass graves up to today.
Well,
so
yeah.
it goes to what basically what I'm saying is that you cannot go where people don't have liberty, they don't have life. Their life is at risk.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So because I was shutting down very soon, it's almost midnight here already. So I need to. I should have gone a long time, but I just.
No, it's okay. It's a heavy one, but I just want to put that in there for you.
You made a fair point. Yeah, I mean, if we don't get our internal politics right, like you said, the democracy that we claim to practice, if we don't get it right, there's no way we're moving forward. I don't see it, because we always vote these people who are being like the puppets, who are just puppets to this Western interest.
Yeah. And I'll conclude Rational Mind when I was
just make it snappy so that I can shut down version.
Exactly. I listed.
Maybe I'll let you can come in after so that you can make your final decision.
I say that things that are very important are things like affordable health care for our people, civil rights, employee rights, economic justice, those kind of things. Those, believe it or not, because we have everything else, but once we need a lot of education. So let's just put it like that: a lot of education, but we shouldn't let off right here. We should, after the courts come in, then we'll go to work. We cannot allow Tinubu to be president of our country, no matter what it takes, up to war. We cannot let it happen. So we wait for the courts. After the courts come in, then we'll go to work. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. But before you leave, well, I hope you know that you need to brace yourself up in case this ain't corrupt people. If it goes the other way, whereby maybe they did not upheld, they did not declare either Obi or Atiku as the winner, or they not declare them, or they just say, okay, Tinubu's election stands, it continues.
No,
I hope you're prepared to.
I'm prepared. We go to battle. That's what it takes. In essence, if the courts can act to stop all that, but somebody who didn't win an election is not supposed to be president. So,
but in the event if he does get up, I mean, it's upheld that he has to stay. He has to.
It's up to. It's up to Nigerians, but as far as I'm concerned, that's when the work really begins. We have to get them out of there. So, but if Nigerians say no, that they're gonna live through it, fine. Okay, but for me, when the courts come in and it looks like they're corrupt, too, which 99% they are, right? But we'll have to go through the process. But if they come in and they say that Tinubu won the election, right? Then the people who are sovereign, they're supposed to come out on the streets and reject it. If they don't, fine. Do you understand? So there's two drops. Number one is the courts, and then what Nigerian people say. If they want to take it, fine. But I'm against it. I'm for going out there and getting all of them. We have to get them all and put them trial, because it's we spent a lot of money for this election, right? So it's never gonna stop. If we don't stop it now, it's never gonna stop. We have to stop them right here. Let them do it. If they're corrupt, then we should get on the street and take our mandate back by force. That's my own position. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you in the next session. Adewale, do you have anything as a closing
Yeah,
remark?
are you consoling Pansat so that you will not be heartbroken when it
Say that
happens?
again.
Are you consoling Pansat so that when it happens, he won't be too heartbroken?
Well, I wanted him to make his last submission, but he was trying to open
Okay.
another place.
I earlier today, Progressive said something about what was going on social media like Twitter. I went to Okonjo-Iweala's page. I went to a media section of the social media, and I found out that even though she was there at the summit, she took picture with some head of states and other government agencies, and yet she did not take a picture with Tinubu, the president of our country. And I was wondering what could be going on. I didn't want to read many, but at the same time, I found it a little bit curious that she will attend such meeting without. I mean, they were sitting not that far from each other, where the other head of state was sitting down. So I'm kind of wondering what could be going on, you know, uh, in that kind of settings. I don't want to read many, but it's because other head of state will be probably going to be, watching and reading body language and all that. But I mean, I don't expect the Konjala will be in Paris and yet will not, go to see the president of the country, regardless of their political, you know, division and all that. I expect that at least she will pay homage to our president, because he speaks volume. That's just my observation, and I expect that at least she'll pay him a visit, some sort of, but
You sound inebriated over there, Adeola, but I don't know much about that.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, no.
A little better. But look, I don't know what happened, whether he was there or if
He
they were
was.
they're both there at the same time. But it's hard to
I
tell.
mean, he met with the other head of banks,
He
right?
did or she did.
He did. He met with the head of. I mean, Okonjo-Iweala is the head of the World Bank, right?
Right.
So, and even if you're not in the capacity as citizens of Nigeria, I expect at least being head of that huge financial organization there, at least they will have a bilateral talk because, I mean, World Bank is still, one of the partners of Nigeria. So,
Right.
in that capacity, I expect that at least there will be some sort of meeting being arranged, or at least pay him a visit instead of just
Yeah, I heard when this your platform here covered that a little bit earlier, and
yeah, but people are not so sure. Rumors,
right.
go
Nobody
around
knows.
in the.
Well, I think sorry, what's his name? Nimati came here and he said,
right.
He said that this guy,
There was rumor.
Okoja snubbed Tinubu, but then
Right.
what's the it was something like go to our Twitter page, you'll see evidence of, like what. And then
one man went through her Twitter
and then we
page.
did not see any
I
evidence.
didn't see any of the picture on our page.
Right, but Adewala, to what to get to what you're going, there is still obviously a stink about
Yeah, but
Tinubu's
regardless
legitimacy.
of listen,
Right.
regardless of that,
Right.
people.
But what I'm saying is not beyond a reasonable person to say, I'm gonna wait until the court.
But no.
No.
See, these are two Nigerians, right?
Right.
Regardless of the capacity that they are serving, I expect at least, this is my brother. This is Nigerian together. Okay, I'll pay him a visit.
Right.
Right. After all, both of
but then it's too early for us to now judge because we don't know
Right,
what
because we
happened.
don't know. That's what I'm
no,
saying is that
I want to believe. I want to hope that that's not,
Yeah,
the
let's just hope
because
it's
I
not
was
true.
just curious that
Yeah,
how could she have taken picture with others and yet,
and they're not with our own
our own
right.
brother will be
Right.
there.
I think that rational mind wants to close so fast, but in
Yeah,
essence,
I need to go because
yeah,
I know that we're opening another new another
yeah,
new
a
topic
big
there.
one. But Adewola, be rest assured that she's it's not like one man said earlier. It's not in her character to do that. She will obey. I mean, she would observe all protocols if Tinubu was around. She's the kind of person that would do the right thing, so to speak. But if he's not well, or maybe he himself doesn't even want to meet with her, it's also a
Yeah,
possibility.
that's another consideration too.
Right.
Because
So
doesn't want to meet with her.
no, not I mean at the
No,
venue
we
of
know
the
we cannot use Adewa, we cannot be doing this whereby we just say, oh, because she's an Igbo,
right,
and then
right.
No, I'm not even
it could be
talking
that
about
Tinubu doesn't
being.
want to meet
No,
with
no,
her.
no.
Yeah,
I'm not even insinuating about being Igbo or no Igbo.
no, I mean
What
somebody
I
said that today,
what
so I mean
what
say
I'm trying to
because
say is that
yeah,
let's say they're both in the different camp, right? But they are both Nigerian.
Right.
One is serving in official capacity, and the other one is also serving in official capacity as the head of the organization that she represents, right?
Right.
But being a Nigerian, I
Right.
expect at least people will see them together. Okay, these are my people. Then take a
Right.
picture with them instead of just taking picture with other foreign dignitary. That's what I'm expecting from
Right.
both of them. Not
Right.
necessarily that.
Right.
And the person I expect to go to the other person is Okunjo Wella, her
Right.
being head of the World Bank. So
but another thing we can do is this. I don't know, maybe I will have to go and do that, but I know on Twitter, Adeshino, who is also from Nigeria,
mm.
on his Twitter page, do you see any of the picture where he took with
Or
Tinubu?
he was with the show paying a visit to Tinubu.
Adeshino?
Yeah, he shares a picture of him and
Of him
Tinubu.
with Tinubu?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You're sure about that?
Okay.
Yes.
I'll
Okay.
look for it. I mean, I'm
Yes.
not on Twitter anyway. But
Okay, we'll find out in the next few days what happened.
we
But
should
I agree with you. When they're outside like that, and for the interest of our country, there shouldn't be any of that, right? But we'll find out. Right now, you just cannot ascribe to either party.
The rumor out there is that Tinubu is not feeling fine. He has to take a leave, and some people say he was in a closed door with some investors, and that he was having. We saw this was his name. This is spokesperson.
Right.
Alake talking about him being in a closed door meeting with investors. So who are these investors? So could it be really that he's really with investors, or this guy is just taking normal rest from all these, the rigors of all these things? So I wouldn't know. So in the coming days we can find out.
Even more important, the president of France did not welcome Tinubu either. He sent.
No, he did.
He sent somebody. He sent somebody. It
You
wasn't.
mean-
It wasn't the
but later I met
president.
him. But later I met him.
Later he did.
Yeah, I met him. Yeah. Oh, you've not seen that photo?
I have not seen that.
The Agbado people has just sharing it online. When he
Oh,
yeah, it was like he did that. He did that like this, like, yeah.
The picture you have as your avatar is even doing more harm to.
I don't know. I don't even know what. I don't know what he's trying to prove.
More
with
harm
that.
to your president than that's your president.
I mean, his outing was successful.
What I mean, your avatar with
Your
him
avatar,
smoking
yeah.
a cigarette. That doesn't look too good. So
That's an area boy. You didn't know that Tinubu an area boy.
then what are you worried about?
No,
About his
I mean,
image?
I have a couple of some memes like this that portray him in a very funny way.
I got you. I was just messing with you.
In as much as we may disagree with some of his administrative styles and all that, I identify.
You should worry about his legitimate. He doesn't have legitimacy.
Man,
The
the
court,
man won the election.
until that
Go
court,
and take tea and,
until that court rule,
drink your
okay.
tea or
Hear me
your
out.
Fanta.
Hear me. Until that
See,
court rules on this thing. Just hold on one second. Hold on. Until that court rules, right?
Thank God, rational mind wants
He
to close
doesn't
early.
have
I need to go, guys.
legitimacy. No nice guy.
You and I will disagree from now till tomorrow. You see, in as much as you disagree with this man, all right, he's going to be the president. Watch it. Thank God,
if
Rational
everything is
Mind
done,
already told
if
you
everything
that
is done, right, then it's up to
hope for the best
Nigerians.
and prepare for the worst.
If Nigerians accept him, fine. But you have to know if the courts rule that is not,
they're telling you to manage your expectation.
So exactly.
I'm fine. I'm not there,
okay.
so
All right.
it's up to them.
All right,
all
guys.
right.
Let me go. Let me sign out. Just
you did a good job. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Good night,
Adewale.
Good night.
Adewale and Pansat. All right, guys. It's been a long session, almost 10 hours we have here. All right. I hope one man with in the next session you guys will be able to see us. I hope I'll be able to join you guys. Thank you all, and we'll see in the next session. I don't think I have any more things to add, guys. They've said it all. All right. Have a good morning, good night, and good afternoon, wherever you are.